He awakened as a level 1 player. His stats were below a normal player. He managed to awaken weaker than Yamcha. Adding up the points, you normally have 50 points when you awaken, but he only has 18. He'd have to level up 6 or 7 more levels to compare to another level 1 player. This loser doesn't even have passive skills, but he awakened with a unique buy and sell skill. And to make it better, he's got 2 billion points to spend on whatever he wants. Elon Musk, is that you? In the shop, it's possible to buy even legendary items that only some of the top rankers have, and that costs a fortune. But what really surprised him is that in the shop there's a mythical level item, and that's never been seen anywhere in the world. Up until then, legendary was the strongest level, and while looking more in the shop, he found a medicine item that increases a beginner player's strength, but it can only be used by players who have less than 100 strength, meaning with this he can become a cheating player. In a bit he'll be spinning through the dungeon, just wait and you'll see. But the item costs 5 million kwanzas, which is about 15 cents in dollars. The moment he consumes the gem, he feels his strength go up. Just 1 point of strength is already super busted. So will he finally be able to get strong and make money to save his dad, who's hospitalized with mana sickness? It all happened when the portals appeared. Monsters showed up, people awakened, and others fell into a deep coma. I think I've seen this story before. The cure for his dad's illness is a rare mana stone from a high-rank monster. His mom works day and night just to cover the medical bills. Even his sister used all the money she'd saved up to get married and got a job. If she wants, I'll work to marry her. I'd take that deal. He was just a normal guy and never thought he'd awaken. But now, besides awakening, he can get stronger? Going back to the shop, he finds a passive book that reduces mana cost by 10%, so he buys it and puts it up for resale for a ridiculous price, just to store the item. The problem is the auction fee is 20%. That's robbery. But now let's get to what matters. It's time to get jacked and go spinning around, so he buys a bunch of gems that increase stats. That night, he consumed several gems and books, and the next day he decided to go register as a player, but the clerk was surprised by it. How could an old man be registering? At first, the protagonist didn't understand, but when he looked in the mirror, he realized he got old out of nowhere, and when he checked the status window, he understood. The points he hadn't spent are his lifespan. In other words,
why are you gay?
Our hero is at home now thinking about everything that happened. Doing some quick math, he realizes he only has about a year and a half to live, so he needs to figure out how to earn more points. He has an idea to sell his belongings. Choi Kun-sung chooses his Nintendo. First, he tests the console. The screen asks him to place the video game into the floating image. When he touches the console to it, it disappears into thin air. At that moment, the Nintendo appears for sale in the system. Apparently, it worked well. With those specs, he'd probably only get about $60 for it online. He decides to try his luck and sets a much higher price, hoping that the 40 games inside the console will be enough. The Nintendo is successfully registered. Now Choi Kun-sung wonders if he should list more items for sale. A girl in a room full of treasures is frustrated because every day the same things are registered in the shop. She thinks there should be more competition among people. At that moment, a new item appears in the store. Without thinking twice, she rushes to buy it. Choi Kun-sung is finally returning to normal. Not only does this prove those points were tied to his life, it also means he can recover them whenever necessary. The current mystery is that the girl doesn't know what to do with these objects. She looks curiously at a watch, noticing the numbers change on their own. She doesn't understand why it's a rare item, but she's convinced. Another thing she sees is a screen asking for mobile data. Apparently, she's never used a cell phone either. Even after poking around, she can't connect to the internet. She has no idea how this device works. But after fiddling with it a bit more, she finds something interesting, a mirror magic. In the video functions, she discovers something amusing and decides to press the button. What she sees surprises her. In the video, there's an effect that puts a hat on her head. She thinks for a moment about whether or not to do what she's considering. The girl takes a selfie, and apparently she likes it because she goes back and takes more photos. The one who's not happy is the demon woman. She wanted to be able to buy all the items, but someone stole that chance from her. Now the problem is figuring out what these things are for. She even uses magic to try and find a clue, but nothing happens. Even after turning on the video game, she doesn't feel anything magical coming from it. But without realizing, the girl ends up playing for hours until she sees the game over screen. Unfortunately, she's not even a little happy about that, and she explodes in rage for losing again. In the city, Choi Kun-sung stands in front of a car. But he can't list the vehicle for sale because only items that belong to the player can be sold. He gets frustrated and ends up leaving. On the way, our hero sees some things lying on the ground. For some reason, the protagonist is able to list a broken fan for sale. Maybe only specific things work. And there's also a limit of 10 items that can be listed in the store at a time. Choi Kun-sung opens the sales menu. But in the end, he has fewer points than when he started. Unfortunately, things are going badly, and no one is buying anything from him. A new notice arrives. The message says that a complaint was filed under Choi Kun-sung's name, reporting issues with the products he sold, and if it happens again, he will be banned. This is something the boy didn't expect. Choi Hyun-sung had no idea this kind of system existed. Now his priority is to lower the prices of his products as quickly as possible. That's when a notification comes in saying that all listed items have been sold. The panic about no one buying his stuff disappears instantly. Our hero then decides to raise the prices even more. Again, a complaint comes in. The message says that 70% of the items were considered defective, so his account may be suspended temporarily until it's resolved. Apparently, the messages are about the cell phone that turned off for no reason. That person doesn't know you have to plug the items in to recharge. Other messages keep coming about cigarettes, beer, and other everyday things that the person doesn't understand how to use, and they're threatening the protagonist if he doesn't replace them. But Choi Hyun-sung doesn't even have time to respond before he receives more threatening messages. As a result, his store privileges are suspended for 3 days. But if the protagonist doesn't fix these complaints, he'll be inactive for 3 months. Our hero is thinking of first sending a new cell phone with a charger. He hadn't even considered that his customers might not be from Earth, which is why they don't know how things work. Choi Hyun-sung even starts to consider the possibility that they are aliens. Maybe selling more electronic devices is a good idea. Our hero then visits an online store. The item prices are very cheap, but it looks like Choi Hyun-sung doesn't have enough money. Looking into his pocket, he only has a few coins. The boy even considers selling his skill book since he's out of options. But that's when the protagonist has an idea. He taps on his phone and time begins to pass. At the construction site, the workers can't believe what they're seeing. Choi Hyun-sung is carrying 3 bags of cement on his own without any difficulty. He even gets compliments for it. One of the workers asks where the protagonist used to work. Our hero replies awkwardly that he's just used to it. 3 days pass. Only 9 seconds remain before the suspension ends. Choi Hyun-sung can barely wait. The restriction is finally lifted. It's time to list new items for sale. But at that exact moment, a new complaint is registered. The boy is visibly nervous. Before he can read the complaint, another message appears. Of the 20 items sold, all received complaints, which means he is once again suspended for another 3 days. In other words, someone filed a complaint for each of his products. One of the messages is from someone complaining about a video game that stopped working, and now the owner is so angry that they're willing to hunt down our hero. More messages from the same person start arriving one after the other, demanding that he list new items for sale or replace the broken ones. But Choi Hyun-sung doesn't even have time to react in order to fix his problem. Once again, he is suspended for 3 days, and if he doesn't resolve this quickly, the suspension will turn into 3 months. He's determined not to let that happen. At the construction site, people still can't believe a young man can be that strong. 3 days later, with payment in hand, and a few boxes neatly packed, our hero is thinking that the person doing this to him is definitely an out-of-control buyer. He then plans to list a pair of batteries for sale. His account is finally unlocked. Quickly, he puts his item up for sale, and instantly, it's sold. First comes a notice that 14 complaints have been resolved. Soon after, 4 more disappear as well. His points quickly start to rise. Choi Hyun-sung celebrates his success. Now that everything worked out, he's already thinking about listing more phones or consoles for sale. But before that, there's something else to do. Maybe it's time for him to register as a player. For a registration card to be issued, a person must complete a 3-week course at a training school. If they fail, they can try again, but if the same person fails again, they lose the right to register. Just because someone awakened doesn't mean they'll automatically become a dungeon hunting player. Choi Hyun-sung passes the test without any problems, and he's applauded for getting through it easily. But one of the players thinks our hero shouldn't be allowed to graduate since he doesn't even have a skill. A girl thinks it's cruel to say that, but the guy doesn't care at all. Choi Hyun-sung already knew things like this would happen. 3 weeks later, our hero is leaving the school. A group from his class invites the protagonist to go celebrate with them. Even one of the guys suggests they should go out drinking with everyone. But the protagonist says he needs to go home for personal reasons. The group seems a bit disappointed, but Choi Hyun-sung doesn't mind since they'll probably never see each other again. The receptionist announces that his card has been issued. Our hero is very pleased with himself. He finally has his hero license. Now he can sell his skill book, and if he starts hunting with the money he earns, he'll soon be able to cure his father. At the equipment rental shop, Choi Hyun-sung makes a large purchase, which he pays for with his credit card. The clerk just warns that if the return period is exceeded, a penalty will be charged, and aside from that, he wishes our hero good luck. Unfortunately, everything in this world costs a lot. Renting even basic equipment turned out to be really expensive, and without it, the guild won't even let him near a dungeon. Let's not forget that there's also an entry fee for each mission. In a plaza, some groups are announcing that they're looking for members to join their party. One of them promises to cover the dungeon fees and ensure the person's safety. The demand is very high for tanks and healers, which makes sense. Even if the dungeon level is low, a monster is still a monster. On his status window, it's clear our hero has greatly improved his attributes and his unique skill, his item buying and selling. With those stats, he could join any group, but that's not his goal. His plan is to hunt the rabbits alone and pretend that he earned the special ability he actually bought. Choi Hyun-sung heads to one of the portals. One of the staff members asks if our hero is really going in alone, and he confirms that he is. After that, his passage is approved. The protagonist knows the man is probably judging him for entering a dungeon without a group, since not even experienced players do that. The truth is, this isn't a game and it's dangerous. People can lose their lives in battle. Even one of the guards questions how anyone has the nerve to do that. The man says arrogant people need to learn things the hard way. Choi Hun-sung finally steps through the portal. Now he's officially inside a dungeon. The environment is a dark cave, lit only by torches. Right at the beginning, our hero spots someone. A group is fighting a horned rabbit. The protagonist definitely didn't expect a creature of that size. To start off, Choi Hun-sung decides to just observe. The group leader calls for a provocation. The creature charges at his shield-bearing hero. For a moment, it looks like he can hold it off, but his defense goes flying. One of them calls for the whole group to attack. Despite taking a 3-month course, all of these people were just regular folks not long ago. That's why it's nearly impossible for someone like that to hunt a monster. After receiving a heal, the tank gets back up. The rabbit takes a direct hit to the face. At that moment, the group tries to take advantage of the opening. Choi Hun-sung realizes he underestimated the dungeon just because it was low level. One of the warriors tries a lucky strike. The rabbit even tries to defend itself, but it's useless. Luckily, the sword hits its target. At last, the monster falls defeated. Choi Hun-sung notes that the fight took him 8 minutes, while other groups took at least 3. Meanwhile, the guards don't pay any attention to what's happening. Their badges show their security officers. Apparently, they only care if someone's in a life-threatening situation. That means he doesn't have to worry about the guards. His attributes are more than enough to play solo. Choi Hun-sung activates stealth mode. His body nearly vanishes into the darkness. A group congratulates some other players. They are the assistant and healer from Guild Number 1, Suwoo. To encourage her, the healer tells her partner they'll definitely find what they're looking for. The assistant smiles, comforted by the support. The other assistants say that if they spot anything, they'll report it immediately. But the girl only thanks them out of politeness. They say her skills are more than enough to capture what she's looking for. But the assistant doesn't seem to fully agree. Both apologize at the same time. It seems the girls are worried because they've been hunting for 15 days already. What the assistant wants is to advance to the 4th class. But to do that, she has to find the horned rabbit's boss. But even though it's a weak monster, it's hiding extremely well. Still, the moment it appears, she promises to finish it instantly. The two activate their shadow cloaks and move deeper into the dungeon. Jasoon asks if her partner has heard the rumors. She says the leader of Team 3 and the support from Team 2 are at the supply warehouse. But before she can continue gossiping, both spot something in the darkness. Someone is walking among the shadows. Ani says she was going to pretend she saw nothing, but now she sees it too. Jasoon wonders if the boy came alone or got separated from his group. The assistant takes a good look at the adventurer. She assumes it's not the second option because he doesn't have a single scratch. So the mystery remains, why is he alone? Ani notices something even more surprising. The boy is wearing rental equipment. He's just a rookie wandering around alone. Both assume he's an idiot. To hunt one of those alone, a person should be at least level 35. In a second, they swallow their words. With one blow, Choi Hun-sung takes down the rabbit. Our hero is shaking. He didn't like the feeling, but it's necessary for his family. But that wasn't the first one. He's hunted many already, but still hasn't gotten any items. The protagonist activates stealth mode again and strikes another rabbit from behind. But again, he seems to dislike the feeling. The girls are confused. Jasoon sees that her partner is tense. Ani is deep in thought. She's remembering the rule of 20 levels. When someone hunts a monster close to their level, they can get a normal amount of experience and items. But if you hunt a creature 20 levels below, you gain nothing. In other words, the odds of not getting a single item are massive. That's why Ani believes this must be the boy's first time here. Jasoon asks if her partner knows him, but she doesn't know who the guy is either. Still, at the moment, she just wants to watch him a little more. After all, she has nothing else to do. Choi Hun-sung activates sudden ambush, and it seems the boy got lucky. A gem finally drops. It's the 5th one he's managed to get. But the protagonist never imagined leveling up would be this hard. After defeating so many monsters, he expected to have leveled up by now. It would be easier if there was an experience bar like in video games. Our hero hopes 1 more hour might be enough, but after 5 hours, he's still at the same level. Something is definitely wrong. Normally, a person takes at most 2 days to level up. Indeed, our hero realizes something isn't right. Jasoon comments that the atmosphere feels heavy. Choi Hun-sung is very disappointed. In the past 10 days, he earned over 100 million points, but after a full day of hunting, he only earned 100 points total. Despite that, he wants to stay optimistic. One of the rabbits tries to attack him from behind, but our hero finishes it with a single strike. Choi Hun-sung stands up, ready for the next round. A group of rabbits comes toward him. Our hero prepares for the next attack. With one strike, he cuts down all the monsters at once. Our hero already seems tired. One of the rabbits jumps on him. With a simple move, he cuts the monster down. After that, the protagonist receives a new message. The protagonist earns the title of Rabbit Hunter for having defeated 100 of those monsters alone. Choi Hun-sung takes a break to analyze the change. The title he earned now appears in his status window. Because of it, he gains 2 unique attributes, an increase in vitality and a chance to rank up to rare. This title is common and in theory, anyone can earn it. But people usually level up before it happens, so almost no one ever gets this title. It's not bad at all to be able to rank up to rare because of it. Ani is having a lot of fun. She's happy to have caught a big fish. The assistant saw with her own eyes that he struck a rabbit's throat with this single attack. It could have been luck, but she saw him do it several times. When he was surrounded, the boy managed to defeat the monsters with one blow. She really wants to recruit our hero. The protagonist wonders if he should go deeper into the dungeon. But Choi Hyun-sung hears two people calling out to him. Our hero sees two players wearing custom outfits and high-grade armor. Jasun says the hero doesn't need to be tense. They're security officers. He doesn't seem to believe it. After all, our hero didn't see any badges and hadn't sensed the presence either. Jasun explains they were given a mission to protect the inside of the portal, and they were on their way out. And because both were using stealth skills, that's why he didn't sense them. But our hero hadn't even heard them breathe, let alone approach. The girl says she decided to come over because she thought his skills were too good to be wasted on hunting rabbits. But since he's level 1, the protagonist worries about being found out. Choi Hyun-sung asks if he's required to show them anything. The assistant says no, she's just curious, since they're from the Siwoo Guild. The protagonist recognizes the name. They're one of the biggest groups in Korea. She says she'll help him get into the group and he only needs to show his status window. Our hero is in a tough spot because he has a penalty preventing him from leveling up. Choi Hyun-sung believes a player with stats like his will be considered suspicious, and no matter how much he hunts, his level doesn't go up. Our hero says he has no intention of joining a guild. Then he turns his back on her. Ani tries to stop him from leaving. The protagonist seems startled by her reaction. The girl curiously asks if he doesn't know who the Siwoo Guild is. He says yes, he knows who they are. So then she wants to know why he still refuses to join the group. The protagonist explains that he doesn't like being tied to anyone, and that he doesn't need a guild right now. She even asks if he's already with another team. But our hero keeps denying it, saying he prefers to be alone. Apparently, the two girls are convinced by his answer. Choi Hyun-sung says goodbye to them. Still, Ani gives him her card in case he changes his mind. He accepts it and decides to leave. But before that, she asks if they can leave the dungeon together. She says it would make things easier for everyone. But again, he refuses any contact with other players. Ani finds the boy's behavior very rude. Her friend says that he may act like that for now, but one day he'll regret it. Before anything else happens, the girls decide to leave. Back on the surface, the protagonist comments that he needs to be more cautious. But then something catches his attention. They still haven't left the dungeon. Choi Hyun-sung heads to a taxi stand. Inside the vehicle, the driver asks where he wants to go. Our hero simply asks him to drive. Choi Hyun-sung checks the route on his phone. He asks the driver to take him to the Blood Fox dungeon. The taxi driver congratulates our hero, saying he transports so many players that he knows all the routes by heart. But our hero ends up ignoring everything the man says. All he can think about is that his status will likely remain the same in the new dungeon. In this new area, things are quite similar. Crowds of people looking for members for their parties. The atmosphere is the same here. Just like last time, he heads to the gate. When it's time to be cleared, the attendant asks where the boy's party is, and Choi Hyun-sung once again says he's alone. And that's how he enters the dungeon. Inside, there's a fang-toothed fox. A group of players surrounds the creature. Choi Hyun-sung simply observes. He also notices something similar to the previous dungeon. The guards don't care at all about what's happening. Our hero takes advantage and activates his stealth. With that, he reaches the lower floor. The protagonist draws his sword, ready to fight. He's confident that this time it will work out. Choi Hyun-sung charges at the creature. Our hero sees that one of them gives 180 points. He swings his sword, ready to end the fight quickly. With one move, the foxes are already lifeless. Our hero notices something. More foxes are approaching. Little by little, he's being surrounded. Our hero wonders if he'll have to take this fight seriously. 2 hours later, he realizes his count is at 299. With 13 foxes defeated, Choi Hyun-sung earns a new title, just like last time. Our hero, on the other hand, was already expecting it. He asked to see his status window. In the end, his level remains the same, but his strength increased by +1. Apparently, each title gives something different. Our hero is already being surrounded by a large group of foxes. Choi Hyun-sung is ready to begin the second part of his experiment. 7 hours after the fight, our hero opens his window. He's earned a rare title and receives the name Blood Fox Predator. This time, our hero is happy to have increased his rank. In addition to gaining another +1 in strength, he discovers that above rare is the heroic rank. Choi Hyun-sung stops to rest a bit, but he wants to come back the next day. He stores the gems in his bag before leaving, but on the way, he finds something. A skill book. With the skill, the body hardens. But a warning says he already knows this skill, so the book can't be purchased. The protagonist is disappointed by this. He then decides to list it for sale at an absurd price as usual, but he also ends up buying another book instead. Finally, our hero returns to the surface. The dungeon receptionist asks him to place any acquired items into the basket. Our hero places the skill book and his bag. Right after that, the man inspects him. But when he sees the number of magic stones, he's shocked, and he's even more impressed when he sees the rare skill book. Our hero asks if there's a problem. At the base, the magic stones are scanned. The total value is equivalent to 39,000 Ries, and once the books are sold, the company will contact him. Satisfied, the protagonist leaves. At this pace, he estimates he can earn at least 1,000,000 won per day. It really is good to be a player. The next day, the protagonist takes a break to eat. He wonders if it would be better to rent a room near the dungeon, since his home is very far. What matters is that today, he'll level up his title. Inside the cave, another fox meets the same unfortunate fate. Without difficulty, our hero takes down another creature. With that, he unlocks a heroic achievement for defeating 5,000 foxes alone. A new message says our hero is the first person to earn a heroic rank title. The protagonist didn't expect to be the first to do it. Although he feels like he cheated in a way, it's also a good thing. In the status window, it shows that his points shoot up to a total of 100 and all attributes increase by at least plus 20. Choi Kun-sun also discovers something new. It's possible to rank up a title to legendary. Our hero wonders if it's worth trying, but not today. For now, he's tired. He promises to return tomorrow. 10 days later, our hero has rented a hotel and is eating a bit too. In the dungeon, he defeats another group of foxes. With that, a new achievement is unlocked. Finally, the legendary rank has been achieved. Choi Kun-sun collapses from exhaustion. On the screen, another major leap, every attribute increased by 40 points. Our hero can't hold back his laughter. He's very pleased with himself. Just to check, but this is the maximum a title can go. Unfortunately, because the protagonist wanted even more, Choi Kun-sun gets ready to leave. Without worrying much, since there are other places where he can do the same thing. Back in the rabbit dungeon, Choi Kun-sun is fighting a group of monsters. One of them tries to attack him from behind, but our hero pushes it with the hilt of his sword, and that alone is enough to slam it into the wall. Apparently, the protagonist has reached a level where he can defeat these creatures with his bare hands. But for today, that's enough. At the hotel, Choi Kun-sun receives a message saying the items he listed have been sold, but he must collect the payment in person. The protagonist decides to stop by the auction house. The receptionist asks our hero to check if all the documentation is correct before signing. That's when he has the shocking realization that the auction house charged a 42% fee on each item sold. Even our hero can't believe it, so he decides to stop selling his books through them. Our hero knows he needs to hunt smart, since he already earned 10 million just for magic stones. And it wouldn't be impossible to raise that to 1 billion as his online sales are going well. If he keeps up this pace, he'll be able to buy his elixir faster than expected. Walking down the street, Choi Kun-sun notices his appearance. Since his father collapsed, he hasn't bought a single piece of clothing. The protagonist, like his family, simply couldn't afford it. But that's going to end today. At a factory, a group works on assembling parts. At 7 p.m., the shift ends. The leader thanks everyone for their hard work. Some of the workers say goodbye to a woman who leaves alone. Choi Kun-sun calls out to his mother. She's very happy to see her son. When he hugs her, our hero realizes how thin she is. His mother asks the reason for the visit. He says he just came to see her. Apparently, the woman is happy to hear that. Like every mom, she asks if her boy has already had dinner, but he says no, because he wants to eat with her. However, she says she can't because she has to head to her second job at a restaurant. She pulls some money from her pocket, puts it in his hand, and asks her son to buy himself something to eat. Choi Kun-sun knows she hasn't eaten either, and that's why he wants her to come with him. But she says she only eats when she's working at the restaurant. Our hero even offers to help her, but of course, his mother refuses. The protagonist decides to come clean. Finally, he tells her that he awakened. His mother seems really shocked. She even asks him to repeat what he just said. Choi Kun-sun shows her his hero license and says he's become a player. So now she can stop working at the restaurant. The first thing she says is that it's dangerous. Our hero says he's careful, but what matters is that she doesn't need to work there anymore. But she refuses, saying that being a player isn't a guarantee of income, and she's heard that in the beginning, you spent more than you earn. Choi Kun-sun agrees with her, but he shows her how much he made. She opens the document and sees that her son earned 1 billion yen. With that money, he hopes she'll stop working, pay the hospital bills, and now they can live a little more comfortably. She starts crying immediately. Choi Kun-sun asks her to stop since his parents took care of him all his life. Now it's their turn to rest. His mother can only say thank you. Later, she introduces her son to the staff at the restaurant, and he even helps wash the dishes to lend a hand, which helps everyone finish work earlier that night. At the end of the evening, they say goodbye and go home together. His sister welcomes their mother home, but it's Choi Kun-sun who responds, happy to see her. The girl doesn't understand why he showed up out of nowhere, but the protagonist promises it's for a good reason. The three of them sit together on the living room floor. Our hero says he awakened, and on top of that, he made a good amount of money. His sister watches as the earnings grow day by day until it reaches 1 billion. She can hardly believe what she's seeing. Choi Kun-sun promises that from now on, they won't have to work so hard. His sister can't hold back her tears. She admits that things have been really tough lately. That day, Choi Kun-sun went to sleep with a smile on his face. The protagonist says he's heading out, and his mother asks what time he'll be back. He says he'll only come back when she quits her job. His mother worries about him going out in those regular clothes, but our hero says he can pick up equipment near the dungeons. With that, he says goodbye and heads off to the next mission. The protagonist's mother tries to call her son, but the calls go straight to voicemail. She hopes he hasn't gotten hurt. At that moment, Choi Kun-sung appears, running. The boy explains that there was heavy traffic, so he came on foot. His mother gives him a light smack on the head since she was worried. In the hospital room lies his father. Seeing him in that condition, Choi Kun-sung vows to heal him. 10 days later, the protagonist earned the title, legendary for hunting 10,000 rabbits. On his watch, he sees that it's still early and he has a few hours left to hunt. The taxi drops him off at the next dungeon. But unlike the others, there's no one here. The sign says this is the Vampire Bat Dungeon, recommended for those between levels 10 and 15. Our hero heard they're normal size and only move in flocks. Normally, hunting them without a full party would be difficult. Choi Kun-sung crosses the portal with stealth mode activated. The guards chatting nearby didn't even notice him passing. Our hero finds this situation strange, but he's ready to begin the hunt. With that, he activates a shield around himself. To lure the bats into attacking, he pricks his own finger. The moment they catch the scent, the creatures charge. The protagonist feels as if the darkness itself is rushing toward him. A dark mass of shadow and wings moves as one and covers our hero. Inside the shield, he activates a fireball spell. The light reveals the bats desperately trying to break through the barrier. But the weak flame also shows that our hero is struggling to use two skills at once. He focuses to intensify the flame. A dungeon with such tiny creatures is causing quite a bit of trouble. In the end, that's the best he can do with his fire magic in this situation. The fireball passes through the barrier, triggering an explosion in the cave. The impact is so strong that all the bats are wiped out at once. The barrier ends up cracked. Even the caster hadn't expected it to be like that. But before he can celebrate, a new wave of bats comes flying at him. Choi Kun-sung is already preparing another fire spell. The bats charge at him full speed. He throws the fireball at them. Right after, he receives a notification for a new achievement. If all goes well, he might even earn the legendary one today. More important is finding out how many magic stones our hero can collect. In the darkness, a protagonist sees something strange. Amidst the shadows in the dark lies a sword shaped like a bat. Even the protagonist didn't expect this. Apparently, the mana from all those bats formed this weapon. Choi Kun-sung picks up the sword from the ground. He receives a message saying that the weapon has a passive ability that allows the user to regain health when the sword absorbs the enemy's energy. The protagonist ends up liking this effect quite a bit. But what's most important to him is wondering whether it's possible to obtain more than one of these blades. Our hero discovered that even if the monsters are weak, if a bunch of them dies at once, their mana can combine to create a rare item. So imagine if a bunch of rare monsters were defeated at once. A week later, our hero realizes it might not be that easy after all. Only the usual gems dropped on the ground. After the blade, the mana only fused one more time. And the item is in his bag, a black cloak with decent durability. But it's rare only in name. A protagonist decides to stop this hunt. It's better to go to another dungeon and collect other titles. A few days later, his mother asks if he's doing okay, since they're spending a lot of money to buy a house. But our hero promises not to overdo it. When the customers walk in, the attendant greets them. Choi Kun-sung says they spoke on the phone. The attendant recalls that he's looking for a 1,000 square meter apartment, but his mother thinks that's excessive. Still, the protagonist says he wants to give each of them their own room. A week later, his sister finds the apartment huge. It's the first time she's seen the new house. The girl gets really excited. The protagonist promises that the next house will be even bigger, but for her, it's already perfect. Their mother cooks the first meal in the new home. His sister says they need to bring welcome rice cakes to the neighbors, and his mother thinks it's a good idea. Choi Kun-sung sees this moment and finds it really nice, but he hopes his father can be there next time, and he'll make sure that happens. Now it's the Crimson Rat Dungeon for players level 6 to 10. The rats prepare to attack, but the protagonist jumps to dodge their strike. In midair, our hero finds the scene somewhat amusing. Then he pushes off the cave walls. These rats are faster than he expected, but with one move, 2 of them go down. In the end, the protagonist is on another level. He summons a fireball, ready to earn a few more titles. Once again, at the exit, his bag is full of diamonds. The person in charge of inspection can barely believe what they're seeing. Choi Kun-sung just waves goodbye to the man, all smiles. But before he can leave, a voice calls his name. The woman says they've met before, but this time, she insists on properly introducing herself. Her name is Lee Shuti, and she's an assistant from Team 1 of the Siwon Guild. She asks for a moment to talk. 1 week earlier, the manager is desperate to find out who's been giving him such a headache. Lee says she doesn't know anything either. The guild master reviewed Choi Hyun-sung's profile. He guesses the protagonist must already be getting rich from all the magic stones he's been selling. But the girl doesn't believe that means the protagonist has a unique ability. Still, the guild master thinks the chances are high. That's why he wants this kid on his team. Of course, Lee agrees. He'll send a negotiation specialist to help, but she can try convincing the boy first, since she was the one who found him. Before leaving, he has one more question. The guild leader wants to know if Lee leaked this information to anyone else in the guild. The girl says no. She even made sure her friends stayed quiet. With that, he trusts his assistant's word. The protagonist starts wondering how he was found. That's when he remembers the contact card he received. Of course, that makes him irritated. Our hero immediately begins questioning the woman, wanting to know how she found him or how they know his name, since the boy suspects they were also looking into his background. Taking that cue, the negotiation specialist introduces himself and asks if they can talk more calmly. But Choi Hyun-sung just dismisses him and walks away. The man seems out of options, so he asks if he can visit our hero at his home instead. Those words catch the protagonist off guard. The man says he waited outside out of respect. His name is Go Jin-sung, and he says he's the recruitment manager of the Siwon Guild. Choi Hyun-sung asks what they want. Go says it's obvious. They want to recruit him. Our hero replies that he has absolutely no interest in joining a guild, and the recruiter knows that, so he apologizes if he's come off as pushy. But he explains that most guilds are actually far more persistent and much less polite when trying to recruit someone. Still, nothing he's saying seems to have any effect on our protagonist. On top of that, he talks too fast, so Choi Hyun-sung cuts him off. Our hero says he wants to know how much the signing bonus is and what the annual salary would be. Go says that depends on the person's level and attributes. At that point, our hero realizes they're starting to reveal their cards. But the recruiter promises that at the very least, he'll secure a signing bonus of 100 million and an annual salary of 10 million. The protagonist is surprised. Even if they're underestimating him, they're still offering a lot. Maybe they want our hero as their main player. It still doesn't make much sense since the protagonist has never heard of a guild offering that much money to a rookie. Except, of course, for the country's one and only buff, Kim Hana, who had already proven her worth to the world, which isn't the case for Choi Hyun-sung. Our hero does have his unique buy and sell ability, but they definitely don't know that. When he got his player card, he made sure to only reveal his level. That's when the protagonist realizes what's really going on. Choi Hyun-sung asks if all of this is because of the magic stones. The recruiter says he doesn't know what he's talking about. It was just for a second, but Lee reacted. You can tell the recruiter really has no idea what he's talking about. Now she, on the other hand, is doing a poor job of hiding it. But it's not like a major guild would be chasing after someone just for magic stones. They probably already suspect that the protagonist has a unique ability. The recruiter wants to know what he's thinking. After all, he has nothing to lose. Choi Hyun-sung starts by saying that showing his status window offers him no advantage, then adds that Go hasn't made any real promises yet. The recruiter says he'll promise everything once he sees the hero's status. Choi Hyun-sung says he wants the 100 million bonus up front. Then he'll show them whatever they want and join the guild. Once again, the recruiter insists he needs to see the status window first. So with that, the protagonist ends the conversation. Choi Hyun-sung had already expected something like this to happen. Apparently, he's going to have to be more careful with the gems. He's drawn enough attention to be investigated. At that moment, the hero receives a call from an unknown number. And once again, the same recruiter he was just talking to. Choi Hyun-sung immediately hangs up. The boy is running out of patience with them. Later, at home, a new message arrives. Again, it's Go trying to talk to our hero about joining the guild. Out of patience, the protagonist picks up his phone and blocks the contact. Once more, Choi Hyun-sung is out hunting. Afterward, at the dungeon exit, our hero is being waited for. But the protagonist completely ignores him. In another dungeon, the creatures are blue lizards. But this group of monsters is defeated easily. The protagonist is already quite tired. But the rate things are going, soon he'll be able to buy the elixir. The next dungeon is home to the red maned wolves, recommended for levels 15 to 20. This area, unlike the last one, is crowded, but not overly so. The giant wolves are under attack by a party of adventurers. Up close, our hero is sure these creatures are stronger than the lizards he fought, but even so, they'll go down in a single hit. Our hero believes that with his current stats, he can defeat level 50 monsters. For today, he's aiming for the Wolf Hunter title. Deeper in the dungeon, a security badge is stained with blood. From the shadows, it's clear the man is being eaten alive. His level 71 partner can't believe what he's seeing. The creature he's facing is a two-headed dog. The player tries to help his friend, but in a second, he loses his arm. The creature moves so fast he didn't even see what happened. In a desperate move, he tries to escape. But with one attack, the player loses his life. The protagonist doesn't have to walk far to find people. Choi Hyun-sung figures that since it's a popular dungeon, it's pretty crowded. Our hero finds that very concerning. These portals started appearing 10 years ago, and even after the discovery of a heroic dungeon, a new one always shows up. Since new players awaken every year, a wolf leaps to attack, but Choi Hyun-sung beheads it in midair. Before he even lands, a group is already waiting for him. Quickly, he prepares a fireball. Effortlessly, he blows them all up with one strike. Another group is already getting ready to attack. Our hero raises his shield, but instead he punches the hound. Then he chains into a combo with a strike from his blade. Right after, the hero prepares to launch a magic missile attack, which instantly blows up one of the wolves. The pack and the protagonist stare each other down, and the protagonist taunts them to come at him. Fearlessly, the wolves charge, and the protagonist leaps over them. In the end, Choi Hyun-sung finishes the battle quickly and already earns his first title. Our hero finds his blade's ability very useful. It looks like this area has already been cleared, so Choi Hyun-sung decides to move on. A small group is fighting some monsters. Choi Hyun-sung just ignores them, but then he finds another group fighting as well. Since it's so crowded, our hero decides to head to another dungeon. But before that, he hears a desperate scream. When the protagonist turns around, he sees two players dying at the same time. The protagonist locks eyes with the giant creature. One female player tries to run away, but she gets squashed like a fly. A piece of the girl flies through the air and lands at the protagonist's feet. Seeing that, Choi Hyun-sung feels like throwing up. The three-headed dog has wiped out the entire player party. Facing that massive hound for the first time, our hero is tense. With a swift movement, the dog tries to crush him, but the protagonist dodges easily. For the first time, Choi Hyun-sung feels like his life is truly in danger. The protagonist hides behind a rock, but the panther attacks exactly where he's hiding. Choi Hyun-sung hadn't expected his stealth to fail. He even jumps to escape, but even though the attack only grazes him, his armor is already destroyed. The protagonist is left with only his shirt and cloak. The giant panther attacks again, and the hero jumps and slams his shield into the feline's nose, leaving the monster stunned, but doesn't turn out to be very effective. Choi Hyun-sung drops his bag on the ground, and he prepares his fire attack, launching 3 at once. This time, the monster seems to feel it. Choi Hyun-sung grabs his things and tries to flee since his magic didn't deal as much damage as he hoped. This monster is seriously tough, though this dungeon is meant for level 20 players. The protagonist fires off 2 more fireballs. He hits 2 heads at once, but if he keeps this up, his mana will run out quickly. Even with the distraction, the protagonist takes a hit from behind. Luckily, Choi Hyun-sung survived. His cloak is much more durable than the rented equipment. The dog tries to pummel him, but it's in vain. Our hero is afraid of running out of breath at this pace. Quickly, he opens his purchase system and finds a gem that boosts dexterity. In the middle of the chase, he manages to eat the gem. 20 minutes later, he's consumed enough. Now his total stats reach 849. With that, he throws a fireball. Half of the dog's face is scorched by the blast. On the first strike, he dodges. For the second, the panther uses its paw to block. Even so, the monster is injured. At this pace, the protagonist is going to win the fight quickly. But the giant panther begins regenerating rapidly. Now it's clear that fireballs won't be enough. Maybe this won't be so easy after all. Our hero discovers that the monster is weak to fire, but he needs something stronger to handle this. As he runs, the giant hound chases him. Our hero finds a skill he might be able to buy. The problem is, it's expensive, and he worries about his health. But right now, he needs to survive. Choi Hyun-sung turns, ready to fight. He prepares to use his ability. The giant charges at him with full fury. Choi Hyun-sung prepares a fire spear, hoping to land the hit. This is the new flame ability. Luckily, the attack explodes right in the monster's face. Our hero cheers that it worked. One of the heads explodes. Now only 2 remain, but the second strike misses entirely. Choi Hyun-sung doesn't lose focus. He challenges the beast to see who will survive this fight. The first spear misses the target, but the second hits dead on, blowing up one of the panther's heads. The protagonist celebrates again. But the joy doesn't last long. He opens his status window and sees that his mana is gone. His goal now is to survive until his energy is restored. Elsewhere, a girl screams in panic. All the players are evacuating the dungeon. Only the guards remain behind. What they're witnessing is a horrific scene left by the monster. One of them says he found a footprint. Judging by the size, that group assumes the creature is not normal. The girl starts to wonder if it's really a good idea to go after this thing. One of the players doesn't like sitting around waiting for help, especially since the guards outside aren't responding. That means they too might have been taken by this creature. Even though they aren't very confident, the group leader still wants to investigate. One of them refuses to go any further. He doesn't want to die because of his job, but the leader says he's worried that other people might be in danger. Still, that player doesn't care about anyone else, and that sparks a heated argument. The fight escalates to the point where both of them have to be separated. One of the players tries to remind them that this isn't the time. In the battle, Choi Hyun-sung's mana isn't recovering fast enough, and the monster shows no signs of tiring. On top of that, the heads are regenerating again. The protagonist needs to end the fight before it fully recovers. Our hero prepares one more spear, but if he misses, it's over. The two stare at each other for a long time. Then Choi Hyun-sung decides to drop his weapon. Driving this fight out any longer isn't good for him. The protagonist grips the fire spear tightly. It's time to settle the score. Our hero feels like he's about to do something crazy, so he pauses and takes a deep breath, and he's ready for anything. The hound tries to crush him, but doesn't even come close. Before it knows it, Choi Hyun-sung is in the air near the beast's head. But the dog manages to dodge his attack, which causes some frustration in our hero. This time, it's Cerberus who strikes, but our hero dodges just in time. The creature tries to take advantage and attack him midair, so the protagonist pushes off a rock. Using the momentum to hurl himself forward, he slashes with his spear. At first, it looks like he missed, but when he lands, our hero celebrates. Even a grazing hit left a scar on the monster's face. Choi Hyun-sung charges easily at his enemy. The monster tries to attack, but it's effortlessly dodged. On top of that, the hero lands a hit on the creature, which cries out in pain. Seeking revenge, the dog tries to crush him again. Choi Hyun-sung uses his speed and climbs onto its back and thrusts the spear into the back of its neck. Then he jumps as high as he can and drives the fire spear downward. Not satisfied, the hero keeps pushing the weapon deeper. When there's nothing left above the neck, our hero believes he's finally won the fight. With that, Cerberus is dead. Or not, because a giant paw comes at him. Our hero raises his shield, but it's useless, and he's torn to pieces. The dog's face is already regenerating, and once again, the protagonist is cornered by the creature. No doubt about it, this is one stubborn beast. On top of that, his mana is nearly depleted. The protagonist gets ready for one final round. He attacks the half-formed face, just as another paw comes down toward his neck, but Choi Hyun-sung counters right away. In the end, he throws his spear, blowing up the other neck. And finally, the giant monster collapses lifeless. Choi Hyun-sung, with a burned hand and completely exhausted, he gazes at his fallen enemy. At that moment, a new notification pops up. The protagonist earns a rare achievement for defeating the monster known as Gradoon. Choi Hyun-sung didn't know he was fighting a named creature. Then, another message appears. Our hero wasn't expecting this one. Our hero receives the title of Level Breaker for slaying a monster 100 levels above his own. He's happy with the 2 new achievements, though it took a massive effort. Suddenly, the monster's body begins to transform into mana, becoming a skill book. The protagonist walks over and picks the item up from the ground. The rare and unique skill grants the ability not to die as long as the head isn't destroyed, with all other wounds regenerating. As long as he protects his head, any attack can be healed. Our hero is now almost immortal. Even if the regeneration is slow, he can still evolve this ability. The protagonist has never seen a rare skill for sale that can evolve like this one. Tanks would absolutely go crazy over this book. Choi Hyun-sung gathers his things and gets ready to leave. He can't help but think that there's no other skill like this in the world. It's one of a kind. A message asks if he would like to activate the power of immortality. Choi Hyun-sung accepts and a blue light begins to glow. As soon as his passive ability activates, he starts to regenerate. But it seems this skill consumes vitality. Fortunately, our hero has plenty of that. Later, the protagonist checks the titles he earned. The first one boosts all attributes by 5. What excites him is that it's a common rank, which means our hero can improve that percentage. Now with the other title, he gains +3 vitality. Choi Hyun-sung considers Gradoon to have been a good boy. Having wrapped everything up, he decides to head back. A team of players rushes in to hunt the monster. They are the extermination squad from the player association. One of the members announces that he's found players. A girl in group immediately identifies herself as part of the association. The adventurers are completely confused. The squad leader Shin Yuna says she heard a rumor about a high-level monster. That's why she asks everyone to evacuate. One girl is frightened, but the leader confirms that it's all true. Shin asks if any of the team members have already detected the creature, but he says he can only sense the wolves. Suddenly, something changes. He says a player has been found. Shin wants to know where and how many. The answer is that it's just one person. The protagonist is making his way back happy as can be, but he feels someone coming his way. He stops right where he is, worried about who these people might be. It's clear they are high level. Their gear is very shiny. The group's leader asks our hero if everything is all right. A bit suspicious, our hero says yes, he's fine. Shin notices the hero is pretty dirty, so she asks if he encountered the monster. Choi Hyun-sung says he doesn't know what she means by that. The group leader responds that he saw the high-level monster. Our hero assumes the association already knows about the situation. Our hero decides to say yes, he did encounter the creature. Suddenly, the girl gets closer than she should, excited and eager to know more. That's when she realizes her mistake. Shin quickly apologizes, then she says she'll help him, and hands him a vial to treat his wounds. Choi Hyun-sung recognizes that it's a very rare item. The description says the potion heals quickly. Shin tells him to just spray it on his hand and that's it. The protagonist doesn't really know how to react, so he decides to talk about the monster. The leader tells him to go on. Choi Hyun-sung says the creature was a giant black-furred, 3-headed jaguar. Shin says a monster like that has never been seen before. Not even her companions know anything about it. The protagonist continues and says the monster was the size of a house, and that it went in that direction. Shin then thanks him. Right after, they disappear in the blink of an eye. Even our hero is surprised by their speed, but he's glad he defeated the creature. Otherwise, by the time those players arrive, the monster would have claimed more lives. The reward is just a bonus. Even if that group is now going to be searching for nothing, the team reaches the end of the dungeon. One of the players wonders if the creature passed through the portal. The leader hopes not, because that would cause an even bigger problem. She knows the monster has already tasted blood and it will return for more. This time, all she could do was file a report to the association. But something still bothers her. Only now does she stop to think about how that man escaped. For someone who lost his entire party, he didn't seem all that shaken. Shin decides to go back just to talk to him. The captain tells her men to wait. The mage wants to know what's bothering her. Shin says she's concerned about the player she met earlier. The tank is sure he's fine, but since he's alone, she wants to be sure. After some hesitation, he agrees. In the end, her team agrees to wait for her. With one step, she vanishes into the shadows. As she makes her way back up, she notices something strange. There seem to be some stains on the wall. It catches her attention, but she continues on until she reaches the exit gate. Obviously, she doesn't find the boy, so she assumes he made it out safely. Back in his apartment, the new skill has proven to be quite effective. Even though the regeneration is slow, combined with healing magic, it's very useful. With nothing else to do, the protagonist drops onto the couch. He's completely exhausted. Soon, his mother arrives. Right away, she notices that her son's face looks different. Choi Kun-sung knows exactly why. He spent a lot of points buying the fire spear, but to deflect, he simply says he's been working a lot. Then he asks if there's anything to eat, but she gets angry because he didn't even have lunch. So his mother decides to make something for him. Choi Kun-sung is starting to have a bit of a problem on his hands. It'll be bad for him if these situations start happening frequently. At that moment, his sister calls their mother asking about the protagonist, and apparently she's talking about the incident that happened in the dungeon, where many people lost their lives. Most likely, the public figured out the victims' names by checking who hadn't left the dungeon yet. His mother then ends the call. From her expression, she's clearly not happy. She's already figured out that this is why he got home earlier. Choi Kun-sung tries to calm her down, saying he didn't see the monster. His mother begins by saying she always knew this job was too dangerous. But our hero says he enjoys what he does. He says that besides being happy, hunting monsters is fun. The next day, the Red Wolf dungeon is temporarily closed. The place is quite crowded. During the investigation, they discover where the first victims were attacked and where they found the trail of the three-headed jaguar. But there are no clues as to where the creature went, says tracking specialist Kim Dong-soo. Shin says it doesn't make sense for the monster to still be in the dungeon, since they searched everywhere. Kim says he doesn't know what happened either, but he's trying to follow its tracks. The squad leader volunteers to go with him. The officer thanks her, saying he feels much safer with her by his side, but she just says she's doing her job. Using his powers, Kim discovers that this area was also attacked by the monster. Then it went in another direction, but the investigator encounters something strange. The jaguar let a player escape. Kim runs, watching the scene through his magic. He says a fight took place. That way, he discovers it was just one player who fought the beast. Kim says you can still sense the residue of fire magic use. Also, the endurance of this player is very high, so he assumes the person might be a magic swordsman. And so they both arrive where the main battle happened. The investigator says the beast took a heavy blow at this location, opening a fatal wound on the creature. Shin doesn't understand how a monster that wiped out all the security officers could have been wounded. Kim originally believed the player was a swordsman, but now he's shifting to the possibility of a mage with very high dexterity, and someone using some very powerful skills. They both head to the next site, the place where the battle was decided. That leaves the captain even more confused. Kim is once again puzzled by his earlier claim that the player was a mage, since what he's seeing now is a fierce close-quarters battle, followed by powerful magic use. This player is a hybrid of swordsman and mage. Since there's no body, the investigator assumes the creature turned into items or magic crystals. Shin is extremely confused. Aside from magic swordsmen and mages being rare, they're also a rather mediocre class. But this person hunted a monster far above the dungeon's level all alone. Kim says he saw in the report that the highest level player to enter that cave was, at most, level 24. Also, this person wasn't one of the officers, since all of them were wiped out, and the ones outside didn't do anything due to ongoing conflict. There's no way a regular player could have done this, she thinks. Kim speculates that maybe it was someone who hasn't renewed their player registration, since players are only required to do that once every 2 years. But that's not enough for her. At most, such a player would reach level 50, and besides that, no guild-backed player entered this dungeon either. Kim agrees, and it's a very bizarre situation. Even if a very powerful player was in that cave, it makes no sense for them to be wandering around a beginner dungeon. Shin asks if there's any way to track this player. Kim is mainly specialized in tracking monsters. Still, he promises to try. The officer uses his special powers. He says that right after the battle ended, the player's tracks disappeared as well. In this terrain, it will be very hard for him to track the player using his magic. Shin asks how he managed to do it with a monster. The officer says it's because monsters leave clearer traces, like this giant footprint. So if a player isn't in battle or using magic, it's hard to see anything. Besides, this person didn't use any magic afterward. If the player had done that, Kim could have tracked them. Seeing what he's trying to do, Kim realizes he asked the impossible. So she apologizes. Kim is the one who apologizes, saying he still has a lot to learn. Shin says they can head back now, and the officer agrees. In the end, they close the investigation in the dungeon. In her report, Shin states that they need to investigate every player who entered that dungeon. She presumes that the person who defeated the monster has strength above level 100. And if such a player exists, she believes they need to hire them because they can't keep losing all their talent to the guilds. The player association is managed by the government, unlike the guilds, which are private organizations. In the beginning, the association had great influence. The number of players was vast and powerful. But as time went on, the association began to lose its strength while the guilds started consolidating. One of the reasons for this was putting politicians who didn't understand the field in charge of the association. They began to prioritize patriotism and paid players less through exploitative contracts. On the other hand, guilds backed by outsourced media investment could afford to offer better and fairer payments. The association launched an internal investigation and fired politicians tied to corruption, but it was already too late. With the corrupt figures gone, their positions began to be filled by players. Under new leadership, they raised their contracts to compete with the guilds and began chasing after promising players. Thanks to that, the Players Association is distancing itself from its negative image and ushering in a new era. But compared to the guilds, they are still weak. Shim emphasizes that this rookie has the potential to be a top-tier player. They can't afford to miss this chance. Choi Kun-sung would like to finish the Red Wolf dungeon, since all the others have already been cleared. But it's not like there's one available for him to go to. In another city, the protagonist wonders how he will level up his new skill, since there's nothing about it on the internet. Maybe it's just about knowing how to use it. The problem is, it's a passive skill, and he's not supposed to get hurt. At the hotel, Choi Kun-sung tries to think of a way to hide the magic stones. He can't trust those guys standing at the dungeon entrance. The protagonist has to avoid the eyes of the association staff. The inspection is supposedly to prevent players from bringing dangerous items like monster eggs or otherworldly plant seeds. But in truth, everyone knows the real reason is to prevent tax evasion by players. The protagonist is certain that the association and the guild must have some kind of cartel. Our hero needs to find a way. He remembers seeing something available for purchase. The skill being sold creates a space only its owner can access and manipulate. As always, it's very expensive, but it's definitely a skill he's going to need. When he clicks, the book instantly appears in his hand. And of course, he agrees to learn the skill. Without a doubt, Choi Kun-sung is older now. But to test it, he activates the personal space skill. A portal opens in front of him, showing that it worked. Inside, it's much larger than he expected. Far bigger than the tiny studio apartment he once lived in. After that, he closes the portal and is ready to go out and hunt monsters. Choi Kun-sung heads to the portal, hoping everything goes smoothly. He hopes to be mistaken for just another night. Of course, upon closer inspection, there's always someone who doesn't forget. The staff member takes his badge and scans it through the machine. But just as he's about to be cleared, the man asks the protagonist to wait a minute. Soon after, the man confirms our hero's identity. Inside the cave, with a swift move, he slices the wolves into pieces. Right after that, an update comes in. Choi Kun-sung earns a rare title for hunting 1,000 red wolves. In the end, it went pretty smoothly. And all that earlier drama was just for a biometric check. That's why getting into the dungeon was also easy. Choi Kun-sung opens his personal space and sucks the jewels inside, but he holds onto one, since he needs to take something out with him. Choi Kun-sung feels a little nervous as his bag is inspected. In the end, the staff says everything is fine. Then he leaves like it was just another workday. Now the protagonist can be happy because he won't draw attention anymore. 10 days later, Choi Kun-sung finally manages to hunt 10,000 red wolves. The protagonist decides to stop for the day and organize his items. He receives a skill book, but it's one he already has. He'll check the other one later. But now this is the one he wanted. Regenerative Winds, a passive skill that boosts recovery. Quickly, he agrees to learn this new power. A new notification pops up. For some reason, the protagonist can't learn the new skill. Choi Kun-sung is left not knowing what to do. He's never heard of anything like this. What actually happened is that the Book of Immortality absorbs this skill and then enhances itself. Once again, our hero is left clueless. Looking at his skill status window, it seems like nothing changed. Apparently, the Regenerative Winds became part of the other skill. But what's unclear is how much it improved. The protagonist takes his dagger and cuts his own skin. In a short time, the wound closes. But apparently, nothing changed. Maybe, in order to evolve, his skill needs to absorb more books. The problem is that the cost of this one, for example, is 30 million. But its efficiency is very low. In the end, he leaves the dungeon, and he walks away while using his phone. An unknown number calls him. The protagonist decides to answer. The person on the other end already knows they're speaking to Choi Kun-sung. It's the leader of the second support team who's calling. Immediately, he gets nervous. The protagonist says he only wanted to receive this call if his terms have been accepted. The caller remembers clearly the 100 billion won contract. That's why they decided to agree to his demands, and now they want to meet to sign the contract. Choi Kun-sung starts to think it might be a scam. But the caller insists it's not, saying that since such a large amount is involved, they're handling it seriously. For a moment, the protagonist is speechless. He says he's too tired at the moment for a meeting, but he'd like to see the contract first. Of course, the man says he'll send it. Still not fully believing it, he says he'll call again after reviewing the contract. He hangs up, and shortly after, he receives the contract. For the protagonist, his piece is over. Later, Choi Kun-sung goes to a law firm. The lawyer takes a look at the document, and at first glance, everything seems in order. But then the lawyer notices many clauses that could hurt the protagonist if the guild chooses to exploit them. Choi Kun-sung wants to know exactly what those details are. The first point is that if he does anything that damages the guild's image, the contract will be voided. The executives are the ones who decide that. Another clause says that if they decide the player doesn't meet expectations, they can also terminate the contract. and the penalty for breaching the contract is quite significant. In that case, if any of these things happen, the protagonist has to pay 10 times the bonus amount. The protagonist is already losing patience with these people. According to the lawyer, he recommends scheduling a meeting to adjust these clauses and set a clear table for the bonus amount, not a multiplier of 10. The protagonist tries calling the guild representative. He knows he has to talk to them calmly, but that's going to be hard. The protagonist calls the first business manager who had previously tried to make a deal, and this time the man offers a 50 million bonus. Choi Hyun-sung says what he wanted was 100, and the negotiator knows that. But realistically speaking, even though the guild is a big company, the amount he's asking for is very high. To be honest, the man had to beg just to get the 50 billion approved. In this situation, Choi Hyun-sung says he'll think about it. Even the man is surprised. Then he sends the contract to our hero. Choi Hyun-sung examines the document, which appears to be the same as the previous one, except for the bonus. The lawyer checks whether everything went well. Our hero says yes and asks him to review the new document. Of course, the man is happy to do it, but when he comes back, something is bothering him. The lawyer suspects the contract wasn't written by the same person. Choi Hyun-sung asks how he figured out that it was written by two different people. He says the layout is the same, but there are some differences. To start, this one has fewer unfavorable clauses, and the penalty fee was reduced to 5 times the bonus amount. The protagonist wants to know why the same guild would offer 2 different contracts. Apparently, there's some kind of internal conflict going on. But that's actually good for our hero. It means he can get a better deal. So the hero asks the lawyer to create a contract based on the first one, but without the tricks. At the hotel, Choi Hyun-sung searches the internet and quickly sees that there's a dispute between the guild master and the vice leader. That's why our hero feels like messing with them. So our hero calls Seo, the second leader of the support team, first. Obviously, the man is surprised and hopes his client has already made a decision. Choi Hyun-sung says he wants a bigger bonus. He now asks for 200 billion. First comes the shock, then the guy says that's probably not possible. So the protagonist asks for 300 billion. Seo then comes clean and asks if our hero is messing with him. Choi Hyun-sung says he's already been contacted by team leader Go Jin-suk, which makes it obvious that things aren't going well between them. Seo ends up falling right into the trap, and he ends up promising to match any offer that was made. Obviously, the two of them hate each other. Now he calls Go. Of course, the team leader's happy and asks if our hero has reviewed the contract. The protagonist says yes, and that he even wanted to sign it. Naturally, Go suggests they meet, but Choi Hyun-sung says he changed his mind. Of course, the man gets totally confused. Our hero says he's going to send over a contract he received by message. Go asks for a second to look at the document. When he receives it, the protagonist tells them to resolve their internal issues first, and then they can talk. Until then, the 100 billion bonus is now too low. He now proposes 200. Actually, 300 would be more acceptable. Naturally, the guy gets completely confused, but if he doesn't want it, he can just turn it down. Then he hangs up the phone. Now the protagonist starts editing the audio from the call and sends it to both of them. Right after, he throws away his phone. Both of them listen to the edited audio, and by their reactions, it's not good. 1 month later, the vice leader is wondering where Choi Hyun-sung went. Seo says that in the dungeons they manage, the protagonist hasn't shown up. He also sent some people to look for him, but nothing. The boss yells that he's useless. He doesn't care how. He just wants that kid found. Because of the incident caused by Choi Hyun-sung, the guild split in two. Due to the conflict between the leader and the vice president, Seo was lucky to check the association's records, but even so, it's not exactly legal to look at those government-managed documents. That's not the biggest problem right now. Choi Hyun-sung has completely disappeared. His boss asks if the protagonist went to another guild. In Seo's opinion, probably not. But at that exact moment, the vice president explodes at the answer and tells the kid to get out of his sight. As the door closes, he even smashes a cup. Seo walks through the hallway and avoids everyone. He's extremely nervous, all because of the leaked audios. Because of that, most of the team sided with the other faction. He needs to find Choi Hyun-sung no matter what. For our hero, just the hunting points are already enough. That way, the protagonist is earning 600,000 per day. Little by little, he's getting what he wants. His sales are going well too. If he keeps it up, he'll reach his goal soon. Our hero only has one complaint. The sales window could be bigger, and he has to register items one by one. It would be better if he could register several at once. It's not like he can take out his electronic devices. Choi Hyun-sung asks if there's a way to rank up. A user who sells medicine can register way more items than he can. Apparently, he needs 10 billion points to reach the next level, and our hero is already halfway there. While he's talking, a monster approaches from behind. Attacking with his spear, the creature takes a boot to the face and gets thrown to the ground. Then the protagonist prepares the magic missile, blowing up the monster. But the situation is a bit more complicated. A group of monsters shows up. Not only that, they have acidic tongues. The group all jump on him at once. Our hero activates the fireball, blasting them all into the air. But that's not the end. They charge again without fear. Our hero is already getting annoyed, to the point of drawing his sword. This time, he goes on the offensive. The monster doesn't even see it coming when it's hit. Choi Hyun-sung is so fast, he cuts down two at once. and his blade absorbs the blood it collects. It doesn't matter to the protagonist. Everyone here still goes down in one hit. Besides that, it looks like someone bought the batteries, and a new complaint shows up for him. Choi Kun-sung is already getting irritated with the situation. The user's message is insistent that the batteries be sold for half the price, and all the other messages say the same thing. Our hero decides to check that person's profile. It's clear that he sells a wide variety of things, but the only things he bought from the protagonist were the batteries. It would be a different story if he was buying electronic products, but this person is just buying disposable batteries, and on top of that, he's demanding they be sold for a lower price. Our hero wonders why he should do that. He quickly registers the new items. Right after, the batteries are sold, but Choi Kun-sung already expected that. And obviously, another complaint comes in. At first, the protagonist is a little confused, but he quickly understands that this guy wants to push him out of business, and he accepts the challenge. Ro wants to see how far the protagonist can go. He doubts he can be defeated. Ro was also a rookie with the buy and sell ability. That's how he became strong, and in that way, he became the ruler of his planet. But that doesn't mean it was easy. The points were never enough no matter how much he saved. It was simple to use, but gathering points was always difficult. Grow knows the usual pattern is to gather points through hunting, buying skills to grow stronger. But every now and then someone different appears. Someone who can sell unique items from their planet, even when those items are under monopoly. In Grow's eyes, everyone is just a delivery person. He buys all the person's items and then files a complaint, forcing the person to be suspended for 3 months. Then he just repeats the process. No matter who it is, it always works. The person ends up having to sell the items based on Grow's mood. Then he takes control of the item monopoly and forces another suspension on the seller. But something's wrong. There are no more batteries for sale. Apparently, all of the protagonist's items have sold out. Our hero heads to the mall and leaves with a shopping cart full of items. Choi Kun-sung has figured out that someone is trying to shut down his business, but he's already sold all of his items. Still, he doesn't intend to make things easy. Round 2 is about to begin. The battle of selling and reselling starts, but other players are also buying. Even after doubling the price, he keeps selling. Unfortunately, Grow will eventually catch up to him. But if they're going to clash anyway, the protagonist triples the price. As a result, his point total surpasses 10 billion. He's now at the rare level and the sales window can hold up to 100 items. At first, the protagonist was offended, but now this Grow guy ended up helping more than hurting, though it was very risky. The complaints nearly outnumbered the products. Choi Kun-sung decides to change the items for sale. Now he wants to see how his opponent reacts. Grow assumes the kid gave up. He probably needs to restock. The same goes for Grow, who also took a heavy hit. When battery prices quadrupled, that was the worst part. He's extremely angry at our hero. Even so, he couldn't back down. Grow believes he pushed the protagonist to his limit just in time. That's when something strange happens. This time, he sees a camping battery listed for sale. Grow freaks out at the sight of it. He can't believe Choi Kun-sung had something like that up his sleeve. On top of that, over 70 of them are registered, totaling more than 2.1 billion. There's also the problem that there may be even more of those available for purchase. Grow would have to invest a lot more. If he had any certainty, he'd buy them without hesitation. The problem is, he doesn't know this guy's limit. In the end, Grow admits defeat. Another sale is completed successfully, with no new complaints, meaning his opponent gave up, and the camping batteries were bought by the same regular customers. Right after, Grow relists the batteries for resale, and the protagonist bursts out laughing at this desperate move. Though, thanks to him, our hero ended up selling more than expected. Back home, the protagonist sees something that makes him think he needs to update his shop. Maybe he saw something interesting. In the other world, the demon girl notices that an arcade machine and a game bundle have been added for sale. She already has a Nintendo, so she's unsure if it's worth buying. Choi Kun-sung is definitely richer. Now he has 14 billion, but to rank up to heroic, he needs to reach the trillion range. For some reason, the difficulty for that is extremely high. Our hero knows it will take a long time to reach it, but if he does reach heroic, he'll be able to sell items like the elixir his father needs. And maybe he'll gain more benefits besides increased sales slots. Rousing a bit, our hero sees that there are comments on his products. The first review is from someone named Barakat, praising the Nintendo for being fun, but the others complain that it's useless. The same person then bashes the shaver, saying it's only useful for people with beards, and other profiles agree with him. Barakat's username is everywhere, leaving reviews on all his products. On the new battery, however, people are furious that only now he's selling a superior product after they stocked up on the old ones. Looks like they're starting to wise up. Choi Kun-sung knows there are products that can have infinite energy using magic stones, but they cost a fortune, so they're not worth selling either. Aside from that, the arcade reviews are doing well. The protagonist decides to check the items in the purchase window. Our hero sees a dragon egg for sale, but it's very expensive. Barakat writes in the review that having a dragon as a pet is worth it, but it's hard to feed, and at 30 billion, it's tough to buy. Choi Kun-sung lies on his bed, imagining how much the legendary elixir costs. That's when his mother calls. Our hero wonders why she's calling at this hour. His mother wants to know if her son knows someone named Siu Dae-dong. At first, the protagonist doesn't remember, but she says this guy is from the support team of the Siwa Guild. Choi Hyun-sung suddenly flashes back to who that person is. She says he came to her house. Our hero wants to know if he just randomly showed up. His mom says he's outside right now. Choi Hyun-sung says he'll call Siwa later, but tells her not to open the door for him. Of course, she's worried, but her son promises to explain everything later. Before hanging up, his mother asks him to be careful. The protagonist promises everything will be fine. Right after, Choi Hyun-sung calls Seo. Naturally, the man is happy that he can finally speak with our hero. Without wasting time, the protagonist wants to know why he's at his mother's house. The man says it was just a casual visit with no hidden motives. According to him, the hero's mother should also know about the contract, since it's important for his father. But our hero says he's the one who will be signing it. However, Seo says that kind of decision should be made with the family. Of course, the protagonist disagrees. The man thinks the protagonist is being too harsh, even after he managed to get the requested amount approved. But Choi Hyun-sung doesn't see the contract the same way. Naturally, Seo acts like he doesn't know what's going on, which makes the protagonist even more irritated. Since he knows about the clauses, Seo gets a bit nervous. He says it's just a precaution in the contract, but if the protagonist is as good as they expect, nothing will happen. Then comes the question again. What if he doesn't show his status window? Steve even tries to say that it doesn't matter, but he gets nervous and it clearly shows in the call. Choi Hyun-sung doesn't expect the Siwa Guild to understand how his powers work when they see that he's level 1. The protagonist says he's hanging up and changing his number again. So if Seo calls again, no one will answer. And this guy better never go near the protagonist's mother again. This is the final warning. Once again, Seo is left with nothing, frustrated and anxious over his failure. After that, he calls the team leader. He wants to know if they managed to track Choi Hyun-sung. Apparently yes, but the protagonist isn't in any guild-controlled area. Seo then orders them to call the Huion and tells them to take action. The sales leader doesn't want to ruin our hero's life. It's just a threat to make him come running back asking the guild for protection. Choi Hyun-sung is out shopping again because his items have been selling a lot lately. He scrolls on his phone and as always fills his cart. But our hero stops in front of Gosi, then walks out with bags full of clothes. With that, he's done with his shopping day. Afterward, he heads to the portal. There he's ready to hunt. A group of monsters sees the intruder in their territory and attacks him in a horde. With one move, our hero takes down 2 of them at once. Then he shifts his blade's position and slices a frogman in 2. Right after, the protagonist jumps, ready to use his fireball, blasting the area into flames. 5 hours later, Choi Hyun-sung achieves the milestone of hunting 10,000 frogmen. He thinks it went faster than expected. Another day completed, the protagonist exits the portal without trouble. This time, he decides to head to the Goblin Dungeon today as well. But a group of strangers seems to be waiting for him. They visually confirm the target. Then, one of the group members decides to follow him. Choi Hyun-sung crosses the portal and ends up in a forest. It's his first time in this kind of biome. Now it's time to infiltrate. The protagonist activates stealth and heads deeper into the forest. He finds the goblins gathered, so he decides to begin the hunt. The small creatures won't even stand a chance against the magic missiles. The goblins charge in a group, but the protagonist blows them up with a fireball. Only, it's not over. Another group is coming his way. Choi Hyun-sung considers these creatures to be fairly clever, but they all get blown up too. The hordes are large and they don't stop coming. The protagonist still uses his lightning bolts to thin their numbers. When he least expects it, an attack comes without warning, but our hero manages to deflect it with his hand. The goblins are using blow darts, but his cloak is enough to block the attacks. With one motion, the creatures are sent crawling. Our hero climbs a tree. From up there, he sees the battlefield. The creatures keep coming, and he jumps down, smashing one into the ground. Finally, the creatures begin to show fear. The protagonist doesn't give them time and slices one in half. With the ground full of crystals, he's done for today. He opens the portal, ready to store his items. Our hero senses someone approaching. Choi Hyun-sung even thinks it's more goblins, but it's a man asking who dares enter his hunting ground. And he's not alone. The protagonist didn't expect to see a player here, and by the looks of it, they're after Choi Hyun-sung. Of course, our hero doesn't understand what's going on. Their leader says no one should be hunting in his territory. Choi Hyun-sung says he paid to be here like everyone else. But the group's leader says this area belongs to him, so now the protagonist has to hand over his magic stones. And on top of that, he has to give up his gear for the trouble. Our hero never expected to meet a bully like this. He had only heard about this kind of thing online. Choi Hyun-sung warns that they're making a serious mistake. The group's leader decides to explain something to him. Inside the dungeon, modern weapons or electronic devices don't work, so any problem becomes one person's worry against the other. Any fatal accident can be blamed on a monster. The message is clear. They rob players and do it at any cost. But the protagonist doesn't understand one thing. They still want to threaten our hero after seeing that battlefield. Tired of waiting, the leader orders his men to attack. But Choi Hyun-sung thinks they're way too slow. The first spear flies past him and gets stuck in the ground. Worse, it was meant to cause a serious injury. Right after, the rest of the group comes in. With one move, he cuts the sword of the first attacker. Then the protagonist kicks him to push him away, throwing the bandit far off. The third raises a black blade to strike. With a punch, he's out of the fight too. Not just the thieves' leader, but everyone is left speechless. Now they're offended, and the order is to kill. One of the warriors leaps in without hesitation, but the protagonist simply cuts his sword in two. With an elbow to the nose, that one's done. Another one tries to attack from behind. Without even realizing, the man is in serious danger. But at the last moment, our hero shifts his blade's position. The man ends up with just a scratch on his shoulder. Then, Choi Kun-sung grabs the guy's head and slams it into the ground. But our hero is already losing patience. Now three come at once. The protagonist decides to put away his blade. Then he opens a portal to retrieve an item. A shield comes into his hand. In the middle of the forest, someone watches closely, and he sees the group getting absolutely destroyed. For him, the order would be easier if he could just take the target's life. But maybe cutting off a leg will be enough. The man steps out from the bushes. Choi Kun-sung notices his arrival and mistakes him for a security officer. From the looks of it, this one is more serious. Even our hero can tell. The group calls the man their guild master. Some of the thieves look confused as if they'd never seen this person before. The master asks our hero if he's the one responsible for this mess. But before he can explain that they were the ones who started it, Choi Kun-sung blocks a sword attack. This guy is way stronger than the others. Our hero is pushed back. The master didn't expect a rookie to block his strike, especially one who's already completed the second-class advancement. Someone like this shouldn't even be in a dungeon, but he's deeply offended by that. The master says he wanted this to be over quickly. Now he needs to tear off an arm to feel satisfied. He jumps at our hero with all his might, but once again, he's blocked. Choi Kun-sung deflects his blade without a problem. Our hero has to admit, this guy is strong. He's definitely different from those low-level thugs. His strength and speed are greater than the protagonist's. His blade is faster than the vampiric sword. Good thing he had a shield. Only now does the protagonist realize. He doesn't even know how he ended up in this situation. Choi Kun-sung decides he needs to get out of here. So he summons the fire spear. The guildmaster doesn't even see it coming. A massive explosion erupts. Our hero uses the moment to run. The master is still alive, but with his hair scorched. Choi Kun-sung is impressed that the man survived such a deadly blow. Already out of patience, the swordsman charges and closes the distance in a second, delivering a strike with his sword. The protagonist still manages to block it with his shield, but the blow would have been fatal. On the ground, he summons his fire spear again, and the man leaps away. The two stare each other down, but our hero has another plan. The spear strikes the ground, creating a smoke screen. For a second, the master seems lost, but he swings blindly and hits the shield. The man is pleased to have found his target. He tries to strike again, but the boy dodges to the side. Our hero realizes his opponent isn't trying to kill him. Choi Kun-sung straps the shield onto his back and creates another fire spear, causing another explosion between them. Once again, a smokescreen fills the area, so he doesn't see the next strike coming. Choi Kun-sung uses the opportunity to open the sales menu. He finds the item he needs, a book that increases stats by 50% for 60 seconds, but it costs 20 billion points. As soon as he confirms, the book appears in his hands. Quickly, he learns the skill. The effect is instantly felt in his body. Then the guild master appears again, thinking his target has finally given up. Our hero only has 60 seconds. He can't waste them. That's when the guild master charges at full speed. Choi Kun-sung is ready to finish him with one blow, but Lee Shu-hee steps between them. At first glance, our hero doesn't recognize her. The guild master doesn't even realize his sword was sliced in two, with just one movement of her weapon, and he's unable to react to the next strike. Our hero is left speechless. His opponent lies unconscious on the ground. Choi Kun-sung can't even tell what just happened. Lee, on the other hand, recognizes the protagonist. She says she was too rude the last time they met. Our hero slowly begins to remember her. Choi Kun-sung has a flash of memory of the girl who gave him the rare potion. Now he remembers her clearly. The protagonist wastes no time and thanks Lee. But the team leader apologizes and says she was watching everything from the beginning. That takes our hero by surprise. The girl explains she had been following everything since the start of the ambush. With every word, Choi Kun-sung grows more confused. Lee, smiling, says all these people are criminals. Our hero assumes she was acting as a witness to confirm their crimes. But that's not it. She just wanted to see how skilled he really was. Again, Choi Kun-sung is completely confused. The girl decides to start from the beginning. She introduces herself as Lee Shu-hee, head of security for the Hero Association. And she wasn't following the bandits. She was following the protagonist. But for now, she wants to continue the conversation outside the dungeon. First, she wants to clear the area of these criminals. And the protagonist agrees. Choi Kun-sung asks if there's any record of these people committing crimes before. Lee says there's no hard evidence, but they've been linked to several disappearance cases. That's the word they use, but the charges are for murder. However, the protagonist says they didn't seem to have that intention with him. Lee agrees with that too. They both return to the beginning of the conflict. Our hero wants to know why they would do something like this, and that's exactly what she wants to find out. With a leap, the girl vanishes. Lee returns to the guild leader and says she knows he's awake. The man remains on the ground. and she warns him she's not in the mood to be violent, then gives him a jab. Instantly, the man wakes up. It would have been easier for her if he had already gotten up. Lee wants to know the reason behind the ambush. The man says he was just protecting his guild members who were getting beaten. He goes on to claim he was attacked by a member of the association without reason, and that he was injured while unconscious. He promises to call the police. But she asks if he was really unconscious. How does he know she's from the association? The guy is speechless and even starts to stutter. Lee points her spear at his face and calls him an idiot. So she decides to vaguely explain the situation. They're both inside a dungeon. There's no evidence of anything from in here. So you better stop thinking that Choi Hyun-sung would go to the police to back up his story. Our hero even falls silent at that. Lee advises that if the guy doesn't want a goblin dungeon to become his grave, it's best he start talking. It would have been easier if he at least had one living witness. But the man is stubborn. He starts yelling that a member of the association can't threaten anyone. Clearly, this guy doesn't understand the situation he's in. Lee politely asks to be left alone for a moment. Obviously, he agrees. She asks him to go tie up the other bandits. Since it could be dangerous, it's better if they don't escape. Our hero quickly leaves, leaving the two of them alone. The guild master immediately starts begging for mercy, but all that can be heard is his desperate scream. Choi Hyun-sung does as requested and locks all the bandits inside a circle. Our hero keeps wondering what their goal was. His unique ability was never revealed. Maybe this all happened because of Suwoo and the three-headed beast. Now our hero doesn't know what to do. Maybe the guild really is to blame. Choi Hyun-sung doesn't know what to say when Lee asks how he defeated the beast. Our hero decides he needs to become stronger, but the Suwoo guild isn't going to give up. And based on his last experience, even someone from the association isn't that trustworthy. Our hero swore life would get easier once he became a player. Lee then arrives, worried that it took too long. She explains that those bandits were hired by Suwoo. The order was to cripple the protagonist. The plan was to make him join the guild afterward. But even though they have evidence, the association still can't take action against Suwoo. Choi Hyun-sung looks a little uneasy, but he understands. Lee then asks for them to leave. The association takes all the prisoners away in a bus. Our hero just watches. Lee returns and asks for a moment so they can talk. Now they're both in the association building. Choi Hyun-sung decides to get straight to the point. He wants to know why she was following him. Lee replies that it has to do with the three-headed beast incident. The protagonist asks how she knew he was in the goblin dungeon. She says she saw the dungeon entry log, but our hero thinks that sounds illegal. Lee explains that the association has permission for that. She spends the next half hour explaining the process to him. Since she's on a secret investigation, she just wanted to find out what his ability was. But then everything else happened, so she apologizes for not stepping in sooner. In the end, she wanted to see the protagonist's limits. She got her confirmation when she saw the fight with the guild leader, that Choi Hyun-sung was the one who hunted the giant panther. Our hero wants to know if he'll be punished for hiding the fact that he was the one who killed the monster. She says no, the reason the association is looking for him is something else. What she wants is to reward him. Choi Hyun-sung wasn't expecting that. On top of that, she has an offer. But the protagonist already knows she wants to recruit him. Still, he makes it clear he's not interested in joining any group. Lee expected that, but before anything else, she wants to explain the offer. First, they're willing to give him a 100 billion bonus, plus the various benefits that come with being part of the association, including tax waivers and free equipment. The protagonist assumes he'll have to show his status window, but Lee says it's not necessary, he only has to take a test. Choi Hyun-sung, our hero, wants to know what kind of test. All he has to do is sit down with someone she chooses and answer every question truthfully. Our hero imagines it's going to be an interrogation. There are people with a skill called the contract of truth. If the person tells the truth, nothing happens. But if the person lies, red lights appear on their body. Choi Hyun-sung wants to know why they're going this far. He thinks it would have been better to just hire a high-level player. But Lee says it depends on the individual. Someone who is truly powerful would be even harder to recruit, and someone who just has numbers isn't even worth it. The protagonist asks if it's because of the level 20 law. She doesn't deny it. Choi Hyun-sung says he doesn't know how to break that rule, and if it's revealed to be true, he wants to know if the association would still want to recruit the hero. Lee says yes, just the fact that he got this strong in 3 months is already enough reason to invest in him. Our hero imagines that besides the failed Sumun and the association, other guilds must have found out about him by now. The way he is now, he's still weaker than his enemies. That's why Choi Hyun-sung decides to go through with the test. Lee is happy to hear that. A woman is brought into the room. Just as our hero imagines, she's going to use the contract of truth skill. She asks for permission. Choi Hyun-sung agrees. The player explains that once the skill is activated, a message will appear asking for consent. All he has to do is press yes. The contract of truth begins. The message appears just like she said. Even though he doesn't like the feeling, he accepts. For a second, an energy wraps around our hero, but it quickly fades. Then he notices the player is leaving the room. Now only Choi Hyun-sung and Lee Shui remain. She tells him to relax. It's just a few questions he needs to answer. Our hero takes a deep breath, ready for whatever comes. To begin, the first question is whether he really awakened only 3 months ago. The next question is if he knows how to bypass the level 20 law, and the answer is no. Then she says she believes the protagonist is probably at level 140 and asks why he's hunting in low-level dungeons. That question makes our hero think. Up until now, the questions have been easy. Lee also wants to know if he has a unique skill. Our hero stays silent. She reminds him he has to answer the questions. The leader asks directly if all of this is because of his ability. Choi Kun-sung answers yes. She wants to know if he can use that power on another player. The protagonist thinks for a moment and then says no, he can't. The next question is whether he used his unique ability to bypass the level 20 law. Choi Kun-sung thinks carefully before answering, but he admits that yes, he did. Lee then says the effect of the skill has ended. Our hero asks if he needs to do it again, but she says there's no need. He answered everything she needed to know. She had been suspecting for a while, but now they're certain that the protagonist has a unique skill. Choi Kun-sung guesses that she also has one. The leader agrees but says she can't reveal it. But yes, she has a unique skill. The protagonist seems disappointed that he's not the only one. As the name suggests, the leader explains this kind of power is unique to the person. No one else in the world will have it, and everyone who's ever had a skill like that has reached high positions. The realization hits the protagonist. The woman in front of him is one of those people. Lee explains that there's a limit to how much information is shared with regular people. Just because someone is high level doesn't mean they get information about others. There are laws that protect players so they can keep their unique skills secret. The protagonist asks if he has permission to know all this, and of course he does. In fact, it was technically wrong for her to reveal that she has a special ability, but since they'll be working together, it's fine. Only the protagonist says he never agreed to join the association. Unfortunately for him, in the moment he revealed he had a unique skill, he was out of options. Our hero is speechless. Lee says he doesn't have to worry because it's not the association recruiting him, it's her parents. The leader places a document on the table. It's the player contract. Apparently, he can only do this on a national level. There are almost no conditions in the contract, and in case of injury on the job, the compensation is more than generous, aside from the fact that he has full authority to do whatever he wants with his magic stones and items. Lee takes the opportunity to hand him the pen. Then she points out where he should sign. Honestly, the protagonist is being given everything he needs, but there's one condition that's really bothering him. It's a lifetime contract, and our hero even thinks it feels like slavery. Choi Kun-sung gets curious if other people have contracts like this. Lee says of course not. Otherwise, the organization would go bankrupt. The reason he's receiving a contract like this is because of his unique skill. Our hero is surprised, but it's obvious. He can bypass the level 20 law. Choi Kun-sung can level up and get magic stones and items even from low-level dungeons, which means he can keep leveling up infinitely. To her, this is a chance to recruit a player with the potential to be the strongest in the world, so it's worth spending a bit more. Our hero thinks she's completely wrong, but that works in Choi Kun-sung's favor. The protagonist asks if he can change the contract duration a little. The leader is a bit surprised. She didn't expect that to be an issue. Lee asks if he knows how many people with unique skills exist in the world. There's no exact number, but at most around 80. And before Choi Kun-sung appeared, she was the only one in Korea, stating the obvious. A unique skill is something rare. She understands that the contract term is a little strange, but that's because they can't risk losing someone so rare to another country or private guild. That's why they extended the contract for as long as possible. But yes, they can review that clause. Choi Kun-sung wants to change the contract to a maximum of 1 year. She says that's impossible. However, in exchange, he'll also have to reduce the bonus to 10 billion instead of 100. But the answer remains the same. He proposes 2 years. Lee says she'll keep the bonus to maintain the contract duration. There's a moment of silence. Again, the protagonist tries to keep the contract to 2 years with a 20 billion bonus. But being who he is, if there are no issues with the association, they'll consider renewing the contract. But if she refuses, then no contract will be signed. She asks if he's planning to go to another country. Choi Kun-sung says the protagonist wants to get to know the association before committing. Lee says there are more benefits than downsides, but our hero wants to decide that for himself. She's offering him a lot of money, but the protagonist doesn't want to become anyone's slave because of it. What he needs now is someone to protect him. Of course, if it's a peaceful place, he'll stay, but not before seeing the house first. Our hero says that if he likes the association in 2 years, he'll definitely sign that contract. Choi Kun-sung sees those 2 years as an internship. No one has anything to lose. Lee realizes this is going to be complicated, and she can't decide this alone. The leader wants to speak with her superior first, so she asks for a few minutes. A bit more satisfied, he agrees. Time passes, and Choi Kun-sung waits, fiddling with his phone. Lee returns and says she accepts the proposal, but there's a condition. Our hero is curious to know what it is. She says that if another association or guild makes him an offer, the protagonist has to report it immediately. Also, if the offer is equal, Choi Kun-sung will have to sign the contract again with them. Without any problem, our hero agrees. She presents the new document. Lee hopes both of them do well during this period. They shake hands, wishing each other the best, even if it's only for a short time. Now that he's signed the contract, Lee suggests getting some new equipment, since all of his is rented. Choi Hyun-sung says his sword and cloak are rare rank, so Lee says just replacing the rest will be enough. The next morning, they're at the equipment storage. The weapons on the wall catch the eye. They really have everything here. The protagonist is curious if everyone has access to these items. Lee says not everyone. It depends on the player's position. Item rank access is restricted. But of course, that doesn't apply to our hero, and he's quite happy to hear that. First, he sees a sweet armor, light and durable, that gives +5 dexterity. Choi Hyun-sung doesn't think it's as good as he expected, so he better choose carefully. Lee says she'll explain how the association works while they wait for the gear to be adjusted to his body. Now the fun part begins. Lee is also going to say which department the protagonist will belong to. Our hero is curious. It'll be the surveillance team, but the leader explains that their job is to go into dungeons when there's an accident involving monsters or players, and they help resolve those problems. But since the support teams are understaffed, they'll be helping them out too. Our hero wonders if he'll be useful. Since being alone, it might be too much work for him. She explains he'll be sent to dungeons that match his level to make things easier. Lee also reminds him that she's his superior, so if anything comes up, he just needs to call her. Choi Hyun-sung then asks if he can mention some issues he had before joining. She gladly agrees to listen. To start, the data on the magic stones he collected and sold was handed over to the Siwa Guild. Those guys even had access to his location while he was hunting. Lee says she'll handle his incidents while dealing with the current case, with plans to give that guild the proper punishment. But our hero realizes she doesn't seem surprised by what he said. She says this has been happening for a while, and if it were up to her, Siwa wouldn't exist anymore. Now changing the subject, Lee says they'll also provide housing. Choi Hyun-sung says that's not a problem, since he doesn't usually hunt in the same place for too long. But his leader says that actually is a bit of an issue. Maybe because of the emergency support work. She says they need to properly organize their personnel. Lee wants Choi Hyun-sung to at least notify her every time he goes to a dungeon. That way she can assign him work nearby. Then she hands him a company card to cover all his expenses. Choi Hyun-sung guesses that's not normal either. Lee says if other people find out about it, they'll protest, saying he's getting special treatment. Officially, he'll be treated as someone who is constantly being relocated. Our hero sincerely thanks her, but his leader says she has to do her best to make sure he renews his contract in 2 years. And her sweet tone hits him right in the heart. Later, back at the building, the jacket fits our hero perfectly. Lee gives him a card showing that he's now an official member of the organization. He has the authority to conduct surveillance and the skills to fulfill his duties. That should take care of a few complications from now on. Our hero asks if he can leave now. Lee says yes. She just mentions that during time off, he might be called in for emergency support, but that's pretty rare. Choi Hyun-sung's last question is when he gets his signing bonus. She says it's already in his account. Lee guesses he needed some quick cash. The protagonist says he wanted to buy some skill books. His leader says the association has a stock and she's willing to take him there now. Now our hero can't stop thinking about how important it is to get stronger, so he plans to invest his entire bonus in skills. Choi Hyun-sung says he doesn't have as much as he expected. Lee says that's because those books are really hard to find. The supply is very low compared to the demand, so they sell out fast. Not to mention that the auction market is much bigger than the associations. Choi Hyun-sung finds the tax system fascinating. Lee asks if he's sure about buying so many. What if they're not effective? But the protagonist says that for him, any of them could be useful one day. His immortality passive just leveled up to unique rare rank. Lee announces her work is done for now. This vehicle is insured and the protagonist can treat it as his own car. Choi Hyun-sung then says goodbye to his boss. In the president's office, the man can only think that 2 years is far too short. Lee asks if the man regrets not getting the lifetime contract. The president admits he does. He wanted the protagonist for as long as possible. But Lee reminds him that he wanted to save money. A bit offended, the president says he would never exploit someone just because of a lifetime clause, and he even improved the contract. But Lee says he did exploit her at the beginning. She points out he wouldn't have improved the conditions if she hadn't spoken up, and in her opinion, Choi Hyun-sung was right to set a time limit. The president says the circumstances were different back then. They learned about unique skills from her. But that's exactly why Lee said she should be treated better. But the president refutes her, saying that she is treated well. They'd only accepted those terms because of her. If it had been up to him, they would have forced the boy to sign the contract by offering 100 billion. Lee says that on the other hand, if that had happened, the information would have leaked beyond the country's borders. The president says she's the one who threatened him, saying she leaked the details to foreign player associations. But the team leader says she only said the odds would increase, nothing more, though obviously, the man doesn't buy that. She says he knows her so well, he probably knows what she's thinking right now. The president says he doesn't know, so the girl says she wants a 2-year contract too. Of course, that's impossible. Frankly, the president would have done anything to get Choi Hyun-sung to sign the lifetime deal if she hadn't interfered. Lee calls him a villain to his face. The president defends himself, saying he's just protecting the nation, and there's nothing wrong with wanting someone to be in the association forever. But the leader says that from an individual's point of view, no one would want that. He even wonders what sin he committed in a past life to be stuck with her. Lee then asks to cancel her own contract. Obviously, the answer is no. She then walks out of the room. Confused, the president asks where she's going, and the woman replies that she's going to work. Choi Kun-sung transfers 1 billion won to his mother. That way, he hopes to cover his father's and the household's expenses for about 10 years. The protagonist didn't want to look like an idiot, so he only bought one skill book of each regeneration type. His goal is to evolve his immortality. Our hero heads to a place to check the online store. There, he sees a skill book that increases passive recovery. That one is also rare rank like the immortality one. Even if it doesn't get absorbed, there's no issue in buying it. Lee explained that passives are always tied to active skills, and while active ones can be bad and left unused. Our hero plans to buy only things that are rare rank or higher. Choi Kun-sung says he used almost the ideal amount. Now it's time for him to spend some points. The protagonist managed to sell a lot today. His video games and laptops are quite popular. He also sold some perfume, makeup, and a few watches. But he already suspected one thing. The best-selling item is the battery. Our hero goes to a second-hand electronics store. When he enters, all the staff bow to him. Choi Kun-sung immediately asks about the camping batteries. The employees say they charge them all. Our hero is grateful, but he has a small question. He wants to know if next time they can sell the same amount of batteries fully charged again. The vendor assures him they can. On top of that, he earned a discount from point accumulation. Choi Kun-sung thanks them before leaving. Now at night, the protagonist takes another look at the shop. He remembers the last fight he was in, so he decides to go all in. Choi Kun-sung plans to spend around 3 billion. Medicines are around 5 billion points, while rare ones cost about 10 million each. To get his attributes up to around 200, he'll need to spend about 5 billion. Choi Kun-sung starts buying. Since attribute boosts affect all abilities, it's easy to notice the difference. With the other 5 billion, he'll upgrade his immortality passive to rare level. After leveling up again, his immortality loses the slow regeneration effect. It's now normal, theoretically. So he grabs his blade to test it. He cuts his own finger. The wound disappears instantly. Right after that, Lee calls him. Choi Kun-sung answers the phone to talk to his superior. She says she filed a police report against the SEO executives, and with the evidence they had, they ended up getting arrested. The protagonist is relieved to hear that. He didn't want to deal with those guys again. But Lee says that Guild has connections in the police, though they didn't interfere. Instead, they're cooperating, all because of an internal faction conflict. Apparently, the Guild Master is actually working with the police to help arrest the vice leader. Our hero wants to know what happened to the man who was threatening him to sign the contract. Lee says an arrest warrant was issued for that person too, and the guild leader who attacked him came clean, exposing everything he had been doing, including the people who helped him in the guild. The vice president is one of them. Lee asked him to turn on the TV. Choi Kun-sung asks for just a minute. On the news, they're talking about the guild case. It's being treated as a scandal, the revelation that Soo-won hired people to kill, and that the vice leader has already been removed from his position. In addition, they've been helping fugitives. Choi Kun-sung confirms he was watching the news. It's clear the vice leader won't get off easy this time. Everyone who supported him is now turning their backs. The protagonist thanks her for the support, but Lee says she actually wishes she had dealt with it sooner. Choi Kun-sung says he'll treat her to dinner as compensation, but she replies that empty words carry no weight. But he wasn't joking, so his leader tells him to set it up and let her know. After that, they say goodbye. The protagonist hangs up the phone. For a while, he zones out a little. Then the boy remembers he needs to go buy his skill books. Our hero wonders when something will finally change. This is his last book. After offering almost every recovery type skill to strengthen the rank of his ability, he hopes something will shift. And this time it works. Choi Kun-sung lets out a cheer of celebration. Finally, he's ranked up. Now to start with, he's at unique heroic level, and he can only die if both his head and heart are destroyed together. His weakness just got reduced, and this ability can still evolve again. But it's terrifying to imagine how much time and resources it'll take to reach legendary rank. But that's enough for today. Time to sleep. Tomorrow, our hero begins his first emergency support shift. Choi Kun-sung arrives at the location. He's even a little nervous. The team asks if he's the guy on duty today. The room is full of players. The protagonist confirms, yes, the shift is his. Some of the players eye him with a bit of suspicion. One of them asks again if he's the assigned one, and again, Choi Kun-sung confirms it. Then our hero says he's new, and the guy is happy about that. He's been asking for a rookie for a long time, and he finally got one. His name is Seo Taekul. Then our hero introduces himself, shaking his hand. Seo starts showing him around, and he seems pretty excited. But the girl accompanying him doesn't share the same energy. They head to the 7th outpost. There, Seo says he can stay there. Since Choi Kun-sung was assigned to dungeons below the 100th level, he'll be going with Sudam. This girl is 25 and she's nearly the same level as the protagonist, who's approaching level 100. Our hero hopes the two of them get along well, but she, a little reluctantly, just agrees. Seo scolds the girl for being so rude. The girl says he's younger than her, so she's just being informal. Then Sudam asks the protagonist if he was upset. Choi Kun-sung already figured out she likes Seo a lot. It's Seo who apologizes, but Sudam doesn't even ask what's going on. Like a gentleman, the protagonist says he wasn't offended. But Choi Kun-sung mentions that he's not younger than her. He's 27, he says, surprising Seo. The guy says he looks way younger. Suryoung feels a little awkward and apologizes. Choi Hyun-sung says it's fine, but the girl leaves immediately. Then Seo, wrapping up the explanation, says that when a support call comes in, the protagonist will go with her. He says he wanted to pair Choi Hyun-sung with someone else, but she's the only one who goes to dungeons below level 100. The protagonist says that's not a problem. Actually, what matters is that his attributes now match those of a level 200, so he'd be fine even alone. This is Choi Hyun-sung's corner. That means he can do whatever he wants here, as long as he's always ready to leave for his shift. The next morning, our hero wakes up. For him, the poor guy overslept a whole 4 hours of sleep. Having a salary feels great to the protagonist, especially when he doesn't have to do anything. He even considers taking night shifts and sleeping right there. Suddenly, Choi Hyun-sung notices something. Suryoung shows up saying they've been called. Luckily, the protagonist was already prepared. The girl explains she heard a report of a monster that exceeded the dungeon's level. Choi Hyun-sung asks if it's okay for just the two of them to go, and she says they can handle it. It's just a level 70 werewolf appearing in a level 60 dungeon, and fortunately there haven't been any victims yet. But that's probably because the level difference is only 10. Suryoung says that normally she's called to even lower level places. Choi Hyun-sung guesses that this time they were dispatched due to a lack of personnel. The girl confirms and explains that when a player passes level 50, they get a class advancement and start going deeper into the dungeon. And further in, there are no security officers. The problem is that players are used to being protected, so when something goes wrong, a lack of experience makes the chaos worse. Choi Hyun-sung guesses from her enthusiasm that the girl actually enjoys this. Suryoung says they get a bonus for entering dungeons, and since they're on standby, some extra money doesn't hurt. Choi Hyun-sung notes that he thinks this monster won't be easy. His partner tells him not to be scared. She then begins to focus and her body starts to change. The girl transforms right before his eyes. The protagonist says she turned into a cat, but she corrects him saying she's a snow leopard, which by the way is part of the cat family. But our hero decides to apologize before she gets even more annoyed. In her new form, she uses her sense of smell to track the creature. Suryoung says that if our hero isn't quick, she'll leave him behind. Right after, she takes off, quickly gaining distance. Choi Hyun-sung thinks she's very fast. Quickly, the girl finds the werewolf. The protagonist says her nose is like a hunting dog's, but his partner says she's way better than any dog. As they approach, the wolf howls, ready to fight. Suryoung leaps and crushes the monster with one blow. Choi Hyun-sung finds it a bit frightening. The protagonist compliments her flexible armor, and the girl says it was really expensive, so it better be good. Now they can head back. On the way back, Suryoung notices something. First, she hears a sound. Then she smells another werewolf. She says that before the last one was defeated, it must have called its pack, because a group of monsters is heading their way. A considerable number of werewolves is approaching. Choi Hyun-sung asks if this happens often, and his partner says usually no. But sometimes, yes, it happens. And if this keeps up, the dungeon's name and level will change. The protagonist stays silent. His partner says they'll report everything after they deal with these guys. She then goes ahead. He draws his vampiric blade. The wolves attack together. Suryoung takes one down with a single hit. Choi Hyun-sung also doesn't have much trouble, but one of the wolves howls again, and their behavior changes with the arrival of a different wolf. This time, the creature is much bigger. The monster is twice the size of the others. Suryoung says she'll handle the werewolf king. Choi Hyun-sung swears that this creature is around level 100, so he believes she'll be fine. At that moment, our hero senses an approach. Two monsters attack at once, and together, they're taken down. The creatures try to pin him down, but it's useless. Choi Hyun-sung believes they'll finish quickly. The wolves keep rushing in, and he keeps striking them down with his magic lightning. The rest fall without even realizing what hit them. Once finished, our hero wonders if she's done yet, but the two are still fighting. The protagonist then decides to help. He charges forward, but the creature roars at him. A mysterious magical effect is triggered, and the werewolf vanishes before his eyes. The monster then attacks with everything it's got, landing a direct hit on his partner, delivering a deep slash to her, and then the beast grabs her by the neck with its fangs. Choi Hyun-sung launches a fire missile, but he misses the target. The girl now appears to be unconscious. Choi Hyun-sung rushes to strike it from behind, but suddenly Suryoung is thrown into his arms. Our hero is worried about his partner. He immediately starts using healing magic on her. Choi Hyun-sung remembers the potion he got earlier. At that moment, the werewolf king attacks him from behind, but its claws are what get slashed instead. The protagonist admits the creature was clever. This beast could have defeated her the entire time, but it was just waiting for our hero to let his guard down. The other wolves were only sent to buy time. The beast laughs, proving it's true. The monster then attacks, but it misses. Choi Hyun-sung counterattacks. Both begin exchanging extremely fast blows. The last hit pushes the wolf far back, but it leaps, disappearing from sight again. Choi Hyun-sung already has an idea of where it went. The werewolf tries to attack the unconscious girl, but before it can, it takes a kick to the face. It's thrown far away. Choi Hyun-sung arrived just in time. The king howls to summon his followers again, and the protagonist is surrounded. It's definitely a tough situation, but it also works in our hero's favor. Our hero doesn't need to hold back. He activates the magical missile, flame spell, and ice spell. The monsters charge at him. Meanwhile, Choi Kun-sung also summons a spear and a fireball. All that energy concentrates at one point. Choi Kun-sung waves goodbye to them. A blast of energy sends everyone flying. A rain of magical energy falls from the sky. The monsters are pierced through by it. The creatures are struck from every direction. The effect finally fades. And judging by the results, our hero decides he won't need to burn all his points at once. Choi Kun-sung refocuses his energy into his blade. He unleashes another rain of magic on his enemies. The werewolf king tries to flee for his life. Our hero admits the creature is good at dodging. Let's see if it can handle a unique skill. A wall of ice forms in front of the creature. The monster starts to realize the tough spot it's in. This time, to Choi Kun-sung, it seemed pretty slow. His magic festival returns, ready to rain down on the enemy. The werewolf king is cornered. Spells fly toward it. The monster has no options left. A rain of attacks comes to reap its life. The creature is obliterated from the face of the earth. Choi Kun-sung opens his portal, and he collects everything the werewolf king dropped. The most curious thing is that he finds a heart as an item. Our hero decides to check what it does. According to the description, it allows him to transform into a werewolf for 60 minutes and boosts all attributes by 30%, but afterward, it permanently dropped by 10%. Choi Kun-sung is a bit surprised by what this heart can do, but he thinks the penalty is too steep. Still, before anything else, he needs to get out of there. Choi Kun-sung is sitting beside Soo-young when the team arrives. Seo asks about her condition. He says the external wounds are healed, but just to be safe, she should go to a hospital. Seo thanks our hero, saying if it weren't for Choi Kun-sung, things would have turned out much worse. The protagonist says he was just doing his job. Now that it's done, he's heading out. After everything, Soo-young personally thanks Choi Kun-sung, but he definitely wasn't expecting to see her. A little awkwardly, he says he was just doing his job. But what catches his attention is that the people are the same as yesterday. Seo says that after they handled the situation, everyone decided to return to base and rest. And apparently, our hero did the same. Choi Kun-sung says he prefers resting at the base because that way, sleep gets paid. Seo says that when he first saw our hero, he thought he was just some spoiled rich kid because of the rare equipment that cost a fortune. The protagonist says that before awakening, he was a construction laborer. He was going through a rough time. Our hero explains he had to work hard because of his father's health. His whole family went through a lot just to get by. Seo comes clean and says he received an unofficial order to look after the protagonist, and that's why he assumed Choi Kun-sung was some pampered rich guy. The protagonist finds it funny that he was mistaken for someone born into privilege. Out of nowhere, Choi Kun-sung says it's probably Lee who's looking out for him, catching his colleague off guard. He explains that she was the one who recruited him into the association. That confirms to Seo that there are high expectations for the protagonist, since it was the captain herself who recruited him. As night falls, our hero decides to restock before going to bed. Soo-young takes the opportunity to call out to him. This time, she apologizes, but the protagonist doesn't even know why. She explains that her assumptions led her to treat her colleague rudely without reason, so she's apologizing. Choi Kun-sung asks what she was thinking. Soo-young says she had the wrong idea because of someone she had worked with in the past. The protagonist becomes curious to know more. It was all because of a superior's child in the association, and it hurt many people without reason. But the person responsible for it came out unscathed, while the other members took the blame for the incident. After that, she thought she needed to take firmer actions. Choi Kun-sung says he's fine now. He wasn't that bothered. Once again, she thanks him, and our hero now thinks this girl is very kind. Choi Kun-sung remembers something. He says he has a question, but if she doesn't want to answer, it's fine. But the girl quickly says she'll say what she can. Soo-young tells him he can ask. That's the kind of person she is. Choi Kun-sung thinks she's an innocent girl. He says it might be a bit hard for her to hear, because it has to do with her ability. Soo-young says she figured it would be about that. She spends the next few minutes explaining it to him. According to her, the ability is called Beast Transformation. When it's activated, it boosts strength, dexterity, and vitality. That makes her both a tank and a warrior, but the weakness is low resistance to magic. Still, she didn't need to tell these things to Choi Kun-sung. A week later, things are going smoothly. He hasn't had any more incidents. The first day was pretty hectic, but things settled down afterward. In fact, things are kind of boring now. His popularity dropped a bit in sales, but batteries and electronics are still doing well. Maybe he'll be able to buy another heroic rank skill soon. Choi Kun-sung decides to go hunting for a bit and earns some points. The portal employee asks to see the protagonist's registration. He asks for just a moment, then hands over his card. The man gets startled when he sees it's from the emergency surveillance team. Then he wishes our hero a good hunt. In the dungeon, the protagonist stands in front of a group of small monsters. He then summons a firestorm. A huge blaze bursts from his hand, wiping out the creatures. That was a good addition to his arsenal. As expected from a rare rank area skill, it gets even better when paired with a shield of the same level. Maybe it won't be as reliable in higher level areas, but in these dungeons it's pretty broken. Suddenly, his shield and arm are slashed. A stranger compliments the protagonist's awareness. Choi Kun-sung asks who he is. The man seems a little surprised not to be recognized, but since he thinks it'll make things more interesting, he decides to reveal his identity. He is Jung Sung-woo, formerly known as the vice leader of Suwon. The assassin says that, in a way, he's getting revenge, because there's only one person Jung can take his anger out on, and that person is Choi Kun-sung. Our hero yells, asking if Jung really thinks he'll get away with this. But the former vice leader explains that shouting won't help. He activated an item that blocks sight and sound in the area. On top of that, he's purposely wearing bad armor to avoid suspicion. This way, anyone would think he's just a newbie who hasn't even reached level 50. Jung forged an identity, but he doesn't care. His plan is to leave the country by the end of the day, and he's going to use a fake passport for that. Jung says he even considered attacking the protagonist's family. He knows what it feels like to lose everything, but they were being guarded. Choi Kun-sung gets very angry hearing that. Jung says he could have taken out the guards too, but then escaping from Korea would have been harder. So he came straight for Choi Kun-sung. In a dungeon, if the body disappears, it'll take a while for anyone to notice. In the meantime, Jung notices something. He realizes the protagonist's recovery speed is really fast. Jung says he had already noticed that he was just stalling for time, but he doesn't believe he can lose this fight. Choi Kun-sung then realizes he might die. Both clash their blades mid-air. The protagonist is thrown backward. Jung admits he didn't expect to be blocked. He was planning to cut off one of our hero's arms so he wouldn't regenerate anymore. Choi Kun-sung opens his portal, grabbing the werewolf's heart. Jung recognizes it as a transformation item, but he scoffs at it. Choi Kun-sung transforms quickly, and the former vice leader acknowledges that his stats increase a lot. But then the wolf turns and runs in the opposite direction. Then he jumps onto the wall and prepares a fire spell, exploding where Jung was standing. The smoke keeps him from seeing what happened, but his pursuer appears behind him. Jung asks our hero if he really thought he could escape. The former vice leader grabs him from behind, but before he can stab him, Choi Kun-sung manages to push him away. Once again, the protagonist conjures another fireball and threatens him with it. With a simple movement, Jung dodges the spell, but Choi Kun-sung takes the opportunity to jump on him. Jung blocks the attack with his blade, and even looks like he's enjoying himself. Choi Kun-sung starts to believe it might be possible. Jung swiftly moves to the side and lands a flurry of sword strikes on the wolf's back, but he turns quickly to crush him, only to find no one there. Jung admits that the protagonist is truly impressive, but then he asks Choi Kun-sung if he knows his nickname. His sword becomes charged with electricity. Jung says he used to be called the Lightning Blade. The ex-vice lifts his hand and hurls a bolt of lightning at the protagonist, paralyzing him with a shock. Then he takes the chance to fulfill his promise. Jung says if Choi Kun-sung had obtained him from the start, he would have used him well. For that, even 100 billion or trillions wouldn't have been a waste. The wolf recovers and turns to attack, but he takes another hit and collapses. His heels are slashed. Jung takes a shot and asks how our hero managed to break the 20-level rule, or at least how he got so strong so quickly. Choi Kun-sung yells at him to shut up, but Jung promises to spare his life if he tells him. Of course, the protagonist doesn't believe it, so the ex-vice leader makes another promise to give him a painless death that he might believe. Then Jung starts cutting Choi Kun-sung again. Apparently, regeneration isn't doing well under these conditions. In fact, it's pretty bad for him. He might stay like this forever, especially against a rookie like this one. Choi Kun-sung is in extreme pain. He even starts to consider confessing and begs for it to end. Jung continues slashing without stopping. Suddenly, he understands this guy wasn't just being vengeful. Choi Kun-sung then screams to just end his life already because he's not going to say anything. Jung agrees. It looks like he won't get anything out of him. Since he'll need time to be free from the body, he decides the following: to give him a quick end, just like he asked. Jung then delivers the final blow. Now he needs to be free of the other parts too. Then something goes wrong. A hand just pierced through him. He doesn't understand a thing. Jung falls lifeless. Choi Kun-sung is dragged until he finds his missing part and puts it back in place. Apparently, Jung is still breathing, but only to be shocked by what he's seeing. His final vision is of Choi Kun-sung still alive. Then the barrier collapsed along with Jung, and our hero returned to normal. Choi Kun-sung never imagined being moved around without a head. Now he wonders what to do with Jung. He thinks it's best if no one knows what happened, not even the player association. Choi Kun-sung believes that if it becomes public, others will question his skill level. The protagonist activates a fireball. There's no reason to reveal his secret, right? Choi Kun-sung burns the body of the former vice leader of Suwon. Suddenly, mana starts to gather. Apparently, not only monsters can trigger this. A skill book forms from the energy. Our hero walks over and picks it up. The spell is called Lightning Breath with several bonuses like paralyzing enemies and creating an electric field around the user. Best of all, it has no cooldown time. After learning the technique, Choi Kun-sung activates the power to test it. Immediately, his body becomes energized. The protagonist summons a magic missile and blows up a boulder. His magic is much stronger now. His level has completely changed. On his status screen, it shows all of his stats increased by plus 127. Also, he unlocks a title for defeating a player 100 levels above him, then another achievement for beating someone 200 levels above, and one more notification appears, this time for 300 levels above. The protagonist wonders if now he could beat Jung easily. Choi Hyun-sung wants to become even stronger, but he'll have to put ranged skills aside while Lightning Breath is active. In the online store, a conversation begins where a buyer feels ripped off by the price of batteries, and along with others who feel the same, organizes a boycott. 1 month later, Choi Hyun-sung analyzes his store. He's deciding between 2 items to buy. One is a skill that allows him to sense the energy of living beings and danger around him. The other converts all his magic into vampiric energy, draining life from enemies. The protagonist can only afford one. Unfortunately, together they cost over 60 billion. Choi Hyun-sung decides to think it over a bit more and buy another day. Our hero lies down and picks up the TV remote. He plans to enjoy his day off. Apparently, he's watching a new show about players. Choi Hyun-sung is quite entertained watching TV in peace. This series was made for the 20th anniversary of the Cactus War. The protagonist remembers that time. On that day, everyone was on high alert, afraid of another incident. But just like the 10th anniversary, nothing happened. Though some reporters spread fake news about the number of dungeons decreasing, which caused an online argument. In the drama, the woman confesses her love to the guild master. But Choi Hyun-sung goes back to thinking about which power he should buy. Then he feels a strong tremor. Our hero is confused by what just happened. Soon after, a scream is heard. A portal is opened in the city and monsters are attacking people. Orcs are taking over the streets. People run in terror. Choi Hyun-sung jumps out of his bedroom window to save them. A girl is about to be caught, but the protagonist saves her just in time. Choi Hyun-sung starts burning and slashing, attacking every creature he sees ahead of him. The citizens are terrified. From the portal, more orcs appear. Without wasting time, Choi Hyun-sung casts a flaming tornado, destroying that group of monsters. But it's not over yet. The monsters are way too close to the civilians. More and more monsters keep showing up, and the people don't stop getting attacked. Suddenly, a player appears. A group arrives to help those in danger. This player says he'll leave this portal to Choi Hyun-sung. Our hero thanks him. An emergency siren announces that martial law has been declared. Amidst the chaos, a child cries alone. The military also arrives to help. At that moment, the head of the association declares a law. He will mobilize all the players in the country. The images of destruction are catastrophic. In the middle of it all, Choi Hyun-sung gets a call from Lee Shui. She wants to know where he is. The protagonist says he's dealing with an orc portal that opened on the street. His leader then asks for a report, and he says the monsters so far are weak and other players are helping handle the situation. She then names him acting commander. Once the situation stabilizes, the order is to bring the players directly to Namyang Station. There's another portal open there and few people are handling it. Additionally, Lee says that our hero's family is safe. Apparently, they went to a bomb shelter along with other families. Choi Hyun-sung thanks her for caring. Now she wants him to give it everything he's got in the fight, and that's exactly what he'll do. Shortly after, Choi Hyun-sung says he doesn't have time to overthink it. The skill they'll choose is Vampire Mastery, which costs nearly 30 billion. So he'll end this problem quickly and head to the station. The protagonist summons a wall of fire. In seconds, the orcs are incinerated. Choi Hyun-sung pulls out a microphone from his portal. Our hero announces that he's from the association too. He's trying to talk to the other players, but the chaos is overwhelming. Apparently, it's going to be very difficult. Once they regroup, Choi Hyun-sung says he'll leave some players here to guard the portal, and the rest will go with him to the station. Quickly, the train station situation is resolved, and the protagonist just repeats the same order. One player has a question. He wants to know how many portals have appeared. The number is uncertain, but there are reports of them opening all across the country. The fear this information causes is clear on their faces, and that worries our hero. Near Namyang Station, new creatures appear, attacking civilians. People are once again being attacked by monsters. One of the creatures standing guard didn't even see the hit coming. It's thrown far away. Before the monster can wake up, it's finished off with an axe strike. But this player knows he's in a tough spot. More and more monsters come out of the portal. 2 other players are worried about the reinforcements arriving. That's when a giant blaze comes their way, wiping out all the monsters. The wall of flames is enormous. The hero asks the girls if they're okay, since reinforcements have arrived. Because of that, the other players celebrate that they are no longer alone. One of his men considers that region complicated. Since there aren't many dungeons, there are only a few players in the city. Choi Hyun-sung tells him to forget that and focus on helping people. Suddenly, a terrifying roar. A new creature emerges from the portal, and this time, the protagonist becomes worried. Judging by its size, the monster is much stronger than the others. Choi Hyun-sung needs to finish this fight quickly. The protagonist hurls a fire spear at it. Then he jumps onto the monster, and both miss their strike. But our hero doesn't find the creature that strong after all. Then with a single blow, he finishes the fight. But more roars come from the portal. That monster wasn't a boss, it was just an evolved creature, and now several of them are emerging. Choi Hyun-sung summons a flaming tornado. But this time it doesn't work. The creature's fire resistance is too high. The protagonist calls for his shield. Then he charges forward. He immediately starts beating them down. slashing the creatures the old-fashioned way. For a moment, Choi Kun-sung is distracted by a spear that wasn't really there, and one of the monsters grabs his arm, then his legs, leaving him trapped. The spear comes straight toward his face, causing an explosion. Choi Kun-sung is alive but under the effect of ice. The creature in front of him is massive, far stronger than the rest. The protagonist assumes this must be the Lizardman King, so he drops his shield, keeping only his sword. The monster conjures several ice spears. The spells fly toward our hero, who runs to avoid getting hit. At the same time, other monsters attack him. One charging ahead is sliced down, but right behind its body there was a waiting spear. Choi Kun-sung conjures a fire shield to protect himself. Then he jumps onto the boss, which casts a spell, a close-range breath attack. The magic is powerful and devastating. Choi Kun-sung knows he can't afford to save mana now. He activates Lightning Breath. Immediately after, he vanishes like a bolt, but the boss manages to defend against his strike. Other lizardmen come to assist their king. Choi Kun-sung has to hold them off no matter what. Not many players can fight a monster of this level. He fears what could happen to the others. The creatures surround him to attack all at once. On the other hand, it's good to know he's the main focus of the battle. Choi Kun-sung unleashes a lightning attack, hitting everyone around him. While they're paralyzed, they are all destroyed. Each of them goes down with a one-hit kill. An hour later, the other players are speechless. Now only the king is left. It's time to finish this. The monster charges without fear. Choi Kun-sung leaps onto him. Amazingly, he still gets scratched. The king then appears behind him. The protagonist quickly counters the attack, slashing the monster's face. The creature drops to its knees, lifeless. Choi Kun-sung is completely out of energy too. The monster's body dissolves into mana. All he wants now is a good reward for all that effort. The mana turns into a skill book. Luckily, it's a rare rank. The power allows him to cast Freezing Breath, and the protagonist decides to learn it. Later, the heroes are helping people retreat. Choi Kun-sung's life and mana are starting to return to normal, but he's still exhausted. Suddenly, he hears something. A man lying on the ground is taken down by someone. The army is clearing the area and securing the train station. Apparently, there was still one stray man hiding, but it's over for now. His mission is complete for today. 3 days later, with the second catastrophe, the world's economy froze. Water, food, and electricity became scarce. In Korea, defense networks were built in major areas and small towns were evacuated. However, that led to a breakdown in the distribution of goods, causing industries to be unable to produce anything. Everything the protagonist had listed for sale is now gone, which means he can't sell anything at the moment. Now it will be harder to grow stronger. It's time for people to recover from the catastrophe so shops can reopen. A helicopter flies over the city. The pilot reports that they've arrived. They've decided to surround the outermost regions and gradually shrink the perimeter. Other players are preparing to descend. Choi Kun-sung asks if they're familiar with their designated areas, and the team confirms they are. Each group will have a leader in command, and the first to go in is Choi Kun-sung. Some giant creatures come out of the portal. The protagonist is in free fall, and he descends with a wall of fire. The creatures that just arrived are instantly fried. The rest meet their end by our hero's blade. It's a one-hit kill for each of them. At the same time, other heroes join the battle. For now, everything's under control. Another monster runs out of the portal excited to destroy, but our hero doesn't even give it a chance. However, other monsters are crossing through his fire barrier. Something strange is happening, but the trolls are heading in another direction. Apparently, they're fleeing. But Choi Kun-sung can't let that happen. He activates Lightning Breath. Then comes the Flaming Spear. Things just got even easier for the protagonist. Choi Kun-sung moves like a bolt of lightning. He then blasts the troll's face. Our hero grabs another fire spear, then hurls it at another fleeing monster. That was the 15th troll, apparently the last one too. Suddenly, something appears. A monster that showed up out of nowhere in this area. This creature shouldn't be here, because it's at least level 400. The creature roars in rage. This is one of the highest ranked monsters known, the heroic rank Blue Dragon. Lee comments that it would be great if the battle was over already. There are at least 100 million players, but only around 5,000 are high level, and they're running out of resources. Meanwhile, the military is managing the areas where mid-level monsters are appearing. But the trend is that more and more high-level creatures will show up, and the number of players able to deal with them is scarce. An emergency report arrives. According to the sources, a new portal has opened in the capital. Lee wants to know what kind of monster is this time. The report says it's a herd of wyverns. These are heroic ranked creatures. Lee asked for confirmation that the Tia's Guild is in that region. Her team confirms that they are, but they're requesting reinforcements. That guild consists mostly of tanks and warriors, so they're struggling against those creatures. Lee asked if there's anyone nearby who can help, and they locate a group of mages in the area. The leader gives the order for them to assist the other guild. More reports of new portals are coming in. Arbias are attacking in another region, and where there were orcs, now ogres are emerging too. Another report arrives about a blue dragon in Osansai. Lee remembers that Choi Kun-sung is in that region. The staff confirms it, and he's the one requesting reinforcements. Lee then orders that all players in that area be evacuated. The staff rushes to report this. Choi Kun-sung asks if help is on the way. and he receives an order to retreat. As he's making his escape, a chunk of building flies off and is torn from its place. The order is repeated. Everyone must evacuate the area. But Choi Hyun-sung feels it's wrong to leave all this behind. Then the building collapses on top of him. The massive dragon just watches, curious. Our hero managed to dodge in time, but he's already hit again by the creature. The giant hand crashes into the ground. Luckily, the protagonist hides inside a house. Choi Hyun-sung finds it odd that he's the only one being chased. When the protagonist looks, he's shocked. The dragon is face to face with him. Then the creature comes in to bring everything down. Half the building is thrown into the air, tossed like a toy. The massive creature seems to be just playing. Choi Hyun-sung tries to counterattack with a flaming tornado. Not giving up, he tries again, throwing an explosion at the monster's face. Choi Hyun-sung uses the chance to retreat, but the monster doesn't waste time and comes charging at him. Quickly, he prepares a spell, creating an ice barrier. The protagonist slides beneath the barrier and dodges the giant's strike, but he's already wondering how long this coat will hold out. Choi Hyun-sung has no choice but to fight, so he activates lightning breath. Our hero is going to try something. Right before its eyes, Choi Hyun-sung vanishes and reappears, striking at the dragon's scales, but has no effect. The monster then lands a blow on him, leaving him disoriented. Immediately after, another strike comes. Choi Hyun-sung tries to block it with his sword, but he's thrown backward. This monster's scales are extremely tough, but it must have a weak spot. The protagonist charges forward as fast as he can, this time the target in mind. He tries to slash the monster's stomach. Again, it doesn't work. Right after, he's nearly crushed. The dragon doesn't even have a scratch. The creature roars in fury. Once again, the dragon tries to hit him, but our hero is faster. Something strange happens to the protagonist. His electricity is being drained by the dragon. All of his energy is being siphoned away. It's as if Choi Hyun-sung is taking damage, to the point that he falls from the sky. The protagonist is on the ground, injured. When he looks up, the dragon is about to devour him. Suddenly, everything goes dark. Our hero is inside the monster's stomach. He is semi-conscious, thinking that it can't end like this. His family depends on him. Choi Hyun-sung is clinging to his broken sword. This time, our hero has hit rock bottom. He stabs the sword into the creature's flesh. Our hero realizes something is happening. His blade is being fueled, and he's slowly recovering. The immortality book has evolved to heroic rank. The protagonist knows he's never been in worse shape, but he can't stay like this. He starts eating the dragon's raw flesh. On the outside, Lee receives the news that Choi Hyun-sung has died. It's the intelligence members who confirm it. She is in shock, since she was the one who gave the order for everyone to retreat. The problem is, Choi Hyun-sung was the one tasked with sealing the portal. So when the dragon appeared, he was the closest. The girl says he even tried to fall back, but he couldn't. Lee can barely hide her sorrow. She then asks that his family has already been informed. Unfortunately, no official note was sent, but there is the online cover go list. So they assume yes, the family knows. Inside the stomach, the protagonist falls from the flesh wall. He loses consciousness for a moment, but when he wakes up, he's glad to have at least regained his health. Now he's going to make use of all the blood around him. First, he makes some cuts. Then he begins to absorb energy, but the protagonist feels a tremor. The monster's stomach is moving. To keep from falling, he uses his blade to anchor himself in the flesh. Our hero is hanging by just one arm. He wonders what's happening on the outside. The great dragon is howling in pain. Not even the players understand what's going on. To them, the creature suddenly started thrashing. The monster is screaming in agony. It even smacks its tail into nearby buildings. Suddenly, a player sees a building falling on top of her. Her partner tries to help at the last second. All that's visible is the impact. Choi Hyun-sung has found what he needed. He found the main artery. The protagonist leaps and activates the flaming blade. With that, he manages to cut the artery. From inside the creature, its scream can be heard. The protagonist clings to the edge of the artery. Now he starts recovering even faster. Choi Hyun-sung takes advantage and unleashes multiple attacks. This time, he moves on his own 2 feet until he reaches the heart. Our hero simply stabs the organ. To be sure, he makes more cuts until it explodes into pieces. His blade begins to absorb all the creature's mana. That's when he receives several updates. The immortality rank increases along with lightning breath, which evolves into lightning dragon breath. This time, even the names of the skills change. On top of that, he gains a title for hunting a monster 200 levels above his own. His vampiric blade is also restored and changes to draconic blood blade. Then something else appears. A skill book forms in front of him. This one grants a major boost to the user's physical resistance. Choi Hyun-sung has just gained another incredible power. The girl has no idea what just happened. Suddenly, the blue dragon collapsed. First, it started thrashing. Then it began writhing, until finally, it felt lifeless. One of the players wonders if it was struck by some disease, but his friend doesn't believe that could happen to dragons. Suddenly, something appears where the monster once was. A helicopter is headed to the new location. Inside, the players are already hoping for a break after this hunt, but in the back there's someone who doesn't want to talk. She can't process what happened. Lee can't believe the association is trying to claim the contract breach fee. One of the men tells her to calm down. Besides the young man being dead, they're currently in a crisis. That's why they want to reduce their losses. but she can't believe they're even human. Lee begins to lose control. Her energy starts pushing everyone in that room. She's wondering if they would have done the same thing if it were her. The man begs her to stop. He gives in and says he'll drop the idea. That's why she's lost in her thoughts. An emergency message arrives. She tells the guy to speak. According to the report, the blue dragon is dead. One of the players asks if it was a group that did it, but as far as everyone knows, there's no one available who could have pulled that off. There are reports that the player who was swallowed is alive. He attacked the dragon from the inside. Lee wants that person's name. The man replies, it's Choi Kun-sung. In that moment, she lights up with joy. Choi Kun-sung drinks an entire bottle of water. He's relieved to be fully healed. A player offers him some clothes. At that moment, Choi Kun-sung remembers something. He asks to borrow a phone. The protagonist wants to call his family. The one who offers help is the girl. Choi Kun-sung then makes the call. Someone answers with a cautious tone. The protagonist tells his mother it's her son. She stays silent for a while. Then she asks if it's true. It's really him. Choi Kun-sung says he saw his name on the list of deceased players, but that was a mistake. He was fine the whole time. He asks about his sister and father, but she starts crying during the call. Our hero tries to tell her there's no need for that. He really is okay. Choi Kun-sung says he's eating well, staying warm. His mother then says she's so happy to hear that he's alive. She also tells him someone from the association visited her and gave compensation for what happened. The woman couldn't say anything, only that she was sorry and felt it was her fault. In the end, she's just happy it wasn't true. His mother is incredibly happy that he's alive. Choi Kun-sung doesn't know what to say. When the call ends, he tries to hide his tears. The girl then offers him a tissue. Choi Kun-sung gladly accepts it. After everything, our hero sits on the sidewalk. Now he wants to see how much his blade has changed. This time it has several new effects like a huge mana boost, but there's something special. It now has a linked item. Of course it can evolve too, as long as it drinks blood from a draconic creature. Most likely, the protagonist won't need new weapons anytime soon. Now he checks the electric dragon breath, which gives him even more lightning powers. At least Choi Kun-sung managed to evolve the skill. This time, he sees that all of his attributes increase by 30 points, and he also gets a magic bonus. Now his concern is finding out when they'll bring him real clothes. Choi Kun-sung just wants to go home. Suddenly, something is falling from the sky, and it's coming down like a missile. The protagonist recognizes it's his leader. She lands and immediately hugs him, very relieved to see he's alive. Our hero is happy to see her too, but Lee notices he's not wearing clothes. Even Choi Kun-sung gets embarrassed. He explains that his clothes melted because of the acid. Our hero finally receives a change of clothes. Lee is still a bit flustered. A player approaches her and says he witnessed a touching reunion, but then he adds he's surprised. She asks, surprised about what? The player says he didn't expect she'd be into younger guys. He didn't imagine that kid was a secret boyfriend. Lee tells him to stop with the jokes. He says he'll follow that order. The leader explains that she canceled the mission, so she wants to know why they're there. A mage says that after witnessing that scene, she got very curious and wanted a closer look. Then the girl gives the protagonist a good look and says he's her type and wants to know if he's dating anyone. But Lee removes her hand. She tells them to stop with the jokes. Choi Kun-sung just went through a difficult time, but the girl says she's not joking. She also says she doesn't understand why the leader is angry. Lee insists that Choi Kun-sung needs to rest right now. The leader admits that everyone there is curious about how the protagonist defeated the dragon alone. But in her opinion, asking that is really rude. Then Lee tells the boy to go to the hospital. Of course he agrees. Besides, their helicopter will be used for another purpose. They'll serve as an emergency transport. Lee then jumps, taking Choi Kun-sung with her. Even though she's a little frustrated, she admits she was kind of rude too. But without a doubt, she's curious about how the protagonist managed to melt the blue dragon. The other guy assumes that this man must be special, just by the way he's treated. He decides he'll just ask her about it later. On the online forum, people are desperate to buy Choi Kun-sung's products, so much so that they blame the person who suggested the boycott in the first place. The anger is so intense that now they want to suspend the account of the one who started the boycott, since the protagonist won't read those messages because of his low profile. Sometime later, Korea suffered a lot, but they still managed to contain the catastrophe with relatively minimal damage. In a short time, they began to restore infrastructure. Then they started researching the new magic stones. Even though society was a bit unstable, things started to return to normal. Choi Kun-sung takes a good look at his battery inventory. Fortunately, that market wasn't too badly affected. As soon as the storefront reopened, recharging batteries became his top priority. Choi Kun-sung says he's going to buy all of them. The protagonist adds the batteries to the cart to sell. Then he decides to raise the prices of the items. Somehow, people are still buying. Our hero can hardly believe it. Since that's the case, he decides to raise the prices even more. A few days later, Choi Kun-sung returns to the store, but they're still out of stock. The clerk says more will arrive soon. Since the factories are back in operation, there probably won't be this kind of problem anymore. Unfortunately, there's nothing that can be done for now. Choi Kun-sung says he'll head out then. The vendor offers to call him when the batteries arrive, but the protagonist says he'll just come back later. On the way back, he thinks it would be perfect if he could buy directly from the factory. Choi Hyun-sung even tried contacting them before the catastrophe, but they refused to make individual sales. Later, the protagonist called again and said he would make bulk purchases, but the company still refused. Our hero wonders if he'll need to buy a company and a warehouse. Maybe it's better to open an electronics store. A few days later, Choi Hyun-sung goes shopping. Even though it's a weekday, the place is still crowded. His sister calls out to him. Choi Hyun-sung praises his manager's leadership. She says she has to give her best effort for his store. His manager informs him that the batteries were sent to a warehouse. The protagonist says he'll go check it out, then afterwards she asks if she should place more orders. But that will change from time to time. His sister invites him to dinner with her mother. This time, they'll be able to eat something fancy. Apparently, sales are slowing down. Their sales rate has practically stopped, but at least the week was good. Maybe it's time to start spending points now, the protagonist thinks. He looks at what he's going to buy. Currently, he has 5 heroic-type skills, but Dragon Breath is the only active one. But thinking it through, that's also the only tank-type power he has. Choi Hyun-sung wonders if he should buy one more active ability, or maybe something like teleportation to always escape danger. Actually, our hero could buy both. Active skills are cheaper than passive ones. But Choi Hyun-sung notices something. Teleportation powers are expensive. He remembers that personal space, his storage ability, was pretty expensive too. Also, only heroic rank ones can move living beings. There are other restrictions too, but at least he can read about the products. The protagonist finds the best one available, which costs 40 billion points, and that's the one he buys. After that, Choi Hyun-sung goes to the warehouse. The protagonist is thinking about testing the skill now. He targets a corner of the place. Before he even finishes saying teleport, the boy is already there. It worked perfectly this time, and it's actually very useful. Then he tests the long-distance version. Now he's going to buy the other ability. He looks through the elemental powers, but none catch his eye. Suddenly, he finds a dark magic spell that fires a beam consuming both life and mana. On top of that, the price is surprisingly good. One comment warns that if you're not careful, you might drain your own life without realizing it. But that's exactly the one he wants. However, Dragon Breath absorbs this power and evolves into unique heroic rank. Now his electricity has turned into black lightning. Even his electric barrier has changed so that he can control it. The protagonist decides to go into a dungeon. Choi Hyun-sung heads to a cave. Some creatures rush toward him. The monsters get very close. He then fires the lightning beam. Only monster mana remains. The protagonist thinks the new attack is amazing. Spending all of his points was worth it. 5 hours later, he manages to hunt 5,000 monsters. But now, Choi Hyun-sung is completely exhausted. That's it for today, folks. At the end of the day, the protagonist goes to his shop. There he finds his sister, who should have gone home already. She says the batteries are in the storage room and he can go check. Choi Hyun-sung goes to take a look. 30 minutes later, he returns and his sister is still there. He says they can go home together then, but she wants to talk to him first. That's why she's still at the shop. She wants to talk about what happened when they thought Choi Hyun-sung had died. His sister starts by saying their mother had a breakdown when she received the notification, and even after learning he was safe, she cried for a long time. But the real problem came afterward. That's when they were fined for the rented equipment and had their contract canceled. Choi Hyun-sung is devastated when he hears that. His sister says they filed several complaints, but the response was that the law was on their side. They were asked to hold an inheritance meeting. Even the lawyer said there was nothing they could do. In the end, they had to leave the house that was in the protagonist's name. They demanded the bonus Choi Hyun-sung had received be returned, but in the end, everything got resolved. Lee Shudi fixed the whole situation, apologized on her knees, and said it was all a misunderstanding. But his sister doesn't believe it was just a misunderstanding. Choi Hyun-sung promises to investigate the story. She says it wasn't meant to be a secret, but she wanted him to know what had happened. The protagonist thanks her for her honesty. The next day, Choi Hyun-sung says he has a meeting with Captain Lee Shudi. The secretary says she's out at the moment. The protagonist says he spoke to her earlier by phone and she allowed him to wait in her office. Since that's the case, the girl guides our hero to the room. In the office, she can offer him coffee, but he declines, and after that, the secretary leaves. Finally, he is alone. Choi Hyun-sung activates his psychometry ability. He searches for his own name. The protagonist sees the moment she received confirmation of his death. It's clear that she was very upset. He even feels a bit moved. Then the protagonist sees her arguing with her boss about what he's doing to the hero's family. The man's response is that he's just following the law. Lee tells the man to drop the charges, but he refuses. To her, someone who died protecting the country should be treated with more respect. The man on the phone says he's just acting according to protocol. Lee says that if he doesn't cancel the charges, she will immediately leave the organization. He says that would be a breach of contract, but the captain says her contract is so unusual it might not even be legally valid. The man then doubts she would actually go against the Korean government. He says she's too emotional and they'll talk later. The person she was talking to is the minister. Choi Hyun-sung sincerely gives thanks. Now he knows who he's dealing with. The Minister of Dimensional Affairs is finished. Lee then appears and asks if he waited long, but actually he arrived very early. She says she got curious because he wanted to meet her so suddenly. Choi Hyun-sung says he'll have to cancel his contract. Lee is speechless. But the protagonist reveals that he knows what the minister tried to do. She apologizes on his behalf, but Choi Hyun-sung says it's not necessary since he knows she was the one who fixed everything in the end. That's why the protagonist wants to thank her. Lee asks him to reconsider for her sake. She still wants to fight to change that regulation. The protagonist agrees that it must happen. He then says he might reconsider if she does him a favor. Choi Hyun-sung wants to meet the minister in person to apologize directly. Naturally, the girl is shocked. But the one who gets most nervous is the minister, who calls the boy arrogant. He thinks the kid is too full of himself just because he has unique abilities. The minister says he doesn't even know what he did wrong. One of his staff members says Choi Hyun-sung is just a brat who doesn't know how the world works. That's why the other one also agrees that the request should be denied. According to the minister, he was only following the law. He doesn't understand why he has to apologize. After all, from his point of view, he did nothing wrong. His subordinate agrees. He thinks the minister was generous and now the boy is just throwing a tantrum, so they believe they should teach him a lesson. For a moment, the minister even agrees, but he wants to know how that would be done, especially since everyone already knows about this. That's when his staff are left speechless. In the end, they get scolded for saying things without thinking. Then the old man orders the protagonist to come to him. Since Choi Hyun-sung wants an apology, then he should be the one to come. The two fools run off to deliver the message. The minister says he would never go to him. Choi Hyun-sung finds it funny that he was summoned here, but in the end, it's the minister who's going to be late. The protagonist uses his new ability and discovers that this is where corrupt officials teamed up with major guilds and dungeon gate managers. At least all the staff members are just regular people. But for our hero, that's actually better. The secretary appears and says the minister is calling for him. Our hero is ready for this. As soon as he enters the room, the old man is surprised by his appearance. He says our hero is the same age as his grandson. The minister begins a speech about youth, but the protagonist interrupts him. He wants to hear the apology. Meanwhile, he uses his psychometry. The old man says he was only acting according to the rules and there was nothing he could do. Choi Hyun-sung discovers that the minister was conspiring with many others against him. Then the minister says he just wanted to do things by the book. But the protagonist asks if he hasn't done things far too awful to be considered legal. First, there's the issue of a fine for rented equipment used during a company mission. Then there's the cancellation fee for the contract. Choi Hyun-sung had been officially declared killed in action during a mission. The protagonist demands to know how that makes any sense. He wants to know what's going through the minister's mind when he did all that. Unfortunately, the minister is outraged to be scolded by a kid. But he started it, says Choi Hyun-sung, and calls him an idiot. Immediately, the minister is furious, shouting out his official title. He says our hero is just a brat who doesn't know anything. The minister keeps yelling at him, insulting him as poor and inferior. He can't accept being treated this way by a boy. Growing impatient, Choi Hyun-sung starts to think he should just get rid of him. Right then, the minister freezes. The man ends up wetting his pants in fear. Choi Hyun-sung tells him to have some common sense and think before he speaks. The staff who are watching everything stay dead silent. The protagonist reminds him that his head isn't just for decoration. Then he says he recorded everything that was said. They'll file a police report and press charges for verbal assault. Choi Hyun-sung will be waiting for him in court. When he leaves the room, all you can hear is a scream of despair. The protagonist finds this new ability more useful than he expected. Enrage is a common rank skill, and it causes the target to become furious and lose self-control. A few days later, a corruption scandal involving the minister was revealed. The movement started with regular players, but over time even guilds joined the fight. Choi Hyun-sung is relaxing at home. He's looking at his psychometry ability, which allows him to read the memory of objects. While he's thinking that he'll be using this power a lot in the future, his leader calls him. It seems he didn't expect it to be her, but he answers the phone happily. She wants to meet with him, and Choi Hyun-sung says that's fine by him. In that case, she asks for his location. Choi Hyun-sung asks for just a second. He sees the name of a restaurant near his apartment. The protagonist then recommends it to her, and Lee accepts, saying she's already on her way there. The girl will arrive in 30 minutes. She's going to be direct. Lee wants to know if the scandal with the minister was orchestrated by him. She already suspects he's the only one who could pull something like that off. The commander says government officials are quite sensitive about this issue. Lee tells him they'll be suspicious of the protagonist, so he needs to be careful. Choi Hyun-sung wants to find out what could happen. His leader says he could be arrested for trespassing and theft. The protagonist wants to know if it could be even worse because of the special laws for players. Lee says that if it comes to that, he'd better have public opinion on his side. Choi Hyun-sung thinks that's good advice. But since he's not a criminal, he doesn't have anything to worry about. Lee once again asks him to be careful. She says high-ranking officials don't like players with power and influence. But for now, they'll stay quiet and cautious. Also, they'll gain many new enemies. And of course, they'll keep a close watch on Choi Hyun-sung. The protagonist denies it and says he has nothing to do with the situation. But he decides to stay quiet for a while. Lee laughs, saying that's actually a smart idea. It's better for both of them to avoid unnecessary suspicion. A missile is launched toward its target. This is Pyongyang, North Korea. The soldier hopes the target was destroyed. But Creature's voice says no. Then the monster roars and slime pours from its mouth. The soldiers turn to skeletons in seconds. The ability doesn't stop, it keeps spreading, melting everything in its path. Not even a fighter jet escapes. The city is completely destroyed. Back at the cafe, Lee says she has to leave, but she's not the only one receiving that message. Choi Kun-sung goes with her. The message is an emergency summons only for high-level players. Lee says a special code was issued, so she'll contact headquarters first. Choi Kun-sung says the internet already knows what's going on. North Korea has collapsed and the monster that caused it could come to this country. This is more serious than he imagined. The spokesperson confirms the situation is indeed grave. According to the information, the neighboring country is gone and all high-level players in North Korea failed to stop the creature called Emoji. Plus, hordes of monsters keep emerging from portals. Many refugees are arriving at the borders, and the monsters are getting closer and closer. The head of the organization takes over now. This time, he's going to explain something else. Why only high-level players were summoned. Their mission is to defend the border from the Emoji and drive back the monsters advancing alongside at the front lines, and that last part doesn't sit well with the protagonist. 10 days later in Paju, a group of orcs is attacking, but at the border, there are already some players guarding it. This swordsman slices through monsters like cheese. Then he wonders how long he'll be stuck dealing with weaklings. Even the protagonist finds it boring. A werewolf leaps at him, but it's cut in two. Other players are in the same fight, all defending the border, but Choi Hyun-sung wonders how much longer. Thanks to his sister, he's been receiving his supplies here. Still, it's uncomfortable no matter what. In China, a group of monsters is crossing a bridge. The military opens fire on them. A large red dragon begins crossing the river. Suddenly, an explosion wounds it. A group of players stops its advance. Another blast hits its chest, making the creature furious. Then a player slices it easily. The fight ends quickly. A soldier comes to speak with him. The intel is that the Emoji is heading their way. The man looks pleased. The unranked creature that destroyed a North Korean city. A new update has just arrived. It still hasn't been possible to determine the monster's level, but they have discovered its rank, and it's a legendary creature. China's army is attacking with everything they've got. The idea is that whoever defeats the Emoji will earn a first kill achievement. Usually, those who get that gain a huge boost in attributes. He wants to seize this opportunity. There at the border are more than 181 different ranks, over 3,000 high-level players. The Emoji has finally arrived. Of course, the swordsman is the most excited. Everyone charges at once. A monk activates his ability to support the others. Magic rains down from all sides, but the creature grows tired of losing. The fear status is activated, paralyzing victims for up to 10 seconds. The players can't move. Soon, they start getting eaten. Others are flung away by its tail. Some are so frightened they can't move a muscle. Emoji unleashes a lightning blast, wiping out a massive group. Choi Kun-sung is watching the news on his phone. It's reported that a disaster occurred at the Chinese border, with thousands of high-level players killed. The protagonist was thinking about getting the Wild Instinct ability, but he changed his mind and chose something with metal resistance because he wants the title for hunting that monster. In the end, he gets a heroic power that has only two functions, protecting the mind and increasing willpower. He pays the 29 billion points and agrees to learn it from her. At first, he doesn't feel anything different, so he'd like to test it and see how it works. Elsewhere, a man yells that he's being humiliated. Some players become curious about the scene. As the man is leaving, he realizes he's drawing attention. The other players are staring at him and judging him. In the end, he walks away with his head down. Choi Hyun-sung thinks there are a lot of people applying, but the reason is simple. Everyone wants the chance to get the first kill achievement, although some are here for other reasons. But it seems the acceptance rate isn't very high. Choi Hyun-sung is called by the secretary. First, she checks his identity. Then she allows him to enter. The protagonist thinks this room looks like it came straight out of a movie interrogation scene. A voice asks if he's ready for the test. Once ready, they begin. Everything goes silent. Suddenly, a notification pops up. The message says the protagonist has been affected by a mental ability, so he'll be confused for 10 seconds, and then his passive activates. Because of it, he resists the confusion effect. The test ends and the protagonist passes. After finishing, our hero leaves. The person on the other side admits the protagonist is truly impressive. Then Lee asks for the next candidate to be called. A few days later, near the DMZ, the South Korean government decides to advance north. A fighter jet reports it's entering the airspace. Then, a ship launches a missile. It hits a blue dragon on the shoulder, bringing the creature down. So far, everything is going well. The combination of players and the military is working out. That region is filled with creatures. The monsters charge into battle, but the players handle them easily. 1 week later in Beijing, China, they're discussing how the leaders want them to defeat the Emoji. The mountain erupts in flames. A politician wants to summon Beijing's top-tier heroes, but another thinks it's a rushed decision. What if another legendary monster appears? One of the politicians doesn't understand why their heroes couldn't take down that creature. He's certain that gathering the best of the best will be enough. They'll definitely succeed. The Emoji lets out a fierce roar, terrifying the players. Then the creature begins its massacre. The survivors are receiving healing treatment. Not for long. The creature destroys everything in its path. A tank player protects his teammates. Those still standing launch a coordinated attack, but the monster creates an air barrier with a roar, pushing away the nearby players. In the end, they lost. Someone asked for a survivor count. Only about 10 remain. The leader activates Plan B. Shields are placed on the ground. Arrows are raised. Those who can't fight alone are supported. A new rain of attacks falls on the monster. The leader gives the order for them to move toward Korea. Choi Hyun-sung sees the news that the emoji is heading towards central China. Our hero thinks he won't be able to get the title, and others are thinking the same thing. In fact, everyone looks disappointed. Suddenly, the cafe starts shaking. It feels like an earthquake is happening. A woman announces that the emoji is charging toward them, and everyone must prepare for battle. The players are confused by this sudden change, but others are thrilled. They'll get the chance to hunt the creature. No one is more excited than Choi Hyun-sung. He's dying to earn that achievement. But the girl says there's nothing to be happy about. The Chinese lost the fight again. The survivors are the ones bringing the creature to Korea. That was their desperate plan. One of the players gets furious when he hears this. So even think it should be a crime. Tensions start to rise among the players. Lee intervenes and asks everyone to calm down. What matters most now is being ready for battle. Choi Hyun-sung is happy to see her. One of the Chinese players is running as fast as he can. The girl spots that they're close. At the last second, the monster grabs him, swallowing the player in a single bite. The creature is enormous, bigger than they thought. Everyone grows tense when they see the monster head-on. The emoji roars at all of them, unleashing its ability. But the protagonist's new powers allow him to withstand it perfectly. The battle begins and the tanks charge forward. Warriors strike all over its body with their magical weapons. Elemental spells of all kinds rain down on its scales. Some players warn everyone to be careful because a storm is swirling around the monster. A black lightning bolt hits the emoji. Choi Hyun-sung feels stronger than ever, all thanks to the buffs. The player responsible for them is focused on everyone in the group. A new team launches an attack, but these tanks and warriors aren't able to do much against the monster. The protagonist was placed in a long-range damage group. The first injuries are starting to appear. Some players run over to help. Our hero, who will probably have to absorb the blood on the ground. But something else is happening too. He sees his friend fighting. Lee is so fast, it's hard to follow her with the eyes. She's the first to draw blood from the emoji. Choi Hyun-sung even feels a bit jealous of her. His only way to improve is by acquiring new abilities. All he wants is to reach 1,000,000,000,000 points and then his goal will be achieved. 30 minutes later, the fierce battle continues. Choi Hyun-sung thinks it's not as hard as he expected. Then he notices something strange. The monster begins to drool. The mage notices and shouts for everyone to be careful of the new attack. The creature releases acid from its mouth. Those nearby manage to dodge, but now it's heading toward the mages. Together, they try to form a protective barrier. Only one layer ends up breaking. The order is to keep channeling the barrier. All the mages give it their all. The tanks rush in to help. Together, they attack the monster, forcing it to stop the acid attack. Then the magic rain resumes, causing a huge explosion. The protagonist believes the battle is about to end, but emoji is already losing its patience. The creature enters rage mode. It's a skill that lowers defense but boosts attack. The tanks go back in to attack, but one of them is caught by some kind of effect. Player receives a new message. At the same time, everyone gets this update. A warning that the skill failed to activate. Another swordsman attacks as he passes by, but he notices something. Something's going wrong. A warning is issued to dodge. The monster crushes an entire group. Unfortunately, the mage group is being massacred. Some players realize that the monster is deliberately targeting them. Emoji keeps focusing its attacks on the group. Choi Hyun-sung runs to escape the danger. He looks for a safe place, then activates teleportation. But then comes the notification that our hero is under a new effect from a move for 10 seconds, so his skills have been cancelled. The creature's roar is terrifying. It slams its tail down to hit Choi Hyun-sung. It was close. The creature is faster than he imagined. Another group of mages is paralyzed, and they're crushed by the monster. The protagonist opens a dimensional space. Emoji tries to crush him again. Our hero dodges just in time, but the monster doesn't give up. With its body, it smashes the protagonist's shield, throwing him straight into a mountain. Our hero wakes up. He's only slightly injured, but that was a close one. Choi Hyun-sung didn't expect the creature to have another mental ability besides fear. The battlefield is chaos, but only now does the protagonist realize he lost his blade. He needs to find it before anything else. A new update appears. The draconic blood blade has just evolved. Not even our hero believes it. He looks out over the battlefield. Choi Hyun-sung focuses his gaze until he spots his weapon stuck in the monster's tail, and he can't summon it back. The battle is going well, all things considered. You can already tell that victory is near. Another notification about the sword's evolution. Maybe it's because the blade is drinking the blood of a legendary monster. Two other players leap to strike the monster's face, and they do serious damage. With each new hit, more blood spills from it. New blades pierce its flesh. The creature is losing, but it won't give up that easily. Emoji starts spitting acid again. Some players are nearly hit. They waste no time and counterattack. Lee rushes in and tears off one of its horns. The attacks are relentless. Even the mages return to the fight. Explosions erupt all over its body again. Emoji changes its stance. Lee is the first to notice. She jumps as fast as she can, kicking the monster in the chin. For the first time, Imugi falls. The players waste no time and drive their blades into its body. One of the players starts to believe they've won. Then comes the message. Everyone receives the title for hunting a legendary monster together. The players celebrate across the battlefield. Imugi begins to vanish, turning into pure mana. But then they notice something. The mana is being drawn toward a specific point. That point is our hero's sword. The blade has just taken on a new form. The protagonist recovers his sword. He then receives a new update, a title for being the first person to own a legendary weapon in history. Choi Kun-sung wants to see how much it has changed. The new skill says he can unleash a draconic blood attack. For a legendary rank, it sounds very impressive. Choi Kun-sung also didn't know that unique rank achievements were classified separately. It means there are also players out there with unique items. In the end, the protagonist is satisfied. Another message appears. It receives a reward for helping defeat the monster, which varies for each player. Choi Kun-sung came in first, so all of his attributes increased by +10. Our hero has his sword to thank for that, but now he wonders how he's going to split the reward. The money is distributed based on each person's contribution to the battle, but the protagonist doesn't want to reveal his level to anyone. He makes his decision. Choi Kun-sung is happy with what he already has. The news of the Imugi's defeat caused a stir. The whole world was watching Korea. Who participated, how the monster was defeated, and what the rewards were became topics of curiosity everywhere. But the government took measures to keep everything under wraps. Even so, item sale requests kept flooding in. Many players went to Korea after that. The drive to earn new achievements and become the strongest became a craze. A few days later, Choi Kun-sung is in his shop's storage room. The protagonist realizes that buying the auction items will be difficult. He received a reward for joining the expedition and an invitation to take part in the item auction. But the expectation is that prices will reach the billions in one. In the end, Choi Kun-sung decides not to participate. He already has what he needs. Then he gets a call from Lee Shui. The guy is surprised and asks if something happened. His companion asks if there always has to be a reason for her to call him. Choi Kun-sung gets a little embarrassed but says that she usually only contacts him when something's going on. Lee laughs and says it's true. She actually wants to ask something. She wants to know if he's interested in the legendary rank item. His answer is obviously yes. Who wouldn't be? Lee says she can go ahead and buy one for him at the Imugi auction. Choi Kun-sung asks if she wants something in return. And of course she does. She makes that clear. And it's not hard to guess what she wants. The slavery contract, as Choi Kun-sung calls it. Lee explains that the government is going all in to acquire the Imugi items and probably no player has more money than they do. But the protagonist finds that strange because only those who join the expedition can take part in the auction. That's why she's talking to our hero. Only the two of them who fought the monster are part of the association. Choi Kun-sung then asks why she doesn't just buy all the items. Lee replies that she would, but one of the abilities is more compatible with him than with her. Because of that, the protagonist wants to see the items first before continuing the conversation. She says that everyone will only get to see auction items one day in advance. It's definitely a very short time. Lee explains that the government is afraid that if they reveal what's up for sale too early, someone might try to steal it. The protagonist bets that's already happening, but he decides he'll only make a decision after seeing what's for sale. Lee promises he won't regret it. A few days later, Choi Kun-sung is holding the list in his hands. The name is Dark Dragon's Pierce. It has almost no side effects and is a skill that basically controls a black lightning bolt freely, with no cooldown. Our hero wonders if his heroic rank power can absorb a legendary level 1. He asks if she really doesn't want that ability. Lee says that almost all of her abilities use divine-type mana. His friend tells him that if he doesn't want the power, it will go to some random mage. The government already has someone in mind they want to give the book to. That's why they don't have much time. Choi Kun-sung needs to decide now. He agrees on one condition, that in the future he can pay a fee to terminate the lifelong contract. Lee thinks that's a bit much. Choi Kun-sung says that if he can't, he'll back out. Lee agrees, if she can add interest. The protagonist is almost afraid to hear how much it will be, but she says it's 5%, a seemingly simple rate, but it's compound interest. That's the best she can offer him, so Choi Kun-sung accepts the terms. Lee says it's settled then. Now she'll report to the higher-ups, and the protagonist thanks her. But the girl says she didn't do anything special. The auctioneer asks for any more bids. He begins counting to 5. The room is small, and the man counts to 5 for anyone to make a new offer. Then it's declared that player Lee will take the Dark Dragon's spear. The final bid was over 1 billion. It was more competitive than expected. Choi Kun-sung can't imagine a player having that kind of money. Apparently, there are some corporations backing certain individuals. A skill book and the weapon together total 2 trillion. Now it's time for the final item. A staff member brings it to the stage. The book with the fury of the Dark Dragon. Later, the protagonist is alone reviewing his contract. Maybe a bit of regret is setting in. The debt he has to pay reaches 1 trillion. With compound interest, he might actually stay tied to the association for life. Lee is facing another problem. The first conquest message didn't show up as she expected. She believes something is off. During the expedition, the title for being the first person with a historical rank didn't appear, and she came in second in contribution. Also, no one revealed who placed first. When she hunted the first heroic monster, it was different. They managed to record who ranked first. Lee received the achievement of being the first to gain something of that rank. Unfortunately, she just didn't receive the titles because she didn't have the right accessories, but she thought it would be the same this time. Unless someone had already killed a legendary monster before, Lee can't understand what's going on. She wanted this so badly that she had those items sold at the end of the auction. Sadly, she feels like a fool. Lee thinks she should have been more honest with her friend. Choi Hyun-sung suddenly appears and congratulates her. He says he's heading out. Lee seems thoughtful and asks if he learned the skill. Choi Hyun-sung says yes, successfully. She then wishes him a safe trip home. Our hero's senses something is off. Suddenly, she apologizes. For the order of the auction items, she explains that the government wants to monopolize all the primary achievements through her, so Lee changed the item order. That's why his book was last. Everything lines up and Choi Hyun-sung finds it plausible. She was the one who wanted that title. Besides, the government was backing everything. Choi Hyun-sung says it's okay. He says all her reasons are understandable. Lee gets a little embarrassed. The protagonist decides to leave. In the end, she feels like he didn't want anything from her, so she promises herself that she'll never act that way again. Choi Hyun-sung knows his friend is very honest. Lee could have stayed silent and nothing would have changed. But now he feels bad for being the one who ended up with all the achievements. The protagonist opens his space. Then he takes out the golden book. He's ready to learn from it, but he hopes his skills will evolve. In the end, one power doesn't absorb the other. It fuses with it. Later, he'll receive the title of the first to learn a legendary rank skill. Choi Hyun-sung believes joining the expedition was the best decision. Just from the titles, he earned 450 points, and a crazy new skill he's eager to test out. A black mass of energy covers the battlefield. The monsters are obliterated, and the ones left charge in. Choi Hyun-sung raises his hand, then uses his new skill. Nothing is left around him. Truth be told, it was much faster than he expected. The creatures flee in vain. They are all wiped out. Choi Hyun-sung wants to find a bat-type dungeon. He starts thinking there might be a decent spot nearby. His leader sends him a message, asking him to return. He wonders if something happened. When the protagonist calls, she says he probably just came out of a dungeon. Lee wants to know if he has any intention of hunting in the northern area. The leader explains that there are very few people in that region for the lower-level zones. She wants to know if he can help. The payment is double that of the emergency team. But he knows no one wants to take that job because players usually don't level up by hunting easy monsters. Choi Hyun-sung agrees to help willingly. Lee is genuinely thankful and says she'll send a helicopter to pick him up. The protagonist realizes the situation must be quite urgent. She explains that there are many new dungeons in that area. It's not yet at the level of requiring an emergency alert, but if it continues, it will be. Choi Hyun-sung promises to do his best. 2 weeks later in North Korea, the protagonist receives a notification that he's reached the 3 million mark and the mercenary system has been unlocked. Choi Hyun-sung has no idea what the message is talking about. While he's reading it, he senses an incoming attack. So he uses the black lightning. In the end, only dust remains of the creatures. Apparently, nothing changed in his status. Choi Hyun-sung opens a window where he can hire mercenaries. Their ranks start at heroic and go downward. These are the ones available to him at the moment. He picks one to check out, a tank full of cool abilities. But the guy costs 600 billion and is only available for 2 hours. Then he looks at the rare ranked ones. But those guys are pretty expensive too. Choi Hyun-sung finds a woman a tank the cheapest at that level, but the description says she's a coward. Our hero doesn't know what to make of those comments. Maybe it's because she cancels a lot of contracts. He decides to hire her out of curiosity. The mercenary Lucia is contracted for 180 minutes. When she arrives, the first thing she does is thank him for choosing her. Then she asks where the enemy is. Choi Hyun-sung says there aren't any at the moment. Lucia is curious why she was summoned, and he replies that he wants to ask some questions. The mercenary assumes it's his first time. Choi Hyun-sung admits he just unlocked the option. Lucia promises to answer everything she can. She sets her gear aside on the ground. Choi Hyun-sung wants to know what mercenaries actually are. She says they're all players, just like him. Lucia tries to be more precise. They're all players with the same unique ability. All of them can buy and sell. He asks if portals appeared in her world and why that happened. Lucia says yes, but she doesn't know the reasons. If the protagonist wants to know more, he'll have to hire a mercenary rank legendary or higher. Most likely, no heroic level mercenary knows the answer. Choi Hyun-sung explains that in his world, the portals appeared 20 years ago. Despite the second cataclysm, things are pretty stable. He wants to know when the next one will happen. Lucia says, as far as she knows, 2 is the end. Maybe there won't be another for 20 years, but she can't guarantee that. Choi Hyun-sung wants to know why she says that. The mercenary says that 40 years after the first cataclysm, her world was destroyed by monsters. Lucia says she knows her description says she's a coward and always runs from fights. Our hero wants to know why that is. She says she's a coward because she ran from her own world. In her old world, people lived in peace. One day, a portal opened right in the middle of the capital. Many orcs came pouring out. People could only grab their things and flee. Lucia, on the other hand, saw a white horse charging at the monsters. Even a giant demon, she faced it, but the creature was really strong. That was the moment she awakened. It was when she became a level 1 player. She says she first tried to max out her attributes using accumulated points and evolve her skills, but she ended up regretting that. Later, she earned points by hunting and selling items and magic stones. She held on like that for 16 years, and because of that, she reached hope. But then the second cataclysm came. Lucia couldn't stop the legendary monsters that came one after another. She was fighting alone against something far stronger. A force field spread, making it impossible to use spatial mobility items or skills. With no choice, she used her last resort to escape. Lucia tries to escape from the monster. She grabs the dimensional teleportation item. The former paladin had a high chance of getting lost in another dimension, but it was unavoidable. With no choice, she activates the item. At first, she failed to reach a dimension. Lucia got lost in the void, in the space between dimensions, in a place where nothing exists. Fortunately, there was the mercenary system where she could register. Lucia explains that there's a window in the system that says the same thing. Choi Kun-sung checks it out. The protagonist's rank is rare, and he's worth quite a bit. Lucia says she registered and waited, but almost no one hired her. Once she tried to lower the rate for another player. She only wanted to live in his world in exchange, but she was rejected. That's because the minimum rate is 1 million per hour. For a day, it has 24 million. In a month, it's about 700. Lucia says one day, a player offered a new condition. He wanted her to send him 24 million points a day. Choi Kun-sung is shocked by this. The mercenary says yes, as long as they have the same ability. Lucia then offers a handshake. Choi Kun-sung accepts, a bit confused. That's when he sees how many points she has to exchange. The protagonist finds it pretty interesting. Choi Kun-sung wants to know if it's possible to increase the accumulated points by exchanging with each other, but she says no. When a trade happens, the amount is reduced equally for both sides. The protagonist assumes she must have accepted the other player's offer, but she says she rejected it. Lucia explains that the system takes a 20% fee from every transaction. Choi Kun-sung remembers that it's true. She says that over time, things got worse. That's when that same person hired her again. The protagonist assumes that's when she finally accepted the offer. Yes, that's what she did. She hunted monsters to pay off the 24 million her buyer spent on her. Even if she fought all day, in the end, she always ended up 4 million in the red, but she had no choice. Fortunately, she managed to save a bit of time and sleep while hunting, even if she could only save about 5 million points per day. But her employer's greed got worse, and she had to break the contract. After that, she went without being hired again, until now. She says she couldn't take even 3 more months, so she wants to ask for something. Her minimum rate is 24 million, and she promises to send it every day. Lucia swears she'll fight on any battlefield. All she wants is permission to live in his world. The protagonist asks for some time to think. She says okay, but she doesn't have much time left. Lucia disappears again. Choi Kun-sung is alone in the cave once more. He's feeling like the luckiest guy in the world right now. The protagonist doesn't know what to do at the moment. He then opens the system, summoning Lucia back. The mercenary assumes he made a good decision. But before anything else, he wants to ask her something. She knows he's curious about her abilities, so she wants to show him her status window. Lucia says she'll display her level and stats. The protagonist is curious to see her capabilities. As he approaches, she activates her status window, and she's actually pretty strong. Her total stats are above 3 million, giving her approximately level 700. At the moment, Lucia is slightly stronger than him, but Choi Kun-sung knows that soon he'll surpass her. Surely she has many rare and heroic rank skills. There must be many powerful monsters out there for incredible people to be hiring mercenaries for help. Lucia wants to know if he's satisfied with what he saw. Choi Kun-sung says that for now, he wants to make a temporary contract. Basically, he'll summon her for dungeons. When the hunt ends, her contract ends. In other words, every time he goes hunting, she'll go with him. Lucia agrees. She says it's a good deal. Then she vanishes again. On another day, in another dungeon, Lucia uses an active skill, making the monsters target her. Then she casts a spell to defend herself. That's when a black explosion erupts. The protagonist thinks the situation is very convenient. Lucia was slicing through the creatures like they were nothing. She has a fighting style very different from his. Lucia activates the skill again. Choi Kun-sung thinks they have good synergy. Meanwhile, he keeps eliminating monsters in his own way. One of the beasts is cut clean in half. The battle is over for now. Choi Kun-sung says they've completed the mission for now. Lucia says she really enjoyed this hunting field. She explains that in other worlds there are many difficulties, like too many players in the same area. In addition, the hunting fields had noble owners. Adventurers had to pay high fees to enter. This even raises a doubt in her mind. She starts to wonder if the protagonist is a monarch in this world. Choi Kun-sung says it's just his job to clean up this region. Lucia is happy to be useful. Our hero says he'll call her again then. Once more, she vanishes before his eyes. 1 week later, Lucia says she's accumulating achievements at a very fast pace. She was earning 10 million points a day hunting. Now she's earning 3 times that, reaching 300 million per week. The protagonist is happy to see her like this. Lucia is very satisfied with her achievements. He, on the other hand, is starting to feel bad for earning hundreds of millions a day through electronic gear. The mercenary comes over to him. Lucia would like to ask him a question. She noticed that he also knows how to fight in close combat. The mercenary wants to know if he plans to keep mixing both fighting styles. The protagonist says yes, absolutely, that's his plan. But she says he's never truly learned real swordsmanship. He admits he only knows the basics. In that case, she recommends he hire a swordmaster and truly learn how to fight with a blade. Choi Kun-sung asks why she says that. Lucia says he's too stiff and he can't afford that kind of flaw. Because against humanoid monsters ranked heroic and above, his attacks won't work. Lucia suggested the two of them train, but Choi was hesitant, so she said she'd show him in practice, and the guy agreed. Charging at the mercenary who dodged, Hyun-sung figured she was holding back. The fight kept going, and it only took 3 minutes for the MC to start showing signs of fatigue. Choi didn't get why she was so strong, and when he attacked again, he got beaten. Lucia said she expected more from the guy's proficiency, but he didn't even know what she meant. So the woman explained it was a talent for specific skills, where whenever you do something you get better at it, like riding a horse normally or balancing sideways while riding. The MC took it like a light bulb moment, especially when he learned even his powers could do more damage depending on proficiency. Choi Hyun-sung then asked Lucia to train him. A few months later, the situation in North Korea started to stabilize, but the high-level players from the famous guilds started getting bored because of the low-rank missions, and a lot of them decided to go back to South Korea, leaving the missions to the association members, who also started complaining even though they were getting double pay, because the rewards were basically nothing, on top of living in uncomfortable tents. But he was happy to be able to hunt as much as he wanted, alongside Lucia. Lucia said the MC's world was really advanced, and realized she only got summoned inside dungeons because everyone there needed ID. But Choi explained the woman was high level too, and that's why he didn't want to draw the authorities' attention. So he decided that when the job was over, he'd find a way to register the mercenary in the country, which made Lucia happy. She revealed that if she needed a photo for her ID, she'd use her younger version. And Choi liked the idea of the crown giving those wrinkles a nice smack. Lucia suggested the MC take the payment back, but the guy refused, saying it was for the training he got. She got embarrassed and promised she'd go harder on our hero. The players were sent on another mission, and a creepy hooded guy seemed to be mixed in among the members. Choi felt his wild instinct kick in, but kept walking while a shadow followed him. Inside the dungeon, he ran into the monsters and little by little took them down. After collecting his reward, he rested for a bit, but noticed something weird around him. So he went back to taking down the lion men that were showing up, until suddenly the shadow came closer, and our hero immediately summoned his power, dodging the attack, and he noticed the enemy was some kind of assassin. The two of them fought it out, and Choi couldn't land a hit on him. Then the man pulled back, frustrated that the MC had noticed him. But Choi followed him, stopping him from getting away, and when he tried to wound the enemy, the guy just dodged and threw a vial of poison that exploded all over the MC. But Hyun-sung's immortality skill wiped out the effect, and he tried to cast his magic again, but the man was fast as an arrow, so he decided to change tactics, so he wouldn't waste so much energy, but he'd only get one shot. Choi used teleport magic and managed to catch the assassin with his draconic blade. The man still tried to hit our guy, and staying sharp, Choi dodged by a millimeter and finished him off. Who gave him, as a reward, the book Curtain of Darkness. The MC noticed the guy also left behind a black blade and an amulet, and he was curious why he'd been attacked. Choi tried to see the bastard's past with psychometry, but it didn't work on artifacts infused with mana, so he decided to summon Lucia to get answers, even though all she could figure was that they were after him because of how strong he was. Choi worried it would happen again, and the mercenary said it was pretty likely if the one behind it was an organization. Then the MC remembered the ambush he'd gotten from Young Sung-woo. Lucia guessed the attacks would only happen in dungeons, and said Hyung Sung could call her without hesitation, or even hire another mercenary. As Choi was heading back to the detachment, another mysterious hooded man was watching him, and he used his hunter eyes to retrace the MC's steps inside the dungeon. And that's how he found out about the battle that went down there, and he couldn't believe it when he learned the assassin Takahashi had died. The Japanese minister was talking with his assistant about a newly awakened player who had taken out 2 high rankers. Outraged that the suspect had broken the 20-level law, he figured that was why Korea made a point of signing a contract with that player. The mustached guy was curious what the player's unique skill was to level up so fast, and decided to send his secret agents to Korea. But if Plan A couldn't be carried out, the order was to eliminate Choi. Even with the new armor, Hyun-sung was a bit frustrated with how he did in training. But Lucia tried to cheer him up and called him in for the duel of the day. They practiced at a high level, but this time there was no winner. So Lucia praised him, saying the guy was ready to enter the next dungeon. Choi said he also wanted to learn how to use a shield, but she told him the buckler he had already did that job. The two said goodbye, and when Hyun-sung decided to head to another dungeon, he was surprised by hungry eyes in the darkness. Then the enemy revealed himself, and Hyun-sung realized the red-haired guy was speaking Japanese, ordering the MC to go with him quietly. No fuss. Choi tried to buy time by asking why he was being ambushed, but the guy didn't want to talk. Our hero wondered if there was any connection to the last assassin, and checking the area he felt the enemy wasn't alone, so he thought about calling Lucia to help him, but he drew his blade and decided to face him alone, and it pulled a crooked smile onto the enemy's lips as he brought a hand to his sheath. Without hesitating, Hansung fired off the dragon's breath, but noticed the samurai was also skilled with teleport tactics. It was a tough battle where our hero would need to manage his energy. The samurai tried a side strike and liked Choi's quick dodge, figuring the kid's items were interesting. Their blades clashed and our hero slid back from the impact. The two sized each other up, because they knew one mistake would decide the end of the fight, until Choi cast another spell, but suddenly the samurai vanished from right in front of him. The fight was intense, and the other assassins hiding around were talking in disbelief about the MC's strength. He'd only awakened a year ago. Even so, they still thought he was below Sasaki, the red-haired samurai. One of the assassins said if it were her, the fight would already be over, but together they decided to trust Sasaki, who promised he'd handle it. Heinsohn got hit while his own strike only grazed the samurai. He knew he needed to train more, especially because of the Japanese guy's lethal fighting style. Determined to finish the fight, he leapt at Heinsohn. Our hero felt his end getting close, so he activated survival instinct and added one more enemy head to his collection. But Heinsohn knew he couldn't call it a win, because another assassin was already lining up as the next opponent, and he found out there were more enemies surrounding him. Silence took over the dungeon until our hero quickly pulled up the system, and suddenly a bunch of mercenaries showed up to even the odds. Heinsohn ordered them to keep the Japanese alive, but if there was no other way they could kill them. Lucia went first, and with her sweet manner, handed her business card to the bratty assassin, who couldn't understand how strong the mercenary was. The others also sent their message, even sending one of them straight to the bag. So, in a desperate move, the assassin decided to summon her power. But Lucia didn't even give her room to get the attack off. And after the job was done, Choi enjoyed just how overpowered his hires were. With the Japanese subdued, the MC asked why they were after him, but the survivors stayed quiet, so the big bald brute went for a less gentle kind of intimidation, and made the ground shake with his sledgehammer, leaving the Japanese almost speaking Korean from how scared they were. The bald guy counted to 3, waiting for answers, and the assassins confessed they worked for Japan's minister, and the order was to kidnap Choi. The MC, thinking, ordered the bald guy to do a sweep of the Japanese guy's items, and wanted to know if there were more of them outside the dungeon, which the assassin confirmed, even though they were lower level. Choi decided to go out and check, and asked his mercenaries to keep an eye on the evil squad. When he got there, he used teleport and caught one of the bastards off guard, and when he came back, the mercenaries' contract was already almost up. He dismissed the team, who thanked him for the easy job, but Lucia stayed by his side. Choi was thinking about what to do with the assassins, when suddenly a fire arrow whistled through the air. The assassins, now in greater numbers, decided to attack again, but Lucia created a magic shield that blocked the charge, and without mercy took out 2 birds with one swing. The other 2 tried to run, but the MC wasn't going to let it slide, and teleported in with the cloak of darkness onto them, pretty much disintegrating them completely. Choi got worried about his family's safety, so he decided to buy items to protect them, and set up a long-distance connection to help them. At the shop, Heinsohn handed the items to his sister, who got worried about the MC's next steps, but he reassured her, explaining it was just a precaution. At home, he did the same with his mother, and when night came, he went to visit his father at the hospital. Putting the items on him, he promised once again that he'd find a way to heal him. The man, even unconscious, managed a faint smile that made our boy hopeful about his recovery. The Japanese minister was worried because it had been a week with no news from his squad, and he asked his assistant for more agents for the mission, but none were available, until another staff member arrived, reporting a monster called Chozo that had defeated the entire guild responsible for the Fukuoka portal. The man described the creature as heroic rank and said it could fly, causing massive destruction, so the minister demanded they gather all nearby players. Many citizens fell, and the military force couldn't handle it, but soon the players showed up to face them. Only there were so many, flying all over the place. The players fought, trying to buy time, until the leader of the Chozos appeared, letting out a call that directed the creatures to attack another city. Then he gathered his army on top of the buildings, and a fearless player said he'd take all of them down, letting loose a burst of fire that even encouraged other members to keep fighting. But while the hero was feeling hopeful, the monster's leader charged at the other members without mercy. The hero stayed on his feet bravely until, surrounded, a blade pierced his armor. The minister got the news that the new wave they'd sent had also been wiped out, and the assistant reported that the enemy acted with intelligence and strategy, showing footage of the fight to the mustache guy, who noticed how serious the situation was. Choi heard about the tragedy in Japan, and that the government had asked for international aid, which for him was a good reason not to bother him anymore. During training, the MC asked if Lucia knew about these Chozos, and the woman looked anxious, because it was the kind of monster she'd already seen destroy an entire kingdom. Setting off a warning sign, and our champion Lucia suggested that, given the monster's intelligence, it would be good to unite the forces of all nations, because the Chozos could evolve all the way to legendary rank, which made Choi extremely worried. The woman went on, saying that by now the monsters must have already evolved, consuming stones and skill books, and she revealed that, just like our hero, The monsters attacked to consume magic stones, stacking up experience. Choi asked if players could also absorb magic stones, but as far as Lucia knew, it was impossible. Still, many kingdoms had tried and failed. 3 months passed, and the Chozos were still in Japan, spreading across all of Fukuoka, and while the country waited for international help, Korea had recovered from the second attack, as had North Korea, which ended up creating a union between the two countries. To the players' delight, Hyun Sung also went to the neighboring country, but he couldn't finish any dungeon, so with the overcrowding of players, he decided to go back to South Korea. After visiting his family, he went to the association and decided to summon Lucia outside a dungeon. The woman was surprised as she watched everyday life. The MC was happy to be able to help the mercenary with her first identity, and he figured the best way to make her a citizen was to register her as a player, because player status gave you the right to register in any nation. Choi waited anxiously for Lucia to pull it off, while the woman followed an employee for the registration, and after a few minutes, they celebrated the mercenary's new identity. Then our boy decided to make a proposal to the woman that would be good for both of them. The pair went to grab a soda while they talked over the deal about the woman selling products with her unique skill, and Choi said he'd give Lucia a 10% commission, which she thought was kind of too much. The MC was so excited about his friend that he also promised to help her wipe out the monsters in her world. Lucia blushed and held back tears, because for the first time in a long time, she was getting kindness from someone. So the woman knelt in front of Choi in the middle of the crowd, and this time, he was the one who blushed. But she kept going and swore loyalty to our hero as long as she was in his world. People looked at them weird, but Choi knew how important an oath was, and that's how he received a new lord title in his missions. Choi accepted the mission and respectfully helped the woman up, noticing that now his sheet showed the lord class even though he didn't know how it worked. Then Lucia explained that it was the natural progression for someone who accepted the oath made by a knight. Hyun Sung wanted to know if Lucia also had a class, and the woman revealed she was heroic rank, an immortal knight, making Choi curious, because her level was under 50. But the woman explained that in her case she got a lot of combat experience, and that's why she reached that class. She apologized for not having said it earlier, but when she showed her sheet to the MC she emphasized the stats to hide her class. Lucia suggested our hero check the class skills, so he could distribute things properly. So he opened his status window and the knight revealed that the more subordinates he had, the more his class would increase, and the MC cracked a smile, liking the idea. Hyun Sung noticed he could see the knight's status window, and Lucia explained it was a basic lord skill, so he could assign roles to his vassals. Meanwhile, the Chozos kept spreading through the city, which drew attention to the goblins' presence. The minister was anxious about the outcome, with the UN dragging things out while the country suffered. The assistant reported they were giving top priority to assigning the extermination in Fukuoka, and downtown, the Chozos were having fun taking down the goblins that showed up in their new habitat, until the monster's leader spotted something and shouted to his army, which followed him toward the magic stone warehouse. Hyun Sung was coming back from training with Lucia when he got a call from Shin Yun-ah asking if he was going to Japan, but the MC said he'd turn it down if he could, because he needed to rest in Korea. Still, the player said she was going, since the country had made them a huge offer, but Choi wasn't greedy this time, and wished his coworker a good trip. She thanked him but immediately asked when the big guy was going to take her out to dinner, and our embarrassed guy said he'd ask her after she got back from the mission on Japanese soil. Shin Yun-ah seemed excited about that, but clearly that didn't seem like our lord's top priority anymore. Shin Yun-ah told Lucia the association had called him to fight in Japan, and the knight suggested the guy accept the mission to face his enemies head-on, but he said it wouldn't be easy, so she proposed he use her to protect him through the mercenary system. The MC figured it didn't make sense to fight without an obvious reason, so he decided to just take it easy. A few days later, Hyun Sung went back to his hunting routine to rack up points and noticed the number of monsters had gone down, until he saw a group fighting the creatures, and one of the members had no defensive gear at all, but they were trying to support the guy anyway. Even though they were annoyed, he didn't want to use his attributes. Still, the young man insisted he'd keep hunting with the adventurers, who, outraged, kept telling him to distribute the points he'd accumulated. Hyun Sung figured the group didn't want to spend money on repairs, so he decided to walk over to them, and he took off the cloak of darkness to reveal himself, while wiping out the monsters in a single blow. The group was stunned by our MC's strength, since he was half the size of the crazy guy with no armor. But when Choi was accused of stealing the group's kills, he got pissed. One of the players noticed the monsters dropped a rare book, sparking everyone's interest. Hyun Sung realized that after taking down so many creatures, his reward came from the monsters that group was fighting, and they claimed the reward as theirs. The MC was more curious about the big guy and wanted to know why he was fighting without armor or a shield. But two members were holding on to the giant's clothes. Even so, Hyun Sung asked if the guy was getting paid for tanking, and one of the group's leaders didn't like our hero butting in. Still, Hyun Sung said he didn't like how the group was acting, so the player told Hyun Sung to get lost. Hyun Sung showed his ID as a member of the association, and the player realized he'd screwed up. While the MC asked how much the big guy was getting paid for the job, the guy said he made a lot of money, but the MC didn't buy it and decided to use his psychometry. Hyun Sung found out the guy, Baek Wushin, was being mistreated and exploited by the hunting group. On top of that, he had issues with his mother's health, so he glared at the leader accusing him of abuse, but the team tried to play it off, claiming they'd even healed the big guy. But Hyun-sung didn't fall for the BS and ordered the whole group to leave the dungeon to be investigated, and the leader wanted to know what authority our MC had to give that kind of order. So out of patience, Hyun-sung threatened the group so things wouldn't get worse. But the players, having the numbers advantage, decided to resist and finish our hero off. The group tried to call Baek, who was right behind Hyun-sung, but the MC told the big guy to wait a bit, because soon he might be able to heal his mother, and he suddenly rushed 2 players, leaving them limping. The leader, without hesitating, dropped to his knees in surrender, but our hero, without mercy, yanked out one of the kid's teeth right away, so he'd learn his lesson. The cops took the group into custody while Baek stayed by Hyun-sung's side. Later on, our MC and Lucia took the big guy to the hospital, and the kid thanked them for the help. Baek said he'd need to go back to the dungeon because he needed money, so Hyun-sung asked to see his status window. Lucia was thrilled and said Baek had everything it takes to become a knight, so she decided to help him level up. The kid's eyes went wide at the explanation, and the blonde went on saying he had everything to become super powerful. Baek said he wanted to become a ranker, and Lucia suggested the best way to do that was to serve Lord Hyun-sung. The MC tried to understand where that conversation was going, and Lucia excitedly explained it would be good for both sides. The 3 of them looked at each other, and Baek repeated with conviction that he wanted to become a ranker, so he agreed to become a subordinate of our hero Lord. With the contract signed, Hyun-sung decided to raise his new teammate's basic stats and gave him some skill books to level up. Lucia wanted to test the kid's abilities before sending him into a dungeon alone. The 2 trained hard, and like always, the night didn't go easy, correcting everything she could. 2 hours later, Baek was exhausted, and Lucia told Hyun-sung the first results were satisfying, and that she'd do whatever it took to have Baek evolve into the knight class instead of soldier. Meanwhile, in Japan, the fight against the Chozos kept going, and this time, with strategy, the players got their first win against the monsters, which made the Chozo leader extremely pissed off. The intel team followed the clash on the monitors, until the bald commander running that operation ordered the next plan to be carried out, and so they used heavy weapons against the infested city. While the players watched some monsters get shot down in the sky, the Chozo leader gathered his army and intercepted the bombs that were dropped, worrying the players because it failed. The bald guy noticed the monster leader was at a higher level, and with the operation not working, he ordered the UN support forces to pull out. In Korea, Hyun-sung was happy that after a year and a half, Lucia didn't need to sneak into dungeons anymore, and he was caught off guard when he saw a man harassing the knight to join a guild. Even though she said no over and over, Hyun-sung walked up asking what was going on, but Lucia just wanted to leave. Then the redhead from the guild grabbed her by the shoulder, and the MC immediately shoved the creep off. Lucia said the guy was a scout from the Jinhan guild, leaving Hyun-sung wondering why they were after his knight. The redhead got furious about how the MC treated him, but Hyun-sung revealed he was a member of the association and told the guy to get lost and stop bothering people. But the scout had been given the mission to recruit Lucia at any cost. Our duo went into the dungeon to hunt, and Lucia said Baek was training really well, especially after drinking the elixir Hyun-sung gave him, which improved his mental stats. They stopped talking when an enemy showed up throwing spears, but Hyun-sung blocked them all, and when the attack came in harder, Lucia quickly stepped in front to protect Hyun-sung, who immediately got ready to counterattack. Hyun-sung saw the lizard guys coming out of the river and blew them up with his full overpower master. Chef Draconic skill. No, that one's for cooking, my bad. I spaced out and quickly wiped out everyone. The MC considered the weakest monsters among the heroic level ones. At the Jinhan Guild, the redhead was getting chewed out by his superior, but tried to defend himself, saying a member of the association showed up and stopped the negotiations from moving forward. The boss wanted to know why he interfered, and the agent said there was a friendship between the member and the target, and that Lucia, the target, didn't want to join them no matter what. But the angry man wasn't willing to give up and ordered the scout to find out who the association member was that was getting in their way. The superior didn't know about the client's plans to recruit Lucia, but from what he knew about the guy, it couldn't be anything good. Baek came back from his hunt with a bag full of magic stones, and Hyun said the big guy could keep it all for himself. Then he took the kid to the exchange counter and handed him a bundle of cash from selling the stones, leaving Baek stunned at all that money. The tank wanted to give some to Hyun-sung, but the MC suggested the kid save it to help his mom and sister. Hyun-sung even got Baek an apartment, and he and his family found the place really comfortable. And now with the 3 of them living in the same complex, it was easier to protect each other if the Japanese decided to attack. Meanwhile, another closer enemy was growing too, like the people from the Jinhan Guild who had already dug up Hyun's entire history and were getting ready for an ambush. The trio was walking to work when our MC noticed a suspicious van parked nearby, and while driving, he told his team they were being followed. Lucia stayed on alert, and our hero revealed he could feel the presence of players inside the vehicle, even though he didn't think it was the Japanese, so they decided to head first to the dungeon where Baek was doing his hunt. The trio moved into the dungeon, but Hyun-sung stayed alert for a possible ambush, and Lucia said the enemies were taking too long to show themselves, until suddenly a bunch of guys showed up with pretty weak gear. Hyun-sung asked what the gang wanted, and the guy in charge of the room, who was that group's leader, threatened our heroes, making the MC sure the players weren't Japanese. The leader thought it was an insult to be compared to a Japanese guy and drew his sword. ordering his lackeys to attack. The three heroes got into position, even though Hyun-sung didn't get why. Then Baek, almost in berserker mode, charged the enemies and took them down successfully. And Lucia figured they wouldn't need to worry about protecting the big guy, because the way he was mowing through the enemy line, it was actually kind of fun to let him train in a real situation. Hyun-sung, the leader, couldn't understand how Baek was so strong and decided to go after Lucia, but he immediately got a shield smash to the face and lost his teeth. When the members realized the leader had been taken down, they rushed in, giving our hero an opening to jump into action, and he suddenly left everyone with swollen faces and asked why they were following him. Nobody answered, and Hyun-sung was furious about losing, even though he was level 220. Lucia intimidated them again, and one of the players revealed they were just following the guild's orders. Hyun-sung then found out the guild was trafficking players, and decided to punish Hyun-sung for organized crime. The Japanese minister was worried about losing his position and thought that if he could recruit our hero, his problems would be solved, and he fixed his eyes on photos of Hyun-sung and Lucia. A man was showing his players Lucia's photo, who was the mission's second target, because she was Hyun-sung's companion, the first target. He said that even though the woman had been registered recently, she went into heroic-level dungeons with our MC, and even with everyone else's curiosity, the man knew Hyun-sung could bypass the 20-level limit, so nothing was impossible. The man told his subordinates to be careful, because the group that had been sent earlier had disappeared, leaving the team worried by the idea that they'd been taken out by a single player, and according to the leader, they couldn't predict the growth rate, and that's why they needed to be ready for anything. Hyun-sung was chilling, checking his window, and he was still 300 billion points short of being able to buy the elixir. The guy's mind wouldn't stop thinking of things to start up as a business, until his mom called him for dinner. He devoured his favorite dish, made with love by his mother, and he was curious that Lucia was from another dimension and liked watching American shows so much, but the girl said she just liked watching a few movies. His mom thought it was interesting that players could speak other languages without even studying them, which suddenly set off a signal in our hero's head. Hyun-sung said he'd make video content to sell, and Lucia thought it was a good idea. So Hyun-sung held the girl's hand to thank her, which made her blush cutely. In another dimension, Hyun-sung's movies started showing up on the sales list, and a buyer of his batteries got curious about the content. The woman started watching the movie and got hooked on the magic the audio-visual experience created, getting interested in the robots that showed up and assuming they were real in Hyun-sung's world. The MC saw that blockbuster sales were going really well, and since customers were interested in buying robots, he decided to sell cars to the crowd, but Lucia suggested Hyun-sung sell the miniatures that could transform, and the MC liked the idea. A few days later, Hyun-sung managed to rack up 1 trillion points, reached legendary rank, and bought the long-desired elixir which the knight celebrated, and that's how he went to the hospital, intending to heal his father. While waiting, he opened the status window and found a mythical rank item, but he knew it wouldn't be easy to get it. Then he found another medical item at legendary rank and decided not to miss the chance. The doctor told Hyun-sung's family that his father was cured. His mother tried to thank the doctor, who revealed he hadn't been responsible for the man's miraculous recovery, and that soon he could go back to living normally. Meanwhile, the group assigned to eliminate our heroes waited anxiously to attack, and the leader reminded them they should act with maximum caution. The members followed the order with little enthusiasm despite the man's hero reputation in Osaka, and they wondered what sin that dark aura man had committed to be assigned to such a mission. Our duo decided to test the legendary items they bought, until Hyun-sung warned that they were surrounded. Lucia asked if it was the Japanese, and the MC figured it was, even though there were a lot more enemies this time. The woman then suggested he hire mercenaries, but Hyun-sung decided to take out as many as possible. First, Hyun-sung gave orders for Lucia to hit the flanks as the enemies closed in, and when the woman moved out, she used her stealth to take them down. Not knowing where the MC's attack came from, one of the mages fired off a blast of ice, but our hero dodged easily while Lucia finished the guy off. The leader watched his men drop one by one and ordered everyone to regroup. Then the knight charged the front line, while Hyun-sung came in from the rear, blowing up as much as he could. The team was already stunned by attacks coming from all sides, like an army in action, and because of that, the enemy leader yelled for his players to abort the mission. Then everyone started to run, but our hero showed no mercy, and when he saw the leader retreating too, he unleashed dragon's breath on him. Lucia said she'd gathered the survivors, and Hyun-sung told the knight to confiscate their items. Then he walked up to the group leader and activated the truth skill. The man revealed there were about 30 players coming after them, and when one of the members tried to get cute, he immediately took a shield bash to wise up. Hyun-sung wanted to know how many people knew he existed, and the leader said Tanaka, the Japanese minister, plus a few secret organizations. Our hero said the man only wanted to survive because of his daughter, leaving him shocked that the MC knew that. But the psychometry power let Hyun-sung get flashes of people's pasts, so he asked the man to tell his story. The leader was a soldier who awakened the hero class in action, so he joined a guild, promising to do his best, and 5 years ago he defeated an orc boss alone. But his daughter got infected by a magical disease and was hanging between life and death, so with no money to cover what the girl needed in the hospital, he met Minister Tanaka, who promised to pay off his debts, and he quickly agreed to serve him. Hyun-sung dug through his system and found an elixir that could save the girl. Then he asked the ex-soldier if he could eliminate the people who knew he existed. The man said it was possible, despite the difficulties. So our hero asked the man to show his status window, finding out his agility over 1,000 made him a natural-born assassin. The man bargained that he'd do anything to stay alive, and Hyun-sung agreed, as long as he accepted a contract where he'd receive more than the cost of curing his daughter. The man signed right away, and the other players also begged for a contract to survive, but because of the nasty past they carried, Hyun-sung showed no mercy. Hyun-sung handed the elixir to the man and ordered him to return to Japan, reporting that the mission had failed, and then to eliminate everyone in the country who knew anything about him. Hyun-sung even offered the man a bonus, but first he had to accept the condition of being his subordinate. Inukuso called the minister, reporting the mission's failure and saying he'd return to Japan immediately. But before leaving, he eliminated the other players who were waiting for instructions. A few days later, Hyun-sung read the news about the Japanese minister's death and quietly celebrated. Then Lucia asked what the master's plans were for the Japanese assassin. But the MC was fine with the guy being over there gathering information until he got a call from his mother, and he rushed to the hospital so the family could be there for the father's awakening. The man strained to move and pointed at Hyun-sung. The mother assumed her husband was trying to thank their son, but the man started to glow and Lucia figured he'd awaken as a player. The knight asked the man to try sharing his status window with his son, and Hyun-sung confirmed that his father was now a player. Welcome to the crown world. While his mother and sister celebrated, our hero tried to understand why his father awakened, and he came to the conclusion that maybe it happened because he drank the elixir of life. A week later, Hyun-sung went back to visit his father in the hospital, and Gyu was already a lot stronger and more upbeat, so our guy told his mom to go rest because he'd stay with his dad that night. And the guy liked the idea of spending some time with his big boy. Gyu thanked his son for the healing, but the MC lied and said his dad only got better because he awakened as a player. But the man left Hyun-sung thrown off, because he knew Hyun-sung had given him the medicine. Hyun-sung wanted to know what his dad's plans were from then on, and the man said he planned to enter a dungeon. However, the MC suggested the man stay home, since he was making a lot of money for the family, and Gyu joked that at 57 he could still be useful, but his son insisted dungeons were dangerous. But like any good provider, the old man didn't want to live without earning money, and he said even his wife agreed with the possibility, leaving our hero kind of surprised. The two of them were having coffee, and Lucia suggested Hyun-sung not worry so much about his dad's awakening, and to see it as a blessing, because if monsters had appeared without players, humanity would have perished. Hyun-sung was afraid his dad might die, but from Lucia's point of view, those chances would only go up with so many portals opening, and more dangerous monsters showing up. The MC didn't feel comfortable with his dad getting himself into trouble, but Lucia, always realistic, said the man should follow his own path, and maybe become powerful by learning from his son. The next day, Hyun-sung went to visit his dad, and since he was a more veteran player, he made an offer of subordination to the old man, and when Gyu accepted, our MC revealed he was a different kind of player. Then he handed his dad some magic stones, and when he ate one, his stats immediately went up. Hyun-sung said he was the only one in the world who could get the stones, and that's why he asked his dad to keep it secret, even from mom, so he wouldn't put the family at risk. Gyu didn't want to accept all those stones, but his son said he couldn't return them, so it'd help if the man just ate them all nicely. The old man agreed gladly, and he even got some skill books too. Hyun-sung said he'd assign someone to protect his dad in the dungeon, and the man wanted to know if normal people could eat the power stones, but his son didn't have that answer. Gyu asked when he'd go on his first mission, and Hyun-sung said the old man still needed to do some training. Japanese Prime Minister Akunabe was trying to figure out which player with an invisibility skill had assassinated Minister Tanaka, and his assistant said many players didn't want to reveal their abilities because of the situation, so the minister ordered security to be tightened, assuming the attack came from the opposition party, and asked who was in charge of the secret agents, but another assistant revealed they'd all been wiped out. That's why Inukuso, the MC's infiltrator, was the one in charge right now, so the minister ordered them to summon him, because he had a secret mission for the hero of Osaka Inukuso called Hyun-sung, saying he'd met with the prime minister and had been tasked with framing the opposition and rival factions in the country for corruption. Hyun-sung told the man to earn the trust of the prime minister and the players from the Magical Portal Association, and after giving the orders he asked if Inukuso was living well in America, so the man confirmed it, and thanked him for the medicine that saved his daughter. Hyun-sung hung up, showing total confidence in the double agent. A player named Park Jin-young entered an orc dungeon, and with his flaming sword he took them all out easily, but while resting he figured he could have hunted more back when he was a security agent, until more orcs showed up to spice up his hunt, but he got hit by the creatures which seemed to be higher rank. The dungeon security guards noticed the player was in danger, and when they went in, they were killed by the orc chief who gave off a sinister aura, keeping the other creatures submissive. The agents tried to run, but not a single one was left to tell the tale. Then the orcs came out of the dungeon and attacked the population. Han Tisheng noticed he'd missed a call from the association, but when he called back it just went to voicemail. Then Lucia said an orc horde was attacking the city, and just like she feared, the monsters were getting stronger and stronger. Han Tisheng didn't know orcs could evolve to this level, but the knight explained that even though it was rare, there were orcs that reached legendary rank, which she herself had witnessed with her own eyes. The armed forces went out into the streets and opened fire on the creatures, while high-ranked players went all in with their magic. The city had turned into a battlefield, and when our hero got there, he realized the guys were handling it. But suddenly the platinum-haired boss showed up, letting out a roar that dealt mental damage. But Hyun-sung resisted, while the other players were left paralyzed and were cut down by the horde without mercy. The orc boss was insane and left no signs of life wherever he went. On top of that, he had a defense that was basically impossible to break, enough to wear even rankers out. Hyun-sung decided to attack, and even with all his stats, the monster felt like a wall. Part of the orc army charged at the MC, but those he wiped out easily. Then one of the players ordered everyone to fall back, but our hero wasn't about to give up that easily and activated his invisibility. But the action got cancelled, and Hyun-sung noticed a creepy sorcerer was casting a blocking spell over the area. A lot of players scattered, but Hyun-sung held his ground while weighing whether he should use everything he'd learned from Lucia. The boss rushed the MC, but he stayed still. Then his survival instinct kicked in automatically, keeping him partially invisible, and that way he managed to deal some damage to the enemy. The players stopped to watch, and Hyun-sung told them to run because he wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Then when the buff ran out, Hyun-sung also pulled back, and suddenly a fire portal appeared in the sky, causing a massive explosion. Sichon Station had turned into a shelter for players to recover, and Hyun-sung was extremely frustrated with how he'd performed. Then a female player came up to our hero asking if he remembered her, and Hyun-sung had a flashback to when the girl was totally trying to get his attention, but he just confirmed her name was Kang In-hee, and the girl blushed when she realized he even remembered her name. But the girl was super famous for being the only one with the demonic Lancer class. Even so, Kang In-hee thanked the MC for his efforts, and our guy got awkward, until a redhead named Kang Seon-young, the president of the Players Association, introduced himself to Hyun-sung and invited our hero to talk in private. The man revealed he was planning to form an assassin squad to bring the orcs down, but it would be really hard because the enemies were keeping civilians as hostages, so the mission would be to send the players together with the military on a large scale to take out the boss and the sorcerer. Hyun-sung asked why the man was talking to him in private, and Kang, straight to the point, said he wanted to name our hero captain of the assassin squad. Hyun-sung wanted to know why he'd been chosen, and Kang said the MC was the only one who fought the orc boss head-on, and asked if the guy could share info about the buff he used. But even without going into details, Hyun-sung said he'd help with info like activation, duration, stuff like that. Kang thanked him because even if Kim Hana used her own buff, it wouldn't be enough. The man handed Hyun-sung an edible item that looked like a chocolate bar. Hyun-sung was impressed because it was an upgraded version of the Werewolf King's heart that boosted stats for 30 minutes. Kang hoped the item combined with the buff would be the trump card to defeat the orc boss, and offered Hyun-sung good rewards if he accepted the proposal. But the MC also set some conditions like becoming one of the association's leaders with his own team of players. And Kang Seon-young seemed willing to meet his demands. While the TV news gave an overview of the city's situation, the leaders of the Players Association met with UN representatives to find ways to stop the orc attack in Korea, coming to the conclusion that if the mental power being emitted by the legendary rank enemies wasn't contained, defeat would be inevitable. But Kang Seon-young wasn't willing to hand his country over to monsters. However, the UN members weren't going to contribute without a well-defined plan, and Hyun-sung, sitting at the table, watched that meeting slowly turn into chaos. With no conclusion, the UN members left the room, and in this war that was political too, there was nothing more the players could do. Then Shin Yuna, who was also in the meeting, called Hyun-sung over for a talk, and she started by praising our hero for his part in the last clash, like what happened back during the second cataclysm, and asked if he'd also been hiding his abilities back then. But Hyun-sung said if that were true, he wouldn't have gotten eaten by the blue dragon. So the girl figured the MC had been leveling up at a crazy pace, and went on to say the guy had a tough mission ahead of him, but thanked him for staying strong despite the risks. Still, Hyun-sung was calm, because the deal included paying off his debt, which was up in the trillions of won. But something was bugging Shin Yuna, and the girl decided to ask what place Hyun-sung got in the mission against the blue dragon. Since she'd come in second, there was silence in the room, but Hyun-sung revealed he ranked first, and the girl thanked him for being honest, asking him to devote himself fully to the Players Association. And with a mischievous look, Hyun-sung replied that he'd gladly do it. The next morning there was another meeting with the UN, until information came in about the orcs moving toward Hongdae, and Kang Seon-yuna ordered all the troops to be gathered. Who would be counting on the UN's help this time? Hyun-sung led the group that went to face the orc chief, while Shin Yuna would lead the unit that would take on the sorcerer. The members received Kim Hena's buff, and Hyun-sung enjoyed the feeling as everyone boarded the helicopter. The city was overrun by orcs, so our MC decided to jump before they even landed, pushing himself to full power, which made several orc warriors drop from the thunderous impact of his power. That's when the orc chief showed up, hungry for our hero's flesh. It was a big dog fight, with Hyun-sung holding out as much as he could until he activated his survival instinct and attacked the boss with all his strength. But the beast went berserk mode, and even though Hyun-sung dodged its charges, he knew facing the monster alone was almost impossible. Then the assassin squad showed up to back him up, and just like that, our leader was ready for round 2. The players attacked together, and this time our hero's hits started to actually work. The orc chief dropped to his knees, but summoned his warriors, who came charging in like maniacs to help him. So the players cast a shield that stopped them from advancing. But the barrier broke pretty quickly, and from up in the helicopter another wave of support was coming in to fill out the squad. Then the orc got back up, and even surrounded, hurled his axe toward the helicopter, forcing the aircraft to pull back as the weapon returned to his hand. The players launched another simultaneous attack, and Haishin-sung managed to wound him one more time. But the wild instinct effect had run out, and the monster started taking down the players, focused on wiping out the tanks. But our hero stepped into its path, and with pure skill landed several strikes the creature couldn't even reach. This time it went down missing an arm. Haishin-sung wished he'd managed to finish it off. But suddenly the monster threw a sideways blow that sliced open our hero's stomach. The orc was consumed by the fury in its flaming eyes, but Haishin-sung only needed one more move to wipe out the enemy for good. With the orc chief defeated, the players returned to the helicopter, while on the other front the sorcerer was wrecking the people who were calling for help. Haishin-sung wanted to know how Shin Yuna's team was doing. Hekban and the officer reported that they had failed, losing more than 90% of the squad. However, Captain Shin Yuna had survived, even if she was brutally injured. The players wanted info about their friends, and the officer released the survivor list. There was a lot of sadness, and Haishin-sung knew that battle had to be won. The remaining ones watched the outcome of the battle against the orc sorcerer, looking outraged at just how strong he was, and Haishin-sung noticed the thing had an ability similar to his wild instinct. Haishin-sung asked the MC to fully recover because of the mana flow, but Haishin-sung was more worried about Shin Yuna's well-being, and the man said the girl's internal injuries were still serious. Haishin-sung decided to help in the ongoing battle, but Kang suggested he wait until he recovered. But the MC didn't want people getting hurt, so the members of his squad decided to follow him, and the president decided to join this mission. Haishin-sung showed up already ready to smash things up, and his team backed him up in style. The orcs realized that Front wasn't messing around, especially the mage who was casting creepy fireballs. This was Kang Shin-sun Young in action, turning the creatures into barbecue without mercy. The orc sorcerer yelled to his army, and they started retreating, and Kang ordered them not to let them escape. Then our hero teleported in front of the creatures and unleashed his dragon breath power, which disintegrated most of them quickly. Suddenly the sorcerer summoned magical portals all over the place, and Haishin-sung focused his power to the max, while the enemy summoned a fire giant to strengthen his army. Seeing that, the UN leader just watched and ordered his team to advance only if the creature was defeated. But the members of the MC's squad fought bravely against the monster, and when its flames started to weaken, they doubled down while Haishin-sung launched an ice storm to take it down. Then they pushed toward the sorcerer, who set up a fire barrier to stop them, but Haishin-sung pushed through the flames and drove his blade into the bastard's heart. The enemy was defeated, and while everyone celebrated, the UN leader in the distance looked impressed by our hero's strength, and decided he should hire him, because he didn't know Korea had someone that skilled, besides Shin Yuna. The people celebrated the epic victory against the orcs, but the government was still nervous about when another attack like this might happen. Haishin-sung went to the hospital to visit Shin Yuna, who was slowly recovering, and he noticed the girl was blaming herself for not being able to help, but he promised he'd get revenge for his friends if there was another attack. Shin thought it was awesome that our hero beat both bosses, but said he wouldn't be able to raise his status because of the deal he made with the president. But Haishin-sung brushed it off, saying that's why he'd have to work twice as hard. So the girl decided to ask our hero a favor during the war loot auction. 7 legendary items were put up for sale, and just the first book was already hitting a bid of 1.7 trillion won, when Haishin-sung raised his paddle and offered 2 trillion for the item. And since nobody said anything, it's official, the book belongs to Daddy. Meanwhile, there was a meeting in Japan about the failures in the recent battles, and they decided to ask the Koreans for help to back them up against legendary rank monsters. Days later, Haishin-sung was angrily reading the news that Japan was asking for help, until 2 men walked up and said the association president wanted to see him. Kang Shin-sun said our MC would lead a team called the Extermination Group to deal with legendary rank monsters, and he allowed our hero to scout for members with whatever profile he wanted for his team, with full support from the association. Now with a desk and his name on the little nameplate, Haishin-sung thought about what kinds of players he wanted on his team, and with Lucia by his side, he thought about handpicking the ones who would keep his secret in the shadows, while on the outside he'd bring in the biggest number of low-ranked members, and in the spotlight he'd pick the mid-tier ones, plus the people responsible for punishing traitors. And that's how our MC planned to take total control of the association. That night, a young woman walked along worried about money, and got bummed when she realized she hadn't won the lottery. But then Haishin-sung suddenly walked up and called out to her, and introduced himself as the leader of the Players Association's extermination group. Lee Soo-jin immediately stood up and bowed to our important guy. After he explained the project and all the perks, she accepted the job. Then Haishin-sung made his move to make her his subordinate, and he got 1 more member for his inner group. But his lord status was now tied to the book he bought at the auction, letting him use a new skill to send orders to his subordinates even from far away. And Lee Soo-jin thought it was sick hearing Haishin-sung's voice inside her head. Like usual, Haishin-sung gave the girl a few skill books, and she thanked him a ton. And then they said goodbye. Haishin-sung kept searching and realized it was easier than he thought to recruit members for his team, so he figured it was time to pay a little visit to President Kang So-young. A month later, the president looked over the 316 names Hyun-sung had added to his team, and he was puzzled because the members had no previous connection to the MC. While walking around with Lucia, Hyun-sung's phone got a call from an unknown number, and he was shocked it was Yoon Sung-ho, a childhood friend, who had run into our hero's dad and got the number to get in touch, so he invited Hyun-sung out for a drink. Our MC handed the car keys to Lucia and went to meet Yoon Sung-ho. They caught up on all the gossip while enjoying a huge feast, until his friend said he worked at the most famous electronics store, but he was grinding like crazy because the pay was low. So Hyun-sung told the guy to get some magic stones from his dad to sell, and his friend promised he could get a good price, until Yoon's phone rang. It was the manager telling him to pay for a drink, but the guy decided to ignore him, and then the manager suddenly showed up at the restaurant with a serious attitude, accusing the employee of having time to drink, but not time to answer his calls. Yoon Sung-ho apologized, but the boss ordered the guy to come with him, and Hyun-sung didn't like the bald guy's attitude, and said his friend didn't have to put up with that. But the guy heard him and came back to pick a fight with our hero, who didn't mind a good bit of trouble. Yoon tried to calm things down, but the bald guy shoved him away, and Hyun-sung reminded the hothead that players shouldn't hit normal people. The manager told Yoon Sung-ho he wouldn't give him any more magic stones to make extra money, and he threatened our MC, telling him to watch where he walked. But Hyun-sung warned him the man could get more than 20 years in prison. Feeling disrespected, the bald guy went at our MC, but he blocked the hit. The guy could tell by the strength that Hyun-sung was a player too, so he immediately switched to a calmer stance, even willing to promote Yoon Sung-ho. But Hyun-sung didn't fall for the sob story, determined to send him behind bars. The bald guy said the MC couldn't do anything to him because he had some big shot relative in the COWoo guild, so he called his cousin, who wasn't too happy about the guy reaching out, and Hyun-sung recognized that voice. The bald guy said the MC claimed he wasn't afraid of the COWoo guild, so the woman said she wanted to talk to Hyun-sung. When he took the phone, Hyun-sung remembered the name Lee Soo-hee from when she tried to recruit him. Hyun-sung spoke super casually with the woman, and she got curious about who was on the phone, so he revealed himself as one of the leaders of the Players Association, Choi. The woman was shocked, and so were the bald guy and his childhood friend. Hyun-sung said the woman's little cousin was abusing his player status against normal people, thinking the guild's influence would save him, and that's why the MC thought about reporting what happened to the association president. But Lee Soo-hee said that bastard had nothing to do with the guild and was using her name without permission. Hyun-sung said she should file a lawsuit against her cousin for defamation, and if she didn't, she'd be acting like an accomplice to his scams. The woman panicked and said she'd file it in the morning. Then the police took the punk away, and Hyun-sung said he wanted another drink with Yoon Sung-ho, who was surprised to hear about his friend's current situation. But the MC said he'd explain the job details on the second round. In the United States, the president was looking over a disastrous estimate if the country got hit by an attack of legendary monsters. But he figured it was an exaggeration, since Korea had beaten 3 cataclysms recently. Then the UN leader said the eastern country only managed it because they quickly gathered their best players. But even so, they took huge losses, and that's why they needed above-average players. The president immediately brought up Choi, and the leader confirmed it, because according to estimates, the player had reached level 500, on top of ignoring the 20-level rule. A video of Hyun-sung in action was shown during the meeting, leaving the president impressed with his skills. The UN leader said Hyun-sung's father had also awakened, and they were investigating his abilities, along with a player named Baek, who lived near our protagonist. It was shown at the meeting that Hyun-sung was the captain of the extermination team, with 316 players under his command, and when they were integrated, his abilities increased a lot. The American Council wanted Hyun-sung no matter what, and they decided to come up with strategies to build a relationship of trust with the kid in Korea, and they'd use every measure, fair or not, to reach that goal. A group of mercenaries was lurking around Hyun-sung's home, and they quickly took out the bodyguards, breaking into the MC's house, where his mom was distracted watching TV. The mercenary used magic to stun the woman, and noticed she was wearing a magical protection ring, so they tried to destroy it, but before they could lay a hand on her, Hyun-sung showed up looking pissed, and blew the punk's face off. The group scattered, trying to run for it in a panic, but our MC wasn't letting it slide and took out the guy who attacked his mom. Then he fired arrows that blew up on the others, and not a single one was left to tell the tale. While his mom recovered, Hyun-sung asked Lucia to protect her, and he shared a piece of paper with the knight before leaving. When the hero got to the shop, his sister had already been grabbed by the Chinese mercenaries, who ordered the MC to back off and carried out a forced teleport to a subspace. Pressing the blade deep against his sister's neck, Hyun-sung agreed to go in as long as they left the girl alone. The thug said he wouldn't hurt her, and would even take her along, so Hyun-sung accepted and was taken to the parallel space, where he pulled out the paper he'd shared with Lucia, and tore it in half. In the real world, the mercenary forced Hyun-sung's sister to step into the portal, but the terrified girl didn't understand the system interface. Suddenly the thug had his hand cut off, and while the guy was blowing up, the others wondered if Hyun-sung had escaped the subspace. But the truth was, our hero could attack them from inside it, leaving them in disbelief right before they died. Even his sister was surprised as the last mercenary got caught from behind, and our hero's body appeared, fragmented through the portal. The girl was safe, and this time Hyun-sung figured his enemies had almost managed to get him. Hyun-sung left his mom and sister in Lucia's care, because as expected, his dad was under attack, so he decided to go help out. Baek was blocking the mercenaries' attack like a pro, and since it was hard to break through his shield, the enemies decided to attack from both flanks at once, but in the middle of the way was Hyun-sung's shadow, which wiped out the attackers with basically one hit. The leftovers damn near pissed their pants when the MC showed up and dropped the ultimatum, blowing them up with zero mercy. A bunch tried to run, but Hyun-sung summoned an ice wall and turned them into popsicles. Some mercs powered up by swallowing magic stones, and Hyun-sung, sensing the danger, summoned the absolute shield, making the enemies blow up as they came closer. Our hero was holding his own, even though he still hadn't fully recovered his energy from the last ambush. Baek jumped in and, now way stronger, blew up a few enemies with his built-in shield, which ended up leaving Gyu exposed. But Hyun-sung used an order-type skill that paralyzed the mercenaries and dumped an electric wave on them, and they dropped like rotten tomatoes. The thugs kept charging at Gyu because the mission was to take him hostage, but the old man was in shape and managed to dodge, until the big guy blew up more thugs than a kid popping firecrackers at a New Year's party. The trio regrouped and Mr. Gyu used his skills to heal his son's wounds and wanted to know why those Chinese guys were attacking them, but Hyun-sung still didn't have the answer. At the association building, Hyun-sung told the president what happened. Kang Soon-young asked if the kid had captured anyone alive, but Hyun-sung had taken them all out, so the president asked if the bodies were still at the scene, but Hyun-sung said they'd all been turned to ash. Kang didn't say anything, but he knew he couldn't lose Hyun-sung no matter what. The president suggested Hyun-sung stay at the association barracks with his family, and for safety reasons the kid went along with it. Kang felt really bad about what happened and said he'd raise the bodyguard's rank for Hyun-sung's family. Lucia listened to the worried MC say it'd be hard to hide from the attackers forever, so she suggested her master send her to wipe them out, but Hyun-sung said he wouldn't, because the psychometry skill was super important for this kind of mission, so Lucia said she'd go with him. Hyun-sung thanked the knight, but he needed her protecting his family, and also asked Lucia to look after the electronics store. The MC went looking for a disguise, and after seeing the options figured the rat form would do the trick. The Korean government announced to the public the Chinese attack on the country, and the association president got word that Hyun-sung would be taking a break from his activities, and that he'd moved with his family to a place in Pangyo where there were lots of high-level players. Hyun-sung found the secret base in China and figured Inakuso was being really useful, especially with the disguise he'd gotten, so he decided to use the sick rat disguise to keep the mission going. The warehouse was packed with players and soldiers, and our rat man decided to reveal himself, ready to cut them down one by one. Then he rushed in, giving the Chinese no room to defend themselves, but when the men tried to counterattack, he fired ice arrows and split the opponents in two, and blew up the rest, finishing his first objective. The noise caught the attention of other agents, and when they got there they saw the damage our MC had done. The Chinese government was furious at the provocation, and one of the members suspected our MC was behind the massacre, because of the report that showed what kind of magic was used during the operation, until an assistant walked into the room, revealing the killer's monstrous nature, and that's how they figured the attack was carried out by a mutant rat of legendary rank, which ended up freaking out the Chinese top brass. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung was putting the pieces together to take down everyone who came after his family. Ratman kept delivering justice with his own hands, spreading terror wherever he went, and the authorities assumed the monster was super intelligent and had one goal: wipe out all the high-level players gathered in one place. Our rat got to another warehouse, but this time found the place empty, so he went after the guys in their own homes and noticed the government had decided to spread the players across the whole country. But luckily, Hyun-sung was a beast at teleporting, so he figured he'd cause some serious damage. That night. The next day the meeting room was total chaos, with the Chinese government furious about losing more than 100 agents in just one night. The leader pulled himself together and asked for the tracking status, but one of the council members explained the creature could teleport. The guy took a deep breath so he wouldn't lose it, and guessed the intruder might be someone with a transformation ability, even though it was a really rare condition, as one of the agents explained. Then they watched a video of the rat in action, and ruled that out, assuming it was a monster with an insanely high level. The next night Hyun-sung noticed two agents with invisibility powers, and even though he could sense the presence of 100 people at the same time, didn't find the minister who was his target. So he decided to take those two out and get the hell out of there. But when he executed the agents, there were other players watching him from the shadows, and they angrily set off to hunt down our rat man. But Hyun-sung didn't chicken out and jumped to the back line, throwing his explosion at them. Then he started pushing through the enemies until he ran into the team's tanker, who used a taunt skill to pull him in. But Hyun-sung held out and finished the giant with a single blow. Wherever the Chinese players looked, an attack from our MC was coming, and little by little they all started dropping, until a man came up and Hyun-sung realized he'd walked into an ambush. Our MC tried to teleport over and over, but something there was blocking the skill. So he found himself surrounded by yet another bunch of players thirsty for his rat head. Ma Boon-sok was the president of the country's Players Association, and he ordered everyone to attack him. So Hyun-sung downed a bunch of cheese, or rather magic stones, and like a war machine he went at the players like a madman. Hyun-sung didn't want to kill that many players, but he also couldn't afford to die in that clash. which had turned into a full-on war, one nation against a one-man army. And despite the whole task force the warriors threw at him, Hyeonsung, like a legendary rank monster, wasn't getting hit by their assaults. The tankers tried to stop him, but got tossed aside like bowling pins. The rat had already taken down around 1,000 players and suddenly activated berserker mode. The rat let out a battle cry and kept on slaughtering. But when he finally found a way out, he got hit dead on from the flank, causing a massive explosion. Ma Bun-sok, satisfied, ordered everyone to pull back, and when the monster he'd become was almost defeated, Hyun-sok gathered all his skill books as a last-ditch move and got back up with renewed energy. Then he landed another thunderous blow that left a line of bodies through the players, turning into a real hurricane of power. The president now ordered the men not to retreat, while the monster kept cutting down the number of players protecting that country. The president, for his part, retreated, leaving the job to his protectors. Suddenly the rat found himself in the sewer, and when Hyun-sung returned to his normal form, he opened the status window showing HP and MP almost at 0, until a new max legendary title, Ultimate Player Killer, was assigned to him. The next day the MC saw on the news the chaos he'd caused, and realized he'd underestimated China. But his main target, the minister, was isolated, and he needed to finish this as fast as possible so he could go back. The minister felt abandoned as he took a few swigs in his hideout, until he was grabbed by 2 silent men, who put him in a noose. The man struggled while begging for help, but little by little the oxygen left his lungs, until suddenly the men who'd tied him up were taken out, and the minister was saved by the most unlikely creature, the rat man. And seeing the minister passed out, he slapped him to wake him up. When the man woke up, Hyeonsung handed him a document he'd taken from one of the assassins, and used a rage enchantment that caused a wave of outrage in the man. As he read, the rat planted a suggestion of revenge in the minister's mind, and he immediately accepted the feeling as the truth, and he was hit with the urge to expose the corruption schemes of the people who'd tried to kill him. So Hyeonsung suggested the man call in reporters for a press conference. The next day the newspapers were ready to get the explosive news firsthand. The minister blew the whistle, and the hyped-up reporters broadcast everything live, until the man was silenced. Hyeonsung watched the show from the best seat in the house, and to finish his mission, only the association president was left, who was desperately trying to prove his innocence on the phone. But even though the authority on the other end promised him support, Ma Bun-sok wasn't fully convinced, so he decided to take a sip to relax. But his world was crashing down around him, until a voice whispered behind him, and when the man turned to defend himself, he saw Rat Man, ready to propose a deal. Ma Bun was intrigued that the monster could talk like a human, and figured he must be a player, so he asked what the conditions were, and Hyeonsung said he'd give him the power he wanted, by eliminating the boss he was talking to on the phone. But for that, the association president would have to sign a sole contract with the MC for 10 years. Ma Bun thought it over, but figured the chances of becoming that powerful guy were still small. Hyeonsung blurted out that the guy would still end up getting the hero title for managing to defeat Ratman, so the president hesitated, but he accepted the contract, becoming yet another subordinate to our hero, and he felt stronger with the sign-up bonus every member got. Hyeonsung watched him, ready to squeeze everything he could out of the man while his slavery lasted. Later on, there was a conference where the entire top brass of China would be present, and Hyeonsung went in disguise to pull off the plan that would give all the credit to the association president, and as a bonus he'd also get to wipe out a few more enemies. Then the rat sprang into action, bringing chaos and fear to the agents. The players tried to defend themselves even without armor, but with the brutal attack coming from Ratman, a lot of them decided to try to save their own lives until the president started the well-rehearsed little act with our MC. The two of them started fighting, but when the agents noticed the monster looked slow, they assumed he hadn't fully recovered from the last battle, so they decided to team up with the president to take down the beast. But Hyeonsung blew them up easily, and when there was nobody left, the two of them wrecked the conference room, making themselves visible to the citizens, and they staged the big victory of the newest hero of the Chinese people, making the civilians celebrate like it was a World Cup final. Hyeonsung noticed the association president's rise was faster than he expected, and on the phone they talked about the influence the man would have from now on. Hyeonsung then suggested his new subordinate should reach the top of politics, and Ma Bun mentioned that success would take him all the way to the country's vice presidency, leaving our hero very satisfied. Back in Korea, Hyeonsung went back to hunting stone giants with Lucia, but he figured that to reach the mythical level he should start hunting stronger monsters, and he thought about traveling to Fukuoka, because he was eager to unlock the higher level books. Lucia said it was time to head out, but Hyeonsung felt fine to hunt just a little longer, and Lucia, being our hero's good manager, said he needed to rest. Hyeonsung said it was soap opera day, and Lucia blushed because the guy cared about her little quirks, but she turned to leave, and the MC, working up the courage, said the night was really cute. Hyeonsung decided to call his friend Yoon and invite him for a drink, and he realized he had 3 missed calls from Shin Yoon, a guy, and a message asking about the dinner they'd planned, so he called the girl, and while they talked, Lucia just stood there watching the two of them chat. Shin showed up at the meeting spot, looking radiant in a simple little black dress. It even made our protagonist scratch his head. They sat down for dinner and casually swapped stories about work and family until the girl said the 6th legendary monster had appeared in the United States, and the Americans requested Hyeonsung for the mission. The table went quiet, and our guy wanted to know more about this weird request. The girl said it was a special request from the UN leader, and it'd be hard to refuse because of the defense treaty between the two countries. But Hyeonsung remembered he wasn't a soldier, and Shin Yoon said she'd been tasked with convincing him, but asked him not to give in to the Americans' persuasion. Hyeonsung admitted the association must be working hard to block that request, and with his ironic way he figured he wasn't obligated to accept such a dangerous invitation. Shin agreed with him, but said that's why they adjusted the reward so all the magic stones from the battle would be his, on top of getting the exemption benefit. But Hyeonsung said he already got the exemption, but the girl explained it was only while he was a member of the association, and since the current situation involved the government, President Kang asked them for help, so they decided to use the dungeon ownership card. But Hyeonsung didn't understand a single word Shin explained. The government owned all the dungeons, and if Hyeonsung accepted the proposal, he'd get a dungeon just for him, or he could hunt alone or charge an entry fee. But our hero, not dumb at all, said he'd only take the deal if it was at least 3 dungeons. Shin said that would be really hard since a heroic-level dungeon brought in enough revenue to beat mid-sized companies. So Hyeonsung bargained for 2 rare-ranked dungeons and 1 heroic level 1. But Shin Yoon didn't look willing to budge this time. So our guy ended up accepting, and as a last request he suggested that in the proposal the girl could break her lifetime contract. Shin Yoon hesitated, but pulled herself together and said the Americans wanted Hyeonsung, not her. Hyeonsung accepted the offer, and Shin Yoon repeated that he shouldn't give in to Western temptations. But Hyeonsung joked that now that he had his own dungeon there was no reason to stay in America. And he heard from Shin Yoon that the monster they'd be facing on American soil was a hydra, with 9 heads. Hyeonsung was welcomed in the United States by David, who would manage his stay there. They greeted each other and headed to headquarters. Hyeonsung looked at the huge number of players and hoped they wouldn't go easy on him. Then he was introduced to William, the director of Operation Hydra, who was happy to see our hero since the country had no experience with legendary monsters, and Hyeonsung said he'd do his best. The men tried every way they could to please our MC, and said the raid would start the next day. Hyeonsung went along with William, who explained the operation strategies and said the MC would be part of the first extermination team, where America's bravest players were gathered. Then he suggested the kid get some rest. But Hyeonsung asked if they didn't need to talk about the operations orders. Still, the director said the MC was the number 10, so he had freedom to attack from any position during the game. In his room, Hyeonsung was doing that basic shopping for D-Day, and behind the scenes, one of the agents thought the director was sucking up way too much to our hero. But William explained it was part of the procedure with the team's stars, and when the subordinate talked back again, the director just ordered the man to wait and see Hyeonsung in action. Joseph, the captain of the first extermination team, came over and wanted to know about the newbie, but William brushed it off and said he only did his part, and the blonde guy said he was eager to see Hyeonsung in action. William then teased the captain, saying our MC was stronger than him, but the guy didn't like it and said that if the Korean orcs had shown up there he'd have handled it on the first push. But the director was firm and ordered Joseph to treat Hyeonsung well. Suddenly an alert went off. 5 minutes later, Hyeonsung was studying the Hydra's attack, and after using the doppelganger skill he left another Hyeonsung sleeping in the barracks, while he turned into a goblin to fight the big ugly thing. Hyeonsung drove his blade into the Hydra's hide and got stronger by draining its energy. Then he absolutely worked the monster over, and it had no idea how to withstand so many attacks. Suddenly the beast let out a breath of fire, but Hyeonsung had consumed a lot of magic stones and was ready to face it, so he jumped onto the Hydra and unleashed a max combo of powers, and the thing went down thrashing around like a giant centipede. Hyeonsung returned to the barracks and his double was chilling there waiting, so when he saw all the players moving around, he figured he'd hit the jackpot with the rewards he got. Hyeonsung went to see the director to find out what was going on, and William said a powerful monster had hunted the Hydra, so our hero said that was a good sign. But the bald guy revealed that according to local intel, there was a chance that monster was stronger than legendary level, and Hyeonsung was surprised to learn his goblin form had been analyzed as mythic rank. William said he found it impressive that a legendary level Hydra got taken out in just 10 minutes, but said the monster hid right after, and America was worried in case it came back. Hyeonsung was stuck in a dilemma because all he wanted was to be able to go home in peace, so the government triggered an emergency protocol and requested the hero stay in the country. A month later, with no sign of the monster, the emergency protocol was revoked, and the government decided to release the players. William invited Hyeonsung to go out, but the MC said he needed to go back to Korea and keep hunting. The director assured him the kid could hunt as much as he wanted in the United States, because there were way more dungeons than in his country, and as a final card he offered him the same perks as in Korea if he stayed in America. Hyeonsung tried to push the responsibility onto the Korean government, but William said he'd handle that, saying there was no proof about the monster's real destruction. Hyeonsung agreed as long as he could bring a friend to the country, and William didn't object, and even said the American government would cover her expenses too. He reminded him that the president's orders were to keep Hyeonsung in the country no matter what. The MC was happy, and a few days later he went to the airport to pick up the knight. Together they made the most of their time, sightseeing around the city, and when they went hunting, they were watched closely by director William. Back in Korea, President Kang wanted to know why Hyeonsung still hadn't returned, and he pressed Shin Yoon for answers since they were close. but the girl only knew he was out there having fun and that they shouldn't worry about it. So Kang Sung noticed that Shin Yoon had feelings for the MC, but when she got asked about it, she just blushed, not knowing what to say. So she defended herself, saying she was older than our hero, but Kang knew the girl was trying to hide what she felt, and said it was hard to cheat the heart's desires. But Shin almost freaked out, not knowing where to put her face. The president said he'd figure something out for the player, and without meaning to show interest, she asked how he'd do that. So Kang Sung decided to send Shin Yoon to the United States. Not believing it, the girl wanted to know what her orders were, and the president obviously said it was to bring Hin Sung back to Korea. Then he gave the player a credit card and told her to take a vacation. The man guaranteed he could get an unofficial extra dungeon, so Shin Yoon wouldn't get jealous of Hin Sung. But the girl couldn't control herself, and threw a punch at the president, saying she could never trust someone like him. Hin Sung got the message saying Shin Yoon was heading to the States, and Lucia figured the association was already uncomfortable with the master being gone. But Hin Sung thought it was fine, because that way he could go back to Korea. When Shin Yoon landed, she got startled but didn't say anything about Lucia being there. While the two of them welcomed her excitedly, the player asked when Hin Sung was going back. But the guy lied and said he wanted to stay a bit longer, enjoying America, and Shin Yoon said he could stay as long as he wanted because she'd only go back when he did, which caught both Lucia and Hin Sung off guard. Shin Yoon asked if that was a problem for our hero, but Hin Sung immediately said no. The girl said she was on vacation, so she wanted to really enjoy her stay. The MC took the chance to ask where she'd be staying, and with zero surprise, Shin Yoon was going to the same hotel as Hin Sung. So things got awkward between the two girls, and Hin Sung gave that forced smile to calm the lionesses down. At the hotel, Lucia said she was going to her room, and Shin Yoon was surprised they were in separate rooms. But Hin Sung explained the American government was paying for everything. Shin Yoon liked that and said later she'd come pay the MC a little visit. But Hin Sung preferred to invite her to dinner at a fancy restaurant. Director William didn't like hearing Shin Yoon was in the United States, so the assistant suggested they recruit her too. But William said they'd already tried and failed, and they couldn't keep Hin Sung in the country any longer, even though the director believed the hero felt a little tempted by the United States. So the best move was to loosen the rope while tightening the collar. The director also ordered that Shin Yoon be welcomed properly, so it wouldn't leave a bad impression. Suddenly, another agent rushed into the room, desperate to report that another legendary monster had appeared. The military immediately fired missiles at the dragon, but it didn't work. Meanwhile, the beast was blowing up everything in front of it with its fire breath and burning civilians alive without mercy. William ordered all the players to gather, while Hin Sung and Shin Yoon headed in on a supersonic fighter jet, which gave the director hope. An admiral gave instructions to lure the dragon down to the ground, and the players knew it would be a tough job. Hin Sung watched the dragon getting closer to headquarters while the range-damaged players got ready to shoot it down. The MC figured the thing was way stronger, and at the attack signal, the launchers fired at the beast. The dragon landed, and the ground troops charged in with blood in their eyes. But they had to defend themselves because right after that came the million-degree blast. The dragon's wings were healed, so the players jumped onto the beast, which let out another vicious breath. The director ordered full force, and the players went all in. Hin Sung and Shin Yoon jumped in too, until the dragon took off again, and weirdly to the intel team, all the players were unharmed. The beast landed again, and William ordered another wave of attacks, but the dragon's scales were impenetrable, so Shin Yoon pushed forward with her spear and Hin Sung activated his power, but nothing they did had any effect. After 9 hours of battle, the dragon was still going strong. The director got word that the civilian evacuation was complete, so he ordered the players to pull back too. There was a briefing for the team where a specialist explained the dragon's special defensive conditions, and that even though its flames could reach long distances, they didn't have much destructive power against high-rank players, concluding that the beast's main weapon was its regeneration. With that much info, people were already getting sleepy. But Hin Sung, who was paying attention, figured it was a job for a tanker, and the director concluded that close-range attacks would do more damage. Hin Sung suggested that the long-range players be carried on the backs of the close-range ones, and when mana was drained, the close-range players would jump into action. The director liked the plan, but the question hung in the air whether the strategy could break through the dragon's defenses, because even Shin Yoon, with all his experience, had never seen a defense like that, and Hin Sung suggested the best move would be to attack when its red aura wasn't active. Back at the hotel, Shin Yoon suggested to the MC that they return to Korea because they couldn't really contribute much now. Against the red dragon, Hin Sung said he wanted to try, but if it was impossible, he'd go back. Shin Yoon then said he'd send a message to the association letting them know he was returning. And the MC didn't object even though he got tense. Leaving the dragon behind was keeping Hin Sung up at night, until something in the status window caught his attention. A dragon-exclusive snack. Hin Sung made the purchase, and the item was almost the size of the room, so he decided to run a test. The army kept up their assaults against the monster, and Hin Sung went to help them. The dragon smelled the snack and charged in, starving, while Hin Sung drove the blade of his sword into the snack, which turned it into a huge piece of chewing gum. Then he rolled the treat closer to the dragon, which ate it without a second thought. But soon it started feeling the side effects, and the extermination team moved in to attack following the tactical instructions suggested by our hero, who watched his sword drain the dragon's force field, stuck in the little snack from the inside out. The monster started turning darker, and Williams told the team not to stop attacking for even a minute. The fight had already dragged on for 10 days, and the thing wouldn't give an inch until the draining effect of Hyun-sung's sword started to kick in, and the players managed to deal damage to the dragon. Then James charged in like a meteor into the monster's head. The dragon fell and the team attacked with everything they had, defeating it once and for all, and Hyun-sung summoned his sword while watching from afar. William headed toward the book the monster had unlocked, and the other players ran to grab their rewards, but the director got furious and threw the book far away. The players were stunned by the man's attitude, and when they checked the book they realized it was a lower rank item, because Hyun-sung's blade had absorbed everything into itself, and the MC thanked the Red Dragon. The Korean duo received medals for distinguished service and were applauded by the Americans. Back in Korea, Hyun-sung had dinner with the family on a really nice night, but both he and Lucia were tearing up the doppelganger papers inside a hotel room, where Hyun-sung commented that flights take a lot of time, and Lucia corrected him that it takes time and points. Hyun-sung agreed, because with just one move there goes 20 billion. But the MC didn't regret it and told the girl that now it was time to enjoy their hard-earned cash to the fullest. Meanwhile, some stuck-up guy in the association building wanted to know where Hyun-sung was, and President Kang replied that maybe he was resting from the trip. But the man didn't accept the excuse because Shin Yoon was already getting to work. The president was outraged because the guy hadn't even been appointed yet and was already trying to call the shots. But he explained politely that even as president he couldn't control the players' lives, and the guy who was running for minister already said Kang owed him answers. Kang Sein-young couldn't believe a caveman like Lee Jong-man was being nominated for the minister position, but still keeping his cool he explained that the players weren't his employees. Then Lee Jong-man wanted to know why those people got a ton of government money, and the association president, taking a deep breath, explained that only players could stop monsters in any emergency. Then the would-be minister accused the association of misusing public money, and Kang, with no filter left, told the politician to go pound sand, leaving him furious. Kang then said that if the man wanted they could do an audit when he became minister. Lee Jong-man calmed down and said the president should stop rich players from sitting around doing nothing, and he ordered that all the players who took part in the legendary raid be under his control, including Choi Hyun-kang replied flatly that he would do his best. Then as he left, the man judged Kang to be a total useless idiot who should do anything to meet the minister's demands. Kang was this close to throwing a flying kick, but he let it go. Relax. A few days later, Kang was arguing on the phone because the government had cut the budget meant for the Players Association, and when he hung up, his assistant came in with a bombshell, pointing to corruption cases inside the Players Association. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung and Lucia were exploring the western dungeons, fighting different kinds of monsters, and racking up a lot of new achievements. But Hyun-sung got messages from the players in his extermination squad, wanting to cancel their contracts with the association. He thought it was weird because everyone was leveling up just fine on their own, so figuring something was fishy, he decided to go back to Korea. And he confirmed with his mom that the association hadn't made payments for months. Shin Yoon got a call from Hyun-sung asking about the delayed salaries, and the girl explained they'd had a small issue, and she'd rather talk to the MC in person. The two met at the cafe, and Shin Yoon said the new administration wanted to cut down the number of players in the association. At first they thought it was just the new minister, but actually the government itself was coming at the association from every side. Hyun-sung was furious, and the girl went on saying the current government was supposedly in an illegal scheme with big companies to weaken the association and force it to be privatized. Hyun-sung asked how the opposition was reacting, but according to Shin Yoon, opinions were split, with both sides holding marches to defend their points of view. But the media was trying every way possible to turn the association into the villain of the story. Hyun-sung listened to it all, worried, and Shin said even the public was against them because of the losses from the orc invasion, seeing players as a privileged class in society. Hyun-sung walked through the city, taking it all in, and came to the conclusion that he didn't need to revive the association. He needed to put it in his own hands. Hyun-sung started pulling strings, getting in touch with Ma Boom-sok in China, and Shin Yoon called the MC to ask why he'd cancelled the contract. Hyun-sung then gave some lame excuse that he couldn't wait for the association to recover, especially because he'd lose the dungeon that had been assigned to him. But he mentioned the offers the girl had been getting from other guilds, and Shin confirmed scouts were coming after everyone. But she wasn't giving in no matter what. Hyun-sung asked if the girl wanted revenge, and she immediately said yes, so the MC revealed he was creating his own guild. Shin was surprised but said she didn't plan to leave the association or her friends. Hyun-sung then said she could bring everyone, promising to give the same perks to the association members, so they could all work together. Shin Yoon and President Kang went to meet Hyun-sung at the cafe, but instead of the MC presenting the proposal, President Kang was the one who laid the cards on the table, asking Hyun-sung to use his fame to bring the people back to the association's side, and he bowed humbly in front of the young man, begging for his help for the good of society. But Hyun-sung wanted to present his proposal, and after a lot of back and forth about who was right or wrong in this whole story, the MC invited President Kang, where the man would be the guild master, while Shin Yoon would be his vice master. Kang-sung wavered at the proposal, but pointed out the resources would have to be huge. But Hyun-sung said a lot of people in the United States wanted to invest in him, so he could get at least 30 trillion to set up the guild. Kang thought it was a good number, but warned that just the high-level players alone added up to 15 trillion won in salaries. So Hyeonsung explained the 30 trillion was in stone dollars, a currency created by the United States for players worth more than the greenback, and that if they converted it to Korean currency, the total would be around 300 trillion. Realizing the two of them needed solid proof, our MC made a call and asked for the cash up front. Shin and Kang just listened to the MC's crazy conversation, and then, all of a sudden, boom, 300 trillion in the account, which left the president shaky on his feet. The president was worried about the American government being involved in the deal, but he didn't want to lose Hyeonsung to the United States, so he guaranteed he'd convince as many players as possible to get on board with them. The minister received the termination letters from Kang, Shin-yoon, and Hyeonsung and looked pleased with the documents, but he called to inform President Lee from Oh-sung, who even promised to give the politician a gift as thanks. The news spread among the big business owners as a sign of good things to come, and while the minister celebrated in advance the money he'd be getting, the Oh-sung guy called again and wanted to know what was going on. Because Hyeonsung and Shin-yoon had joined a guild, the minister replied that it had nothing to do with the situation, and the old guy from the company said the guild master they'd signed a contract with was none other than Kang Seung-young. The minister was basically speechless, but the news didn't stop there, because according to the Oh-sung guy, all the high-level people from the association had joined Kang in this new guild, so the minister almost had a heart attack, and Chairman Lee threatened he'd tell everything to the boss of all bosses, and he left the mission for the minister to find a way to shut this guild down. Otherwise, everything he'd built up until then would go down the drain. The minister got the paperwork for the new Immortal Guild, but the assistant said Kang Seung-yoon wasn't the one calling the shots in the guild, it was Hyeonsung himself. The Immortal Guild had 1,500 high-level players brought in by Kang Seung-yoon, but our MC wanted more, and President Kang thought that would mean picking a fight with the big guilds. But for Hyeonsung, hiring the association's players was already the start of the war. Kang wanted to know what the limit was for new recruits, and Hyeonsung said there was no limit, leaving the president with his mouth hanging open, but the MC calmed the redhead down, saying that if the 300 trillion ran out, they'd get more investment, and Kang couldn't believe there was way more money coming in. They both knew the domestic player market was undervalued, and Hyeonsung was willing to give the guys a boost, because the plan was to shock the big companies, and Kang was all in. The Oh-sung president went off on his employees because the Immortal Guild was hiring everyone, so he decided to call the bootlicker minister, and ordered him to fix the situation. But Lee Jong-man said the new guild had everything in order, and he couldn't do anything. So the tycoon told the minister to use illegal methods, not realizing Hyeonsung was hearing everything. The MC grabbed the phone and said big companies played dirty. Then he revealed himself and said he was recording that call, leaving the Oh-sung old man furious and panicking, to the point he just hung up on our MC. Hyeonsung handed the phone back to the minister and laughed. "You're screwed, man." But the guy didn't even flinch, especially when Hyeonsung started throwing all his corruption dirt in his face. Hyeonsung asked if there was any huge scandal about the president of Korea that could get him removed from office, and after some serious psychological pressure, the minister said the president once ran over a woman and blamed his driver. Hyeonsung asked what happened to the driver, and the minister said he disappeared after being sent to the Philippines. The minister also showed photos and videos of the accident, and suggested they leak it online. The minister had a meeting with the furious president of Korea, Park Jae-man, and said Hyeonsung had found the accident recordings. The president was outraged and wanted to know how the hero got access to the file. The minister lied that the driver had managed to get a copy, and the president almost smashed a chair with his fist. Lee Jong-man showed the video to the president, saying he was being threatened, and that Hyeonsung wanted to see the man in person. Hyeonsung arrived at the president's house and got thoroughly searched, and noticed the thugs were up to no good. The minister was in the room too, so he sat quietly in front of the president, who demanded good manners. But Hyeonsung immediately said the guy had no power there, and told the politician to stop sticking his nose where it didn't belong and leave his guild alone. But President Park threatened that the kid better not cross the line. But Hyeonsung suggested the man hand over to the Immortal Guild the contracts he'd given to private guilds. The president refused, but Hyeonsung kept going, saying he'd pay the government better than the businessmen. So the politician even softened up a bit. Hyeonsung revealed he had a lot of money overseas and he'd give the president 1 trillion stone dollars as compensation. The only thing missing was dollar signs in the guy's eyes, while Hyeonsung said he'd spent 10 trillion just hiring players. The minister confirmed it, and Hyeonsung handed the president a savings passbook for his Swiss account, saying that if the deal was closed, Waller he'd hand over the password. The politician said he'd call the MC in a few days. As he left the room, Hyeonsung also offered 10 billion stone dollars to the minister, who got all giddy. The next day, Hyeonsung already had the president's answer, and went to his office, where this time he was welcomed really well. But President Park asked for an advance as a sample for the lawmakers, but Hyeonsung didn't fall for the bloodsuckers' talk. He just wanted all the money for himself. So the president said he'd work something out while he waited for the password to get access to the cash. When it was time to say goodbye, the MC used psychometry, and saw the old guy splurging with his cousins while the money was sitting in his personal safe. Meanwhile, the Hyeonsung big shot got pissed when he found out the Immortal Guild had gotten the full government contract, and he had his assistants contact the press. Hyeonsung read the accusations about the guild on the news and decided to hit back, but he got a notification that monsters were attacking the city. so he ran over there. While Shinyun did the same with other members, Hinsung made it to the dragons, but that area was Eumsung Guild's responsibility, and he saw the company's players acting like a bunch of clowns, so he decided to step in and take out the flying beasts. As the beast dropped, some guy was filming Hinsung in action to show Hinnem from the Jihan Guild, and social media started blowing up with the MC's performance. After beating the last dragon, Hinsung looted a flame book, and the Eumsung Guild members bowed to him in thanks. Then he gathered the people around him and healed them completely. While the camera guy kept recording everything, President Kang reported that Eumsung was getting exposed over the corruption cases, and with the videos going around of Hinsung taking down the dragons alone, public opinion about the guild started improving, bringing in tons of requests from players wanting to join the guild. But to avoid losses for the company, Kang offered contracts with lower pay, but Hinsung argued that neglecting players could make the guild lose new talent, and Kang explained that if that happened, they could just persuade them like the other guilds do, plus get contracts to use government money. The guild made the deal with the government, and the minister went to the president's office to celebrate the win, until an agent reported that the news about illegal campaign money had been posted online. With that, people went out into the streets calling for the president's head, but the guy got on a plane and went who knows where. While a judge issued an order removing President Park from office, the corrupt guy went to Switzerland to get the money he'd made off Hinsung. Then the bank employee, after seeing the document, asked the ex-president to come with him. But waiting for him was the police, accusing him of falsifying bank account data, and they hauled the guy off to jail. Meanwhile, in Korea's election fight, Minister Lee Jong-man started his run for president, and Hinsung felt relaxed enough to go on a light hunt, but suddenly he got a call from Inukuso, warning that the Japanese government would be visiting Korea, and they'd be looking for the Immortal Guild to ask for help. Hinsung wanted to know what they'd get out of it, and Inukuso said the country would hand over part of the dungeons, so when the meeting happened, our hero decided to negotiate in person for the guild. Hinsung introduced himself to the Japanese, and the guys immediately started begging our hero for help. MC didn't expect the emotional blackmail but said he'd help, but he'd only be able to go to Japan in 3 months. The Japanese tried to bargain in the name of the people of Kyushu, and Hinsung was furious at the nerve of the country after trying to kill him multiple times. But the Japanese said money wasn't the problem, so Hinsung demanded that all the city's dungeons be handed over to him. But the guy replied that the government could only release 3. Hinsung got pissed and showed the report of all the times the Japanese tried to take his life. So he decided that besides Kyushu's dungeons, he also wanted Shikoku's, which was under attack. The guy hesitated but ended up giving in. Hinsung arrived in Japan and met Inoue, the president of the local association, who asked the MC to wait at the base for the American support that would arrive in 3 days. While the Chosos kept getting stronger and stronger, the alarm went off while Hinsung was resting at the base, and Inoue's report was that the monster's boss was heading out with his gang to Hiroshima. Hinsung wanted to know if the people had already been pulled out, but the president said the orders were to evacuate. Since they didn't have the ability to deal with monsters that sinister, Inukuso came up to Hinsung to say everyone was already evacuating the area. But the MC didn't want to run, and asked if his subordinate was down to become Japan's hero. Inukuso immediately accepted the offer, and Hinsung said the plan would make the man the country's portal manager. Then he gave the soldier a teleportation cloak, and the guy thanked him loyally. Hinsung wanted to know if anyone had disobeyed the evacuation orders, and Inukuso said one of the soldiers was trapped at the site. So the MC asked him to free the man, explaining that live broadcasts would bring visibility, so the guy's job would be to film them in action. Inukuso went to talk to the guy who, even though he was a healer, accepted the filmmaker role. The guy started filming and the hero duo headed toward the 10,000 monsters to save Japan. The Chozos noticed the heroes and the battle began. Both Hinsung and Inukuso used their skills to take out as many as they could, while the healer filmed and narrated, "You're the real deal for sure," and a rain of flaming monsters lit up the sky. Hinsung liked the light effects while the system updated his status with 5,000 more monsters added to the tally. The Chozo leader got furious and charged at our hero, who dodged and landed a powerful counterattack, but the beast deflected the power with his magic spear. Hinsung tried to push forward again and got electrocuted by the monster so hard it broke his armor. The fight got so insane with the shocks and explosions that the live viewers could barely see the challengers moving. Suddenly the Chozo soldiers went after the healer filmmaker, but Inukuso showed up so the show wouldn't die. The guy kept filming and people wanted to know who that was. The one quickly wiping out enemies, and even under pressure the healer said it was the team leader, Inukuso, who didn't follow the orders to abandon the population, being the only Japanese on the battlefield, to the nation's pride. But the monsters kept attacking and Inukuso didn't back down. Meanwhile, Hinsung tried in several ways to hit the golden flyer. The prime minister watched the live stream, stunned, until he found out Inukuso was the leader of the intel group. So he said that at the end of the battle he would appoint him president of the association. One of the agents commented that Inukuso was going to become Japan's hero, and not to lose the spotlight, the prime minister ordered them to announce the government's support for the players from the start. After some time fighting, Hinsung had already defeated 10,000 flyers, and with that he got a bunch of rewards, boosting his stats. The boss also gathered his power and went in for the attack. Hinsung counterattacked, but the beast, feeling the hero's power, decided to retreat, showing the MC he was smart. But Hinsung used all his speed to chase the monster, and using teleportation, he stabbed the boss, who didn't even see where the hit came from. his blade started absorbing the golden Chozo's power, and when everything exploded, the camera didn't miss a single detail. The beast dropped down lifeless, and Hyunsung watched, panting, while the live chat commented excitedly, wanting to know who the heroes were that saved Japan. Healer Kimura ended the live stream, and Inakuso praised the man's work. Hyunsung walked up to the monster to claim his reward, and found the monster's flying cape, which he thought was awesome. So he put on the cape and noticed, with the skill book, that he still hadn't reached mythic rank. Inakuso and Kimura came up to Hyunsung until a helicopter arrived with Japan's top brass, who named Hyunsung the hero who saved Japan. But the MC said they should congratulate Inakuso, and the association president did just that. Then the prime minister in front of the cameras also bowed to the heroes, and Hyunsung, realizing the politician just wanted the spotlight, mentally ordered Inakuso to step in front of the cameras. The player walked up to the politician, pulling the honors toward himself, and the minister thanked Inakuso for accepting the difficult mission. When Hyunsung heard the word mission, he got really pissed, especially with the media praising the government that had nothing to do with the battle, so he told Inakuso to play along, while the minister kept spewing nonsense in front of everyone. The next day there was a celebration, with a parade and everything, and Hyunsung met with the prime minister in his office, who asked the MC to confirm he fought for the government, and also to leave out the country's plans to abandon the city of Hiroshima to the monsters. Hyunsung agreed to keep it secret, but wanted to know what he'd get out of it. The minister said he had nothing else to offer besides the dungeons, so our hero threatened to go to the press and drop a few messages, with no way out. The mustache guy asked what the demands were. Hyunsung joked that he didn't want much, just a tax exemption on the dungeons that would be granted to him, with no tricks in the contract, and the whole island of Kyushu for himself. Places with dimensional portals are always really valuable, and Hyunsung, knowing that, said he also wanted all the rewards obtained for himself. The minister reminded him that Inakuso also had his share in destroying the monsters, and our MC took the chance to ask what Japan would do for the country's hero. The minister said he would make him president of the association, but Hyunsung said he wanted his subordinate in the position of Minister of Dimensional Portals. The minister trembled and replied that he couldn't decide that kind of situation on his own, but our hero knew the man would find a way to make it happen. When Hyunsung returned to Korea, he wasn't expecting a bunch of reporters waiting for him, so he put on a disguise, but it looked like it wasn't working until he noticed two presidential candidates coming up and congratulating him on his success in Japan. So, not wanting to give politicians any spotlight, he left without ceremony, and he thanked Shin Yun for helping him escape those hyenas on the way. Hyunsung talked about the fight against Chozo, and the pistol girl wanted to know why the guy was always looking for trouble. Hyunsung saw Shin Yun have the same reaction as his family, and he liked knowing his partner worried about him too. Back at the guild, Master Kang said they'd received lots of offers from investors, but Hyunsung told him to reject them all. Kang went on to say they'd also gotten requests from players all over the world, and in that case, Hyunsung said to accept them all, because the plan was to open branches overseas. US politicians couldn't understand how China was investing so much money in the Immortal Guild, and they talked about Ma Bun-sok, the country's #1, who when he came to power made an official apology for the attempted assassination of player Hyunsung and his family, on top of making an investment of 30 trillion stone dollars in the Players Guild. So the US president ordered them to release 100 trillion to our hero. The ambassador met our MC, who was shocked by the amount being offered, but he knew Americans didn't do anything for nothing, so he wanted to know what the terms were. And the ambassador said the player should stay in the United States as long as possible. Hyunsung replied that he wasn't willing to move, so the big shot said they were ready for that, because there was a player named Sarah with the ability to travel huge distances, who could bridge Hyunsung between the two countries in the blink of an eye. The MC was tempted because it was a skill that cost around 10 billion points, and so he accepted the offer, but with one condition: Hyunsung asked to be paid in skill books, and for the United States to never ask for the investment back. The ambassador, who just laughed and agreed with everything, shook our hero's hand and the deal was sealed. 3 months later, Hyunsung was hunting with Lucia in a dungeon full of minotaurs. Later, our MC started learning skill books, and he was intrigued because even with so much progress, he couldn't reach mythic rank. American politicians kept talking and decided to find someone who could get strong like Hyunsung in the country, but the president insisted again that he wanted the Korean all to himself. Meanwhile, Hyunsung traveled through the status window watching his sales and decided to put some instant noodles up for sale, but Lucia suggested they also sell microwaves. So in the compulsive little devil's dimension, the food the MC sold was a hit, but when the woman went to eat it, she realized she needed to heat it up first. So she bought the microwave and enjoyed some chicken along with the juice of evil. Quickly, Hyunsung's stock hit 0, and while checking the sales report, Hyunsung saw his mercenary status level up. Lucia said it would be interesting for the hero to invest in the career, because depending on the contract it would be easier to get mythic items. Hyunsung got excited and accepted his first contract, being summoned to a raid full of demons. Then a crown with a trying to act young vibe showed up, asking our hero to protect the castle. Hyunsung went in and easily took down 300 freaky monsters. Then the client offered all the loot to our hero, begging him to stay there. Hyunsung accepted, but felt like he was taking advantage of someone worse off. A lot of monsters appeared and were taken down by our hero, who thought their toughness was a bit high, but he promised to wipe them out one by one, and with the battle won, the people went out into the streets to celebrate, but Hyun-sung didn't seem satisfied with the upgrades, so the client thanked the MC, who thought the woman looked like Lucia when he first met her. After getting paid, Hyun-sung said goodbye, forming a bond of friendship with the old young lady, and when he got back, he got curious about a credit score notification, so he went to ask Lucia, who explained it was a kind of user rating classification. Hyun-sung decided to push harder into the profession to get contracts from higher-ranked players. Suddenly, another request popped up from someone called Gaspit, and Hyun-sung recognized the name, so when he took a look at the client's profile, he realized it was a buyer of his items who always complained and asked for refunds, but he figured the guy might be legendary rank or higher, and Lucia, noticing her master's hesitation, remembered that no contractor can hurt the contracted. Hyun-sung accepted the contract and was summoned to a castle, which didn't seem like it needed help in a fight, until a demon girl showed up to greet him and said she had a few little things to ask. So the video ends here. If you don't want to miss the next part, activate the notification bell, and see you next time on Tob's channel.